Where's my song?
You filled backpacks,
Oh,
found missing
that's an ad.
shoes, answered emails,
Oh,
walked
that's
the
an ad.
dog, and it's only noon. With a lot of day ahead, you need a lunch that fuels what's next. That's why families choose Land of Frost Premium Lunch Meat. With over 8 grams of protein, generous portions, and no artificial flavors or byproducts. Add a new flavor to your cart or stick with a classic. All at a family-friendly price. Delicious, smart, affordable. Find Land of Frost Premium at your local retailer.
Hey girl, what's
What
up?
an ad, Jesus.
Is that your antiperspirant? Yeah. Let me see that can. Aluminum, butane, I cannot pronounce that. You have to switch to Native deodorant. Native Simple Formula has only clean ingredients. It gives you effective 72-hour odor protection with no hydrocarbon propellants.
Wow, this smells heavenly.
Clean, effective 72-hour odor protection isn't a myth.
It's native.
There we go.
Ice is in the pocket, we're saving for lunch. Not the real shellfish, we just haven't learned much. Oh well, that's my story. Oh well, that's my story.
How we doing, folks? Happy Valentine's Day. Another day of LCS, baby. Here we go. Here we go. I hope y'all are ready. A lot going on today. Let me... Bang. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Let's get it. Let me turn up the volume a little bit on this.
Said with how has grown throughout the league, there's an understanding that
Yeah. We got to up it a little bit. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody that's tuning in, whether you're watching alone or whether you're watching with your partner or anybody else in the world. Hope you're making the most of today.
For me, looking at how they played versus Team Liquid, it's a lot of what Emily said coming into this is like, we are focusing on our Drake setups.
Yep.
And we are having a straightforward composition,
busy
front to back,
with
Azir,
the live
Spawn, a little bit of
stream.
scaling. We have good Kai'Sa play, and a lot of it is protecting and playing around Rahel.
Yeah, I think Rahel, we kind of highlighted it when we started talking about Sajed. Toast highlighted it during the first time these two teams
Let me
met
tweet out about
together.
this live now for
Rahel has been performing
LCS
so well.
on
And it seems like the evolution
YouTube,
of this Sentinels team has kind of been, okay,
Twitch,
how are we playing around this kind of super powered ADC that we can have?
and
also,
TikTok.
how are we shoring up to our point
Oh my God, if
previously
I
when
could
we were
get this
talking about
out.
Hallback and the rest of
Jesus
the team?
Christ.
Potential communication.
There we go.
Yes,
All
as
right.
you can see right now, Spam
Tweet
in
is
the chat,
officially
who's the second
sent.
best team in the league in your mind,
We got
because
6 minutes. We'll go into a
it feels
preview
like
here in a few
clump of
seconds.
teams that can
For
beat each
now,
other. But
I need to
if
get
you
everything
look at
tweeted
top,
out
C9.
with the
So C9
stream.
is not even on there because right now they're 3-0. They're at the top.
Yeah,
It's a
they're
good
first.
idea.
They're the
Yeah,
best.
they're first.
They're number one, so they can't be second.
There's no conversation when it comes to C9, but we want to hear your guys' thoughts because that's the real talk for me. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it is up for discussion. I would say
And let me
FlyQuest looked
tweet
really,
this
really
out.
good. And of course, yeah, they lost to Cloud9, but again, we're like, well, Cloud9 is clearly #1 team at the moment.
The video's
so
not
there's
going
a lot of
live yet for
directions that
whatever
you can
reason.
Go. Oh, we're getting a lot of
Oh my god.
We're getting a lot of DSG right now. We have 0% for TL.
Who's the second best team in the league? I mean, FlyQuest deserves that in my opinion for now, but
if their direct opponent
that's just me.
now, DSG is getting so many votes.
Yeah, for me, that's why
I mean, I understand DSG getting votes, like that's fine, but I think it's definitely going to be FlyQuest.
You are at 0%.
I am the 0%.
That's funny that nobody's picking TL on that. That is hilarious.
If you guys in chat can represent my vote, or maybe I can get in chat myself. But like, the reason why I say it, everyone just talks about how dominant Team Liquid is in scrims.
All right, now we got everything tweeted out. That's good to go. Let me read through some notifications.
It's gonna shed itself. At some point, we're gonna see the
off stream. We had Kyle Angelo, and then on stream we have Simply Sold, Mint25, and Splash Manstu. Thank you all for the follows. All right, want you to put in chat. What do we score in this series as? Personally, I see this going 3-1 DSG's way. I like DSG's team fighting. I think let me turn this down just a little bit.
The really interesting thing, because we saw
turn this down just a little bit for now. I personally think that we're going to end up with a 3-1 DSG series. I like the way Kryra played early on, and I think the power points that you're going to be looking at for Sentinels to try and win this would be Rahel and would be Impact over Castle. But my thing is that I think Sajed is going to do a fantastic job of basically just doing what Rahel does, but arguably better. And I think DSG's entire team is going to enable that all the way through. And Kryra, in my opinion, Kryra is actually better than Hambuk at the moment, and that'll be proven right here. But we got a lot. The common prediction right now seems to be SEN 3-1. Does he know TikTok muted? Does he know? Okay, TikTok audio apparently is muted. Let me take a look. Let me see. All right, the browser should be there. How about now? There we go. I think audio should be good on TikTok now, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. I need to swap accounts. Just make sure that everything is good.
Thank you. So you said
Let me see. ShyKnock LOL. There we go. How's the audio?
Okay, that makes sense. I think it's time to talk.
Yep. Okay, we're good. Audio is good to go on TikTok now, so we are fine. All right, just checking through the chat real quick. Hello. Did I see greetings from Norway? Is that what I saw? Hold on, let me scroll up a little bit.
And I'll talk about them simply because I think we talk about the 3-man trade that went from DSG.
Hang on, let me scroll up in the chat real quick. I'm not too familiar with the NAC from Europe. What's the current power ranking of NA? Very up in the air. C9 clear #1. Everybody else beyond that kind of just like could be like there's so many different. Like it's gonna change week to week. Plus we are finally in Fearless best of 5, so gonna be a little bit different. We will see. I personally think from from Sweden. Holy shit. Okay, so we got Sweden and we got Croatia in the chat. Wild how global League of Legends is, I must say. But yes, for those that were asking in the chat, it was Oysters in My Pocket, the Chainsmokers remix. From Belgium. Nice. And yes, these are Emily's roses and teddy bear that she'll get whenever she comes home. They'll be sitting on the counter. So, yeah, a little Valentine's Day setup here. Dressing up a little bit nicer. You know, trying to be a little bit more chill with it. Now, here's my thing. If Sentinels wants to win this series, in my opinion, they got to win this game 1. I think you have to set the tone early. If DSG wins game 1, I just expect this to kind of be a runaway series other than Sentinels taking like 1 off. But we'll see. Great country in North Carolina. Oh, that's sweet. I love that, Sajed. I love that.
For your prediction here, Raz. You know, Sajed, I think Sajed will have something to say about it this time around. You mentioned the lane phase.
I love that.
That is going to be an area of focus, and that's something admitted from Sajed. Yeah, we had like our pregame interview with him.
Oh man, I think like all eyes have to be on bot lane when we start up the series. Personally, like it just kind of has to be. I know jungle's going to be the one that people want to focus on. Hamba versus Kryra early on will be interesting, but I just want to see like the intricacies of bot lane, and I think it'll be fun.
Emily, do you have a better defense than that?
3-2, 3-2,
I
3-1.
also
Okay.
DSG.
3-2.
I think this is going to be kind of a messy series. I think both teams have strength.
I think, okay, it could be messy, but just because it's messy doesn't mean it has to go to game 5. That's interesting.
Who is actually Lions? I think he's been performing really, really well.
I think 3-1 DSG.
And
I think anything but 3-1 is a bit of a surprise for me personally, but we will see. Time will tell.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it is so slight. I think this series should be a banger. Should be very close, Raz.
Yeah. And
I just want fun team fights. That's all I care about over everything.
Treating him like this.
Nah, he's cool with it.
All right, let's get it. LCS time, baby. Come on. As much as I love Scary Jerry, Sajed is what people thought. Yeah, 100%. This is what they thought it would be with him. Without the shadow of a doubt. Hope both teams have fun. I mean, not wrong. Not wrong at all. Real quick before we start the series, these will be the last 2 notifications I'm able to read off. Pod the Big Bears and Hakastaken. Thank you for the follow. All right.
Going to be joined for this best of 5 by Jet.
It is time, baby.
Valentine's Day, Azale. We got some Valentine's
it is time. Let's go.
Right now. Oh, now it's changed. They turned it off, but that was a nice intro. It's Sentinels versus DSG.
All right, what we got? Who am I rooting for? I'm pulling for DSG in this series. I want to see them play well, and I think it causes some really interesting scenarios as the year goes on if DSG is genuinely good.
And it's been a lot of fun, I think, because we have had some of these teams that weren't expected to be up at the top performing so well.
Let me know how volume is, by the way, between myself and the game. If I need to adjust anything, I absolutely can.
Obviously, some disagreements, some feelings about that from some of the
teams.
DSG
at first stand. I don't know if I want to go like at DSG at first stand. I think C9 deserves it for now. But with that said, I would like to see DSG at the international or at like the America's Cup.
But I'd say both of these teams did look
that I think would be fun.
At the time, DSG didn't have their full 5-man roster. They were playing with Kizno instead of Kryra.
Also, Jay Manslam, thank you for the raid.
Kizno. They've always been scrimming with Kryra.
Hope you all ready for some fun LCS games. Hope you're ready to have a good time.
And on the
volume is
Sentinels,
voluminous.
even though they did have their
on which side?
roster,
Need you to be more specific.
They were very low on practice. Hambach had just gotten there, and as I learned by listening to the Sentinels podcast,
want DSG
Hambach
to win.
Hadn't scrimmed in a year.
I mean, I do too, but at the same time, it's also.
In the LCK
stop my stream to watch. Hey, you didn't have to stop your stream. You can still have a good time, but I appreciate it.
And I'd see both these teams are at their strongest level.
All right, here we go. We got Azir, Talia. So Oriana's still up. That's the big thing. Sentinel's probably going to first pick Oriana. I don't see a world where they don't. This seems like the go-to pick for so many people. Yep, there we go.
Hambach aren't always on the same page, and who he had told us in an interview that it was kind of 4 people speaking Korean.
Normally it's the Azir to the Azir Oriana trade.
More towards communicating in English so that Darkwing.
Where does it go from here?
So I think as that continues,
they didn't ban Kaisa. You're not wrong. And Bessa Kaisa would be a wild 1-2 to start.
Jungle duo look more coordinated.
I think so, but that's a long process. That's not something that's going to get fixed.
Oh, are they going to pick the Nocturne away?
Interesting.
Okay.
So with the Azir ban, it's not possible to have the Oriana Azir trade, but at least it's possible
and
to
Bessa,
the Oriana Nocturne combo, and it would set up Calmy to play something like
interesting. So we're going dive versus dive here. This is going to be messy.
Was one that I was kind of thinking of. When you go Nocturne, you do want to have those dive buddies, obviously, to fly in with them. And Bessa going to be
still good, 100%.
So Bessa, we're expecting to be up there for Castle. Hanbok could go for the Pantheon. You know,
if they're still going to go dive, I think the Pantheon makes sense.
System, but Knockwave is kind of that
Pantheon Aatrox would be good.
That is a big reason why we saw that taken away. Nico support also really rises, I think, in priority when you do have that Nocturne. It's also really strong in the 2v2, but when you can turn off the lights, it's so hard to mark these
Team was after 100 Thieves last year. I love DSG, but IDK if we can have them as my main team just because they don't guarantee the spot each year, which sucks. You're not wrong. I get that sentiment.
Otherwise, you're probably having losing 2v2 bot, and you're going to have to deal with it in the 5v5.
Absolutely agree.
Nico. Oh, a Kali. Oh, I like that. I like that.
But I would imagine that Impact has taken that to match.
The thing though is like weirdly enough, okay, so Orianna seen as like a very good dive champion, but you have Nico Orianna, you also stop a lot of the dive that happens for DSG.
We definitely have from a
like a lot of it.
Perspective, we have a dive comp for DSG. All 3 of the champions go in, which makes me think they're going to want to try and put Rahel on something.
Can Impact remember to take the right rooms is the question.
Like a Xayah or an Ezreal ban, but another thing
it's probably like the most important thing of the most important part of this game so far.
Carries, so I'm expecting a pretty high priority on that pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Sejed just grabs it here if it's not going to be banned out.
Who else do you pair with Nocturne? I mean, Kai'Sa is like the first ADC that I'm thinking of.
Really like that pick.
I'd be surprised if that goes away.
The Kai'Sa taken away. I do think Ezreal makes sense as a ban. Nico Ezreal, pretty strong lane here. Could kind of disrupt.
I agree, getting rid of the Ezreal, but at the same time, like ADC-wise, I'm trying to think who else you have that goes in. Unless you just want to go like the opposite route and have an ADC that plays safe, like a Xayah.
Maybe take it away.
I don't know.
Unless they're really just not concerned, but I just think
I don't know what
Ezreal's
angle they're going to go with here.
At disrupting some of this dive and making their job a lot harder.
Completely agree. The Kai'Sa ban made
a
lot of sense. They instead ban Yunara, which, again, I agree with you about the value of Ezreal into something like a Kali and Best.
I wonder if they're going to first pick
Ezreal. Want to take that, but it makes me think that either DSG doesn't care, or they're just going to pick it on.
I think DSG is going to take the Ezreal. That's my thought on it.
Hey, maybe that's not an issue. Yunara obviously has some safety, you know, with the RE is a relatively large
I don't know who else they can
but,
go.
Still can be pretty vulnerable, and we know that there's not going to be like an enchanter pairing alongside it. So I personally am a little bit surprised that they are worried about Yunara when they do have such an incredible comp.
Nami. Oh, they were worried about Lucian Nami. Okay.
We'll see. You know, traditionally with these kind of comps, you would expect it to be, you know, hard engaged
that's what.
to be paired
that
with
makes sense.
Like
Lucian Nami. Yeah.
Things like the Alistar and the Rel and the Rakan and so
on.
All
right, so if you lock in the Lucian, you can grab. Oh no, yes, that makes sense. Take it away.
A lot of sense to deny that because that just feels like the
now would you go bot lane here? Interesting.
It does seem like these teams are.
I think you could play a super aggro bot lane here if you want to.
To even the Nami ban there by Sentinels to try and block the early Lucian Nami.
Jin's good.
Ezreal to try and make the safe 80 carries that Sentinels could pick. Harder to access, so Jin would be the natural choice. Xayah maybe, but since you're already pairing it with the Nico rather than Rakan, I think Jin is going to be what they end up locking in.
Yeah, and I mean, Jin is a strong laner. You can obviously team fight from pretty far away just by using the ultimate, but not great at staying safe.
Yeah, what do you go?
Dive.
What do you go jungle here?
That's your now. Like you can kind of start off the fights with your ultimate, try to be the ones proactively engaging, and if the Jin dies,
Malphite's
Jin dies,
terrible
you still
here.
have a lot of power in the rest of the team. They do have.
Oh, it's an Aatrox jungle.
Oh, okay. Which would be fun to see.
I'd love
to see
that.
That'd be a jungle Aatrox if it goes through.
We're going to see jungle Aatrox from
Yep, there it is.
The players that have played
interesting.
Aatrox and Ambessa,
grocery shopping was still here. Hey, Con. Hope you're having a good day, man.
Early on in the year, it's the more rookie junglers across the world that I feel like have picked these champions the most because it's a little bit more of a solo queue style where you do need to prioritize your own income more. But I think it's very powerful.
Sentinel's comp does neutralize them well, but with Ezreal Karma now, you still do have like a lot of range poke.
Ezreal Karma to try and make sure they have that bot lane prio to play around Drakes, which has been the MO for both of these teams when they
These team fights are going to be interesting because it's going to be like a lot of it's going to be a lot of Ezreal kind of like standing up and kind of like mini frontlining and trying to bait out abilities as they come in and then get somebody to step up. So then Nocturne, Akali, and And Bessa can just slam him down, but Ezreal Karma being the only range is interesting.
Snowball, and I do think it's a good pick into what we have seen drafted from DSG because you have access.
But
to
Sion,
Aatrox,
Aatrox,
melee champions, and you're kind
into
of
this
is
tough.
I
think Sentinels. Honestly, I think Sentinels wins this draft.
Counter engage. You have the Orianna throwing out the shockwave. You're trying to fight.
I think Sentinels wins this one pretty heavy.
Personally, to get so much damage down. So I think from that kind of point of view, it makes a lot of sense as a pick, right? Even if the Jhin dies, if you have high consistent damage, from your
slept
mid lane,
until
from
noon.
Your jungle,
Got supplies for tacos. Great days. There we go.
Impact with another Sion performance also means that it's going to hurt the champion pool later, as we're going to be in our first best of 5 fearless here in the LCS. So we could see some exciting
Here from
stuff.
TikTok. Hey, welcome from TikTok.
They're going to be remaking Champ
See, I feel like TikTok is going to be more of a raising awareness for everything.
He did not take Guardian. I have a funny story about that though. So one of the observers didn't get into the game, so they have to restart so the observer can get into the game. So we are going to restart that really quickly and then launch. But earlier the players were reacting to the Valentine's lighting. Let's check it out. So
Valentine.
Oh, there's even hearts in the background.
I'm gonna have to keep the mic here.
They're throwing hearts across the way to each other. I just like how surprised Impact looked. Yeah. But I have a funny story because I played in ARAM yesterday with Impact and some other people, and obviously everyone is kind of memeing about the Impact Guardian, right? The Guardian Aatrox.
I think this is fine.
And so I accidentally queued.
Do I want to see I want to see DSG win the series, but I think this game 1 draft really favors Sentinels.
So he's playing Yunara and he zones in not with Guardian but with Grasp. And so immediately like everyone on our team is just spam banging the Grasp Yunara that Impact just playing. So my bad. I'll take the L on that one, but it was really funny.
No, man, you didn't have to do that to him.
Game. I feel like everyone plays Mayhem instead of classic ARAM.
I know, yeah. It was an insta-queue too, which was surprising. But it was pretty funny.
You didn't have to do him like that.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Impact's been getting memed a bit on that, but they won the series.
What happened to the arena? We are not in the arena this week in particular. I think.
They talked about it on their podcast as well. He's pretty sure.
The next time we are in the arena
is with certain Logitech mice, as he was clicking it.
February 20th, so next week. So this is the last week that we are in the side studio. We are in the arena for the rest of playoffs after this.
For a lot of the old school pros, they have the same mouse that they've used for like their whole career.
So
different games over the years where
there we go.
They get so hooked on a specific.
I'll read through some of the notifications real quick. CMK and Plexowitch. Thank you both for the follow.
Thousands of dollars basically on going online because the mouse gets discontinued, so they go to eBay and they try to buy
lock in. It's still locked in the LCS closet.
Yeah, so that they can have a stockpile.
Yeah, it's tragic.
One of the guys I knew who was a former pro,
but is what it is. I'm willing to take that for the trade-off of roadshows.
Of this mouse.
I'm fine with it personally.
I know
that's too many.
I know, but it was just so funny because this whole closet is just full of this specific mouse that has been discontinued because he was so worried about.
All right.
Well, what if they all break?
Yeah.
Still a hardware issue. Always fun. Gotta love starting off with delays.
I wish I would have done that. The mouse and mouse pad that I was playing with.
Interesting that they took all the branding off that water bottle. That's hilarious.
So maybe that's why I'm.
Do we have a pause? Yes, we do.
It's a mouse issue.
It has nothing to do with not playing as much.
Every time we have a pause, everybody take a sip of your water. That's the rule.
Correct. R.I.P. the MX.
We as fans have to take a drink every time that a drink of water, obviously.
There you go.
Really not. It's discontinued. You can't buy it.
Second way to pause.
There's no sponsorship here.
We are paused briefly. Hopefully, not going to.
No, they have not announced anything in terms of the road shows and stuff like that.
Off here pretty quickly. If you are
still pending any of that.
This is week 1 of the LCS lock-in playoffs. We are only best of 5s from here on out for the rest of lock-in. The teams that win here, there's actually some pretty big stakes. If you're in the upper bracket and you win, it means you at least qualify for the America's Cup, because you are going to be top 3. And then America's Cup is going to be the 2nd and 3rd seed from the LCS versus the 2nd and 3rd seed from the CB LOL. Of course, the first place seed will go on to first stand and compete against the LPL, the LCK, the LEC, and so on and so forth. But, even just a win here is actually pretty important, especially for a lot of these players that have never had that opportunity for that international experience.
Would have been the most right thing if they said gotcha on roadshows. I mean, if they promise it and don't deliver, I will cry.
For sure. And I was
legitimately
talking since we haven't talked that much about what the Americas tournament is going to entail. So since it is before first stand,
After week 1, I said DSG would be a top 5 seed. I'm glad they're proving me right.
Teams.
I mean, they win this one, they're guaranteed top 3.
For the end of
guaranteed top 3,
gets a
which is massive.
Boot camp in Korea before MSI, like during
14-day
MSI.
boot camp.
Actually
damn.
Future practice, if that makes sense. So
that's
if they qualify for MSI,
a lot more than I thought they would get. I thought they would get like a week.
That DSG wins the America's Cup. That means
Decision on Team Mule back
MSI
after
is
lock-in.
happening, Riot has an all-expensive paid boot camp for them to be able to scrim against the best teams in the world.
Stay biased independent, not happening. I'm going to pick favorites within every series and cheer for them.
Personally,
I'm going to keep doing exactly what I want to do on this, which is be biased at every turn, whether it's for one team or multiple teams, until I make that choice.
Ready to go. We are finally
all right, come on, DSG. Let's see what you got. Let's see if you can overcome this this deficit by comp.
Are you scared?
Oh.
And Darkwings is like, we'll see.
Oh, that's clean.
A little bit of banter back and forth between the teams as we finally get things underway.
That's fun. I like that.
Versus DSG kicking it off.
I like the banter between Darkwings and Call Me.
You like the banter? I like the banner.
Remember that last series, Darkwings, when they lost, did have several deaths in the side.
Okay,
so
Aatrox has gone conquer.
Improve upon that.
Sentinels probably win the game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that is kind of the question. You know, even talking before the season started, some of the opposing teams' coaches were saying, you know, we're not so sure how Sentinels will do because
+1% in the bot lane already, establishing dominance.
You have to have an incredible mid laner to really have success, and people weren't sure how quickly Darkwings would be able to develop. You know, would he be able to really hit the ground running and establish himself as a top-level mid laner? Because if he can, then people feel like Sentinels could end up being one of those very top-level teams.
Yeah, I'd say he's had some really inconsistent performances. I'd say even last week his Galio game was really strong, and that wouldn't even be something you'd think he'd be able to excel on. But Orianna would be absolutely in his wheelhouse for something you would expect him to be proficient.
Early damage on the Sajed.
And these two teams
Rahel winning the trades.
A couple weeks ago, you touched on it. It was week 1 of the lock-in tournament, but it was a very close
I remember in that
series.
week 1 matchup that it felt like Castle wasn't as useful as I thought it was going to be.
Which is when we were within a certain amount of gold, a certain percentage of gold, was very high, meaning that this remained a very competitive series overall throughout those 3 games. Of course, DSG did end up winning, and that was with Kisno.
Okay.
As they are trading really heavily as Darkwings wants to get this wave in, and Call Me was getting some good damage down, but it's costing him a ton of CS as a result. He was so
ton of
focused
CS
on
and a
that
lot of
trading,
health.
He missed an entire wave out of the 2 waves that have come.
Yeah, and Darkwings had perfect vision on Kryra, seeing him clear the Raptors, knowing Nocturne isn't trying a cheese gank. I think that's part of why.
Nah, I mean Kryra would be 1-1 then. Technically, he has the same record as Kisno.
Usually it's just a full clear, but he's going for it. That's a flash.
In, does connect on the E, but he can't even take it.
Huh?
Darkwings is too far back. I guess he's just hoping to like freeze the wave now, but I don't think he's going to be able to really hold it. There's not a lot of health on that cannon.
Good luck.
At the end of the day, he spends his flash for the E, and I thought he was going to full send it.
I mean,
but
you gotta.
Didn't end up doing that, and now Darkwing should be able to
let the lane go even. Fine.
Kind of
That's
like
flash down in mid. That could be a problem.
Yeah, Darkwings can only buy the 1 mana crystal, but obviously TP's back. CS is kind of equalized because he did deny a couple with where he got the wave, but I'm going to take the flash over the 3 CS pretty much any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also just
I mean, yeah,
fun
like
because of what
who
happened
wouldn't take the flash advantage?
You know,
Come on.
DSG last year, you know, really struggled through the first couple.
All right, Nocturne gonna get first crab. Where's blue side jungle at? I'm assuming top side. Yep, Aatrox going top. All right, splitting the crabs.
But then in the off season, well, lo and behold, Sentinels come in. They end up taking away a lot of their players.
You made
What's
this?
yours?
No, I made this.
Is mine.
Darkwings, Rahel, Huhi. And it did seem like it was going to be really difficult for DSG to rebuild off of that, but they've done a very good job with the replacement.
Call Me still hasn't back though. Okay, good dodge on
Lions, but it creates seemingly no hard feelings, right? The Valentine's Day, they're giving hearts at each other, they're bantering in all chat. As long as
Darksteel boots and a pot for Call Me.
Absolutely the case.
CS check.
It's interesting, right?
Even in top side, even in jungle, pretty big lead so far in mid lane, and about even in bot lane.
Because the relegation tournament was so stressful for them. You know, they found it
about
really,
even all the way through
intense,
so far.
Really, really stressful. It's a lot of extra, you know, practice during the off season, and then it can feel like, okay, if we lose this series, if we get
Be the
relegated
Guardians
because
of my
DSG is in the
Aatrox?
guest slot, they don't have a guaranteed spot. If they lose that, well, guess what? You might not have a job next year, right? So a lot of the players found that incredibly stressful, and so as a result, you know, he was saying, hey, we can't really blame these guys if they want to be on a team that knows they're going to be in the league next year.
How close is Nocturne to 6? Nocturne is 4. Hanbok is 4.
This is the way that I'd want it to turn
Someone
out.
has to take Zyro.
Like
They 100% will. Somebody also needs to take Graves and Twisted Fate.
Just being the team that's really good at finding young rookie talent.
Give me the bros.
And then they get to display their skills. They're going to become fan favorites pretty much right away because it's been so long since we've been very excited about having like a surprise team in the LCS, because the way this ended
When was the last time that we had a surprise team in the LCS?
Of the talent, and they're performing towards the top of the league, which is got to feel
yeah.
very
Shout out
good
to Goat GM
Really
or Goat Coach
and
Ido
a huge onus on their scouting
for
right?
putting
You've
all
gotta
this
be able
together.
To find the diamonds in the rough, the best players in tier 2 to be able to bring up and really try to get them going immediately. It's also just kind of funny because DSG now looks really good, you know, and there's a world in which it's like DSG wins the split and then they have to go play the relegation tourney.
Yeah, I mean, you and me were
Want to see the
talking about
bromance?
this.
Of course we do. We love a heated rivalry around here.
3-2?
Yep.
That ended up being my prediction as well, but it just doesn't feel right yet.
Okay.
And part of it is just because we saw DSG losing so much.
Isn't SEN the team that
year,
grabbed most of Disguised players?
Based
It
on
is.
The games that they've played,
And they lost the initial matchup in the first
successful
week of
so
Swiss
far,
stage.
And it does
so
seem like a sound prediction. So we'll see what they can.
last time was probably
deliver
2020.
today
Yeah.
As we are nearing the
well, I guess it wouldn't be 2020 would have been FlyQuest. Oh, this is a good looking gang.
Going to be face checking Kryra, will get feared up. And
Not enough.
Not going to be ran down or taken out.
Not
but it means
enough.
He gets chunked pretty
Hey,
heavily,
Papa,
so
how we
should
doing?
Give Kryra the edge on this scuttle. I think Hanbok's just going to have to give that up, especially with Castle moving over. Hanbok just has to base.
Oh, got the tether.
Taking quite a bit of damage. There's a shift in there from Sajed.
I missed the
Who is
Q.
getting some damage
Okay.
down, who he will survive. But again, a winning trade there for DSG. They win the skirmish round mid. They win that skirmish round bot as well.
Did I go to the
They
heated
get access
rivalry
to the
rave?
flanks.
That
There's
was
ult in from
going to
Castle.
be
Impact's
tonight,
gonna
but I
get
found out that it
interrupted
actually
on
starts a
his ult,
lot
getting incredible
earlier than I was
flashes out.
planning.
Castle will not be able to finish him off. But that is great for Castle.
And
because
Emily and I
Imp
are
now
going to
has
stay
no
home and watch a
ult, no
rom-com
TP,
tonight
so
now.
he can try to potentially crash this wave, deny some minions there from the Scion.
Yeah, very nice laning there by DSG. I feel like they were
Luckily,
just
didn't pay
very
for a ticket. We
aware
were on a guest list,
of
so
the way the map
not
was
too
working.
bad. But
there's been so many battles around that second Scuttle Crab spawn, and I do believe it's very important. You see teams in the LCK doing this so much, but FlyQuest and C9
Not
have been
ditching
very
them.
vocal about how important that was.
I mean, she was still
And
encouraging
Kryra
me
was
to
just
go.
set up there
So
first, right? He had control ward in the line bush, pushes Hanbok back, gets level 6, but then concurrently, since you have
What, at
level
Irving
6
Plaza?
Nocturne,
Yep, it
Castle's
is.
able to go all in because he'll win the 2v2 with a Nocturne ult. And since all the junglers were top lane, their Ezreal
going
goes super
in.
aggressive and wins a trade.
Yep.
So just all collectively,
Okay.
they were very aware of the
Oh,
state of the overall
Shockwave.
map.
I mean, it was fantastic.
poke
and there was
back.
even one more knock-on effect when
Karma's
Impact
mid.
has to go back to base. So then Kryra says, all right, I can invade, and he
putting
takes
in
away
what?
his blue because he has level
Hey,
6 to
thank
level
you,
5 over
Bor.
Hanbok. So they get the blue, they win skirmishes in all 3
Kryra
lanes across the map.
ahead
and
in
DSG
CS right now.
utilizing that
At level
pressure.
6,
It is
we
just
have
a
ult.
slight gold
Dragon
lead,
is
though, of
up.
course. You know, it did not result in a kill
CS
or anything
wise,
like
even in
that.
top,
but still, it's
even
nice to
in
see
mid,
DSG
even in
playing
bot. It's a
aggressive,
very even game so
realizing
far.
where
Waiting
they
for
have
somebody
that
to peel
power,
this
where
thing
they
open.
have those advantages and trying to get the most out of it.
And that's a lot of the stuff that top teams are able to
heavy.
do. Is
Nah,
they can
I
get
don't
these
think
small
it's-
advantages,
I don't think
which will
DSG
then
needs to get
ladder
a
up
lead
when
early.
we end up seeing team fights. So the first team fight of this
I
game
think they can
is
peel through.
probably
It's going
going
to take
be around the
like
first Drake,
they will
since
need to
that has
play
been the
fights
primary
very
win
slow and
condition
methodical
for both of these teams. Week
later
one,
in the
Sentinels
game
wasn't
if
very
it goes
organized.
there.
Week 2, they took 8 Drakes in 2 games, got 2 souls, and won a 2-0.
He's Christ
Last
for
week against
VT,
Lion,
but I'm a little
DSG
sick.
got the first
Gotcha.
7 Drakes.
Yeah,
of that
Emily's currently
series
seeing
against
Wuthering
Lion.
Heights right now.
When these teams are winning,
In between
it's because
shows.
of their ability to control what has become the primary objective in League of Legends this season, which is the Drakes.
It's also pretty
So
interesting.
she's having a
Darkwings
little
is going to be
me
going
and
back
Times
to a
Day
very old school style build, which is the Roa. Almost exclusively, we have been seeing, you know, the really bursty builds with Ludens, Shadow Flame,
Nocturne,
Death
pretty
Cap,
much
you know,
getting
all
this
of
for
these
free.
upfront burst items. But
Bot lane
because
shove
there's the
unlocks
Ambessa,
it.
the Nocturne, all of this, they're playing it pretty
Hanbok.
defensively. And Hanbok
Okay,
trying
he
to get in.
gets that.
DSG do have first move on this dragon. I don't
That's
think
fine.
there's going to be a contest.
Yeah.
So, you know, Darkwings is going to be playing this much slower build.
All right,
The
first
Roa,
dragon over to
a lot less
Kryra.
burst, a lot
DSG.
longer to come
Bot
online,
lane
but
Prio
does give
coming
you
in
that
nice.
additional health and survivability.
It's a good call out and a really well taken dragon
There we
by
go.
DSG right there, having the bot lane push, having the Nocturne ult threat. I
Every
think
other
most
lane's
importantly,
even.
having the inside
Bot
track
lane's
on
starting to
mid
get a
lane
little
as
bit
well.
ahead.
So if there's a fight, they'd be able to win. And also because Darkwings is going with
You're not
this,
panicking if you're Sen either.
slower build. It also does
We'll be
make
live
sense.
on
He doesn't
Friday
wanna get
next
one
week.
shot in
Oh,
the
God.
side waves, which was one of the dangers of picking a control mage into Akali. So Sentinel's definitely slow playing this a little bit.
Yeah, and every time we look top lane, it's like, oh yeah, you know, Castle's really
well,
bullying
I
Impact.
will
But
try
then
and
you
figure
look
out
at
how to
CS,
make
you're
that
like,
work before.
Doesn't really matter. You know, it's kind of just how Sion plays. Sentinels though, first.
It's interesting because I feel like the grubs would be going in onto the Nico. He didn't spell shield it right. Yeah, he didn't spell shield it right. Not good. Oh wait, no, he did. I'm dumb. I visually can't see. Double kill onto Mbessa. This is over.
Consistent DPS in this fight.
He still got knocked up by that. I was confused.
You know, really just a catalyst. It's Nico getting focused down. Jhin is still in the bot lane, so the more high damage comp from DSG really wins out despite the great shockwave.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this
job by
DSG team
DSG.
because they did all the small trades, and then when the fight happened, they also had just a slight numbers advantage. They were there a little bit sooner.
This is what I want to see. Okay, so Nocturne goes in.
So Crowder goes all
Spell shield's a little early, gets knocked up, but I was looking at the wrong health.
That's when the Mbessa goes for the ultimate, so it's undodgeable there from the Nico.
Is it bad that I saw red and thought that was Sentinels, even though it's DSG?
What else is there actually in the fight? No one ends up falling below a quarter health, and they completely wipe Sentinels off the floor in that fight.
Yeah, I can see Golden Glue looking pretty stressed by the results of that one. You know, it's a much slower.
I mean, if you
build,
fall behind on
was
this comp, it's going to be tough.
DSG last year without Rahel, without Darkwings, you know, in the splits 1 and 2. They really
you can
struggled.
still
2
hold
and
on
18.
if you're
and
Sentinels
so
and try and scale, especially as Jin's assumedly going Youmu's first item.
Year, people were thinking,
so it's going to be at least 3 items until he has damage.
Level of performance, but even losing Rahel and Darkwings, they're able to bring in Call Me, bring in Sajed, bring in Kryra, and have a lot of success. You know, they're starting off pretty hot. They're looking really good this game.
Clips already. Yep, not good. Impact not at full item. And Vesta's the only one with full item. 1,000 gold ahead now for Castle.
They don't have a lot of DPS in the early game. And if DSG can zero
the thing that I want to see from
threats,
Castle is he like cements himself as a top player like in this league, and now on a good team whenever people doubted him, including myself. It's like you have 1,000 gold league now. Close this out.
In top jungle,
like use that advantage well.
In about 8 seconds. So if this river tries to be contested, he's just gonna R again and go in for another kill. He's an incredibly strong Nocturne right now. Not to mention he's gonna have fully upgraded Smite after the Scuttle.
Oh, Castle's proxy.
For a bit of a proxy play, trying to be annoying to Impact, and is
that's going better than Morgan's proxy did last week against him.
Just that's for sure. The gold lead now almost up to 2K here for DSG, who wants to continue pushing the pace. They already did grab that first dragon, so expecting them to try to continue for that. As Hanbok has just been waiting in this side, is going to look for Lions. Can't connect on the EQ, unfortunately. Lions just backs it up, had no flash, so if that connected,
that's not good.
Could be there and could have
that didn't hit him. Wow.
It could have been a look, but if we're thinking about how these compositions need
not
to
good
work,
though. If that's your swing and your Sentinels, that's really not good.
When the Mbessa, Nocturne, Akali are trying to dive through them, the Aatrox is not good when he's trying to move into a Karma Ezreal. Like that gank has such a low chance of success.
Oh God. Yeah, no, see those are the things that weren't happening last year, or not last year, last week. For Darkwings? Oh my God, he's gonna go in for it. Oh, that's a kill. Yep. Oh boy. But Sion could clean up here. Could he?
Looks like he might be able to finish off Call Me, but Call Me flashes away. Impact flashes the
okay. If they can shut down Castle, that's big.
Castle could be in trouble. Kryra waiting around the edge.
Oh, yep, that's a shutdown. Oh boy.
Now trying to flash out to safety, but he can't quite do it. Rahel in a lot of
Never
trouble.
mind, that's fine.
Knocks him down. Lions has arrived, and Impact
it's
doesn't
fine.
have the damage to finish them off. At the end of
I was gonna say, if Jin's able to get out there, that's big.
And that was with
that lasted a little too long. Little too long if you're Sentinels. Good fight back, but then
an incredibly one-sided game. That was a
not good.
4v5. All 5 members of Sentinels participated, but it begins.
Like my big thing is getting this gym with 3 items as soon as possible.
Is close, and once enough poke lands,
yeah, you're just up too far on that one, unfortunately.
Clear the fear tether range, so it's a pretty easy kill for Kryra. And then why not?
And this is where I thought they were going to be able to turn it around. Like even though Mbessa comes in and gets that kill, like this is a good Pop Blossom 3-man. Jhin with Sion coming in.
3 people are dead by the time Impact arrives, so they salvage it a little bit, but it still becomes a disaster in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's a power
Jin's
of having
able
the
to
push.
do
DSG
it.
has been so quick on these moves. As long as they knock down one of the carries early, which they've been able
And
to
this
do
was the
every
problem.
time, Sentinels just doesn't seem to have the damage. And
Ezreal not being there
breaking the
sucks.
tether hurts. Golden Glue,
Or not,
definitely
Ezreal not being there sucks.
seeing the writing on the
Ezreal
wall
not
for
being
this
there
game
and
as it's
still
getting
losing
more
that
and more out of
sucks.
hand. Was also worth noting, we'll see how many role quests are completed now. So finally, Humbach completes his, but it was 5-2 role quest completion.
Well, now we know who
after
wins
that
out of the
fight.
Nocturne
So
Orianna.
they did have that
Like
advantage.
whenever they're
It's
split
so
up
funny.
between
the
the
role
two.
quests seem like the completion time doesn't matter in 9 games out of 10.
Yep.
But in moments like that, it can actually have such a big impact. They're here on Drake.
Call
number
me,
2.
ready to fight him again.
Nocturne has
Oh,
level
God.
11 and ultimate once again. So the river is.
Oh, Kali's got
you
Hextech,
just can't
Gunblade.
pass into the river. I
Not
feel like,
good.
because Cryo will kill you. So should be a pretty easy Drake. He's going for a steal
Oh.
of desperation.
Yeah, can't
Okay.
quite get it the way. You
Fine.
can see that Rahel was heading up towards top lane to maybe try to think about a play towards Castle. Castle, though,
I mean, this is
just
looking like
constantly
an
pushing that in. He is now
absolute
4-1 on the
beating
Mbessa.
so
has
far.
been very quick to move towards these plays, constantly having the push on impact. We touched on it earlier where it's like the gold was basically even though Castle was winning the fights, but because DSG created action that Castle could use his tempo to fight.
Now, how
at,
does Sentinels get
it
back in it? I mean, you just
exploded
got to
that
sit
lead
back
to
and
something
scale.
that actually feels
You got to
like it
hope that
matters
Jin
now.
can finally
It
get
really
his
does.
damage,
And
but
then
he's
also
so far
when
off.
the Mbessa gets eclipsed, the matchup definitely changes with every champion.
Be-
So
oh, dude, you might
he's
have to give out
perma-pushed
multiple
right now.
if both
Really, they're just
Sajed
keeping
and
pressure on
Kryra are
all
playing the way they
lanes,
are.
And as long as Kryra's around when a skirmish happens, he's going to be ulting in. So he's just kind of walking around the map, collecting objectives right now. We need to see some miracle Huhi engage, I feel like, to bring this game back into normal.
I mean,
or
I
just
think
kind of
now you
baiting
have 2
Kryra
more
into
dragons
diving
until
too
it's
deep,
Soul.
since he
So you
does
can just
have
give up the
that
next one,
extra
scale, and
bounty
try
right
and get
now,
Jin
but
to 3
this has
items.
been a very
Because right
impressive
now, like
game
you're
to
so
me
far
from DSG. They've
behind
done all the little things
power
right, and
play
they've
or
found
like
good
power
fights.
item
Completely
wise.
agree. And there's
I
finally
just
the
don't
role
see
quest
him
completed there for
standing a
Darkwings
chance.
just this minute. He'd been sidelining for a long time and wasn't getting as much role quest completion as a result. DSG look like they're going to be able to grab this Herald uncontested.
Set on him.
Yeah, it is going to leash, unfortunately, but doesn't fully leash anymore. So just pull it back into the pit and are going to be able to eventually finish that off as they're set up really well in the side lanes. You know, Akali and Mbessa both really excel in the side lanes.
3.3k gold lead. CS check. Castle up a good bit. Obviously way up in kills. Kryra has 6 assists and up in CS. Mid lane is even, but kill towards Akali. And Ezreal has only 10 CS up over Jin, and Jin has the kill. So like overall,
Definitely not. But this is the perfect situation when you have a team comp that
keep
wants
farming.
to flank into the back of fights.
If you're
with
Jin,
buddies
I think he's
galore
going to back
for the
right now.
Nocturne, Akali,
Hopefully
or
get
Mbessa
rapid
flying
fire,
in.
maybe.
These types of compositions don't work very well from behind.
Is he going to be able to
They
get
work
rapid fire?
exceptionally well from ahead, and it's looking like first turret is just a matter of time for Castle, as he's going to get a couple shots on it every single cannon wave that
No,
arrives,
he didn't have enough
and
for it.
Impact is,
Wow.
I mean, yes, he has teleport.
Okay,
but
yeah,
he
that's
doesn't have
not good.
many
You
other
can't fight
options
right
in this
now.
lane.
Like,
Yeah, and
who's
he
going to
could be
deal
someone who has
damage
the ulti, though,
on
which I assume is what you meant,
Oh,
just
on
to be able to
Sentinel
ult
side?
back to lane.
The role quest thing actually trolled me there.
Yeah, it does trick you sometimes. But we'll
Uh-oh.
see as he's going to go for an
Okay.
ulti. But
Got a minion to help.
Castle got out of the aggro of the tower, but in comes the
Ooh,
Nico.
he got
They're
out.
trying to
No
actually turn
way.
around, but Castle just flashes out using that public
Wow,
execution.
good
plus
escape.
The flash wasn't even a flash, excuse me, just the public execution.
A lot of
and Dash able to get
resources,
safety,
but-
so holds onto the flash. So Castle navigating that really, really well.
Okay.
Even with Huhi on the roam, stays safe, doesn't have to spend a summoner, just trades the ultis, and it's Huhi that actually uses his flash.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it shows
Darkwings
it
teleports up to
is
try and
against
match. I
February
mean, they're
20th.
sending the farm at Castle.
Wait, where does it say
and
that?
he's still able to clear the wave pretty easily at half health. This also means that Calmy is going to be able to get solo turret gold
Oh, he
himself.
didn't even
so
flash
both
out.
solo lanes and
Wait,
the jungle now
I thought he
with
did
over
flash out of that.
1,000 gold advantages.
Is that a visual
Sentinels trying
bug?
to get a little bit back on this play. They do
I
have
could
a
have swore he.
3v2, but
Well,
they're
I
just-
guess it's Mbessa. You
Since
could just
they don't
dash.
have good
Never
eyes
mind.
on the Nocturne and Kryra would be in alt range, any type of dive would likely just lead to a bigger deficit.
I mean, Sentinels are just really struggling, I think, with lane assignments, right? Because once the Akali and the Mbessa both get ahead,
Oh,
there's
my
not
mom's
really
calling me.
anywhere
I'll
safe
pick her
for the
up.
Orianna
I'll
to
pick
go.
up
So
in a bit.
Nico's kind of just walking around the map, trying to stay around
Okay.
Darkwing so he can actually be able to farm. They know they need to get him strong.
Rapid
but,
fire
well,
cannon
that
now
ends
complete
up
on Jin.
being
Now he
Kryra's
can
just
start getting
power
damage
farming.
items.
You know, DSG being
Still
able to
at
move around the map and
least
kinda
one
winning
item
both
away from
sides.
Jin really being
And,
relevant in
even
some
though
of these
they got
fights.
impact out of this matchup, that was pretty tough. Castle just bases, goes right back down towards him. We'll see if Sentinels are going to try to swap again because they would rather have the Akali laning against Impact here. You know, he shouldn't be able to burst down Impact. But Darkwings is gonna
4.3k
struggle
gold
either
lead now for
Yeah, I mean,
DSG.
they burned their TP to get him top in the first lane, and DSG was just able to match it with the tempo they have, maintaining the teleport on the Akali. So
What's up? Dragon's up in 50 seconds. Time to set up.
Yeah. Like, but it's happened from the little things snowballing into the big things. Even from the first level 6 spawn that we saw that Kryra was in position to capitalize on, to the way they found all the skirmishes. They've controlled all the important objectives. They got the Rift Herald as well as the 2 Drakes. They still haven't even expended that Rift Herald. They're probably
and that's
waiting
tower topside now too, so that's gonna be a 5K gold lead.
Whatsoever, but with
God
this gold deficit,
dang.
Like, are you really going to be contesting this Chem Drake in 22 seconds? No. Probably not.
No, I think there's no shot. And I mean, I just think with their comp, they need multiple items on the
Somebody
Ori,
gonna pilot that or
really
no?
have much of a threat.
Kryra's going in and invade. Oh my God, he's just gonna get it straight.
We'll see if he can win
oh no, Impact or Hambach wins the
so
spike.
Does go to 12. That's something going right for them, but this is one of those games where
if DSG gets this mid tower, it's over.
And you're like, yeah, but they didn't get anything. Well,
they're gonna unlock the map.
Everything, right? They had pushing
really
lanes
quick
across the map. Kryra used those really well. They forced skirmishes that they then moved quickly too, and were able to create a very big lead advantage. It is now all of the outers
not
gone.
good
it's a 5K
at all.
Gold lead at 20 minutes
if you're
here.
Sentinels.
And Sentinels are trying to slow down the bleeding, but Soul is up in a couple minutes here, and Sentinels are
they at least got Crab.
For a scuttle on the top side and trade for that dragon.
Yeah.
What?
Up for fun.
Opens up, closes down.
Yeah.
Oh God. That wasn't good.
That's where it's going. The
That's
biggest
tough.
disappointment for me in DSG this game is the fact that I have Sajed on my fantasy team.
It was a visional. It was a visional, okay?
Everyone else
Relax.
is doing too much positive work that he's not cleaning up.
He was getting eyes on Karma.
Jerks. What are they
What's
doing?
happening here? Castle's actually been. What is this? Normally it's the top.
Oddly poetic.
0-0.
I agree, no. Curtain call for Sentinel. Oddly poetic.
Please. Start creating some action.
Yeah, Castle into a little bit, so Sajed can get to
whoa, relax now. We don't need to.
Enough fantasy points for turret plates.
That's true. Yeah, gold leads don't give you really much of anything. But Call Me, he has 2 items completed.
Castle's now 2K up. Call Me's 1.3K up. It's funny how we spent all that time talking about like the ADC battle, and maybe it might result to that like later in the. Oh God. Bye-bye, Jin.
Rahel will Ghostblade and
never mind.
Well,
they'll buy your flash. But, oh, he dodged the Mbessa ult though.
From DSG, and they're going to continue moving forward. Ezreal ult does chunk Rahel.
Ezreal ult down, Mbessa ult down, Nocturne ult down. Now some pretty like if you back and get on the map like in the next 30 seconds, like it's
stuff out here.
It doesn't matter. 3.5 minutes until
time to fight.
Sentinels can also concede the soul. That just
hey, I suck at it too, so don't feel bad.
DSG secure the most like lopsided victory we've seen from DSG. This is technically game 3 against Lion was more lopsided of a win for DSG, but that's because Lion was trying desperation plays to get that win. But this is kind of what League of Legends, as they might get Castle.
Nice.
I don't think they have enough damage though, do they?
Ulti and the Deadly Flourish to lock up Castle. Castle flashing back.
Oh yeah, they got him.
The Q's come back up, but he's flash rooted by.
Like I said. Oh my God.
He is in the 1v3, takes one with them.
Nocturne ult incoming.
Comes to Jet as well as Kryra. The TP gonna arrive here from Call
Me.
But Sentinels have backed it
3,
up.
2, 1.
Cost them a lot, and it was
okay.
just a 1-1, but at least they got Castle.
I mean, they got Castle, and they didn't lose a ton of tempo because DSG was slowly.
See, this is what I mean. There's no damage to kill anybody on DSG when you're behind.
That could have been a play where DSG
this far
could have just started Baron and potentially taken it. But the point I was making is this type of slow, methodical victory
you
in 22
need
minutes where you're waiting for the sword
IE on Jhin.
is one of the most reliable ways to win League of
Without
Legends
IE on Jhin, they deal like
Baron only giving
pretty much no damage.
Half the gold reward that it used to, as well as being harder to kill. The reliable way of winning is going for Dragon Soul. So in this weird period where Otacon used to accelerate the game,
notice how this gold lead is slowly decreasing a little bit for DSG.
They're going to get slightly more farm than you during this period. They're going to try not to give you bounties, and then they're going to take the soul before eventually going for Baron in the end.
And we can see this play one more time.
See, this is where
really nice
if I'm
the point blank ultimate into the Deadly Flourish.
I want to say you don't want to like absolutely start a fight, but you got your advantage. Like if you sit here and scale again, Sentinels does outscale you.
He still gets a 1v3, and he wasn't even trying to kill him until the Nico flashed on him. He was just trying to run, but that is how fed Castle is.
Yeah.
And it's 1:30 until Soul here. Kryra also. These are the dream Nocturne games. When you were just power farming the whole time, and the only times you ever have to fight is with your ulti, it feels so nice. I mean, he has kept up basically with the Soul laners.
Solo getting more resistances.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
On the Nocturne jungle. And I think Sentinels
You're not wrong.
probably will contest the Soul, because I know they're thinking it's pretty cooked. I mean, maybe they say, you know what, we just stay in our base and we wait for Elder and hope we get a flip.
No, I think you fight it,
option,
personally.
But often, you know, in these kind of games, you see teams just kind of walk out, fight the Soul.
Not like full
get ace,
fight,
and
like
then the
not
Baron
full
goes and the game's
committal,
kinda
but I
over.
think you
the
try and go
Soul's
for the
correct
steal.
time to do it. You see the Actualizer on Orianna to maybe give them a little bit more burst. Also, it's an Infinity Edge on Rahel, so that's another change to this season with the fact that 80 carries have such increased gold income.
The steal will
The
go a
game
very
starts
long way
sooner,
here.
But Dragon still spawns at the same time.
All right, we got
Plus
IE
the
on
80
Jin,
carry quest,
so
plus
you're
the
you're
cash
at your power
I'd
spike
say
that you
last
can
year
now
if a team was
fight.
going for a 25-minute Soul, the team with low income would never have a 3-item 80 carry here. But now they can actually fight, right? The 80 carries are equivalent in gold. If you land a good Actualizer ult on the Orianna, and if
Okay.
your Scion is taking the right space, it's absolutely their best chance they have.
Look at this, Sentinel set up.
Yep, and they are
This is
kinda
what you want,
first
though.
to
This is
the
a good
injector
setup for Sen
Kyra
now.
Just coming out of base, doesn't have the full money for the GA.
I think you'd be willing to give up Baron for
Castle,
Dragon,
though,
personally.
has 3 completed items here. He's monstrously strong, and he is on the
Oh,
side.
here
Has
it
been
goes.
spotted. In goes Kryra, and they're just
No
looking
flash.
for the Jhin. The ulti, though, misses the pop
Okay,
awesome.
pop awesome, not bad.
Rahel trying to survive, but
Doesn't
he's not
matter.
gonna be able to
They
do
just
it.
clean
Darkwing
it
has
up.
to flash out. He
Oh,
has no health.
yeah, no.
Castle falls. Call Me is low, but it's Impact. Hombach trying to make a stand here, trying to get something done. They just don't have
Oh,
the
he got him.
Flashes in. Does got one. Darkwing's still there behind Impact.
I
At
mean,
the
Jhin
end
no
of the day,
flash,
though, it is
but, like-
+1 for DSG, as well as a big health advantage and the jungler staying alive. And that should mean it's Soul for DSG.
It'll likely be Soul, but this was a well-played fight from Sentinels. You can see the ultimate ends up landing on side, and the fact that everyone grouped up this much really benefits Hombach's Aatrox. He's not that fed, but he ends up almost at full health from all of the Aatrox healing he gets in this very close fight.
That
Ends up
helps my
finishing
back
Call Me at
so
the very
much.
end of this. Nicely done before falling. Chemsoul does go over, though. Ends up being a little bit too little too late. But you could see Golden Glue thought, hey, maybe this is the time we clutch the game.
Okay.
They got a couple bounties out of it, not to mention this turret. So they're still barely involved.
Dark Wings. If you die
Wings
here,
did
that's
stay up
not
to
good.
grab that tower. Castle, though, hunting for him. It looks like he's actually going
Okay.
to walk out.
He got out.
That was a really good fight from Sentinels. If the gold is closer, they look really good in that fight.
I think we're
right?
like this
Totally.
next
I
fight's
feel
going to be
Rahel actually
pivotal.
played it quite well.
If
The back
Sentinels
step to actually avoid
win,
the ult
like
from
even
Castle,
goes
otherwise he
even
did
in
the
this
dives,
next
forced them
fight,
to
it
spend
might
a
be
lot
over
more
for
to actually finish
DSG.
off that Jhin. Allowed him to get a little bit of damage
Barring
out
them
with that
obviously
IE
like getting a
before he
pick,
goes
but like
down.
straight up 5v5s, like I
Sentinels
think this is
fought
going to be the one that
valiantly
like
there,
starts
but
swinging the
gold lead
tides.
remains 5K, and now Jhin gonna get spotted out. Has the flash. Has to
Jhin
use
flashed
it.
down
As
already.
soon as that came back up, it is just gone again.
Vision
and that
game
is Kryra, level
is
16,
just
has the
so
GA completed,
ridiculous
and a
for
much
DSG
shorter
right now.
ultimate cooldown now.
All right,
with
now you go
Raptor.
straight for Baron.
Really good ward there at Raptor Pit. Rahel was just trying to play safe, keep up farm. I was going to say the only advantage they have now is that Rahel's flashes back
Go
up.
straight to Baron.
And Kryra says, not anymore.
Sentinels cannot fight them at all. Now it's a problem.
Starting up the Baron here, trying to force a fight. Kryra won't have his ulti, but we'll see if they can even get over to
This is what I
contested
mean. You
Jet
have
and Lions
Karma
trying to
Ezreal
keep them away.
frontlining.
DSG will have to pull off. It would take them a long time to two-man that Baron. That is not Nazir or Kaisa or anything like that. But
Akali
meanwhile,
bot
Kali is
side.
just pushing bot
Get
side.
farm.
And
Okay.
no one was answering, so does get some more plates off that.
We got
before
Sion
he can
going
get
down
and
there.
collect That wave.
Really curious
Proactive,
how
good plays, but never overextending.
DSG will
Yeah, I
play
mean,
out
hey.
the rest of this game. Currently, they're sitting in a 1-3-1. Another
Oh,
all
okay.
Could be in some trouble. The fear tether is there. Castle ult
That's-
over the wall. Shockwave does
honestly,
not get much done. Lions comes in.
Hombach's
and they're
still
gonna
living
lock
a
down
long
Hombach, who
time.
has
Okay,
no
that's flash.
Hombach fighting valiantly will fall to Castle. It's another
Open
kill
up,
from
curtain
DSG.
call?
They have no hesitation on this as
Oh, Call Me nearly died.
falls on the bot side to Impact, who narrowly
Uh-oh.
does not take him down.
Uh-oh.
The Seekers was not used, and Call Me survives, and they're going to go right back to the Baron now. There's no jungle.
Sion
here.
has TP,
Sentinels
though.
will spot it out.
Sion could
They have
TP
no
top.
choice but to contest.
Yeah, Akali's going to be able to teleport in. They
There it
might
comes.
look for a
All right, here we
flank
go.
from the Akali, but they have
This
no
is it.
ultimates other than Ezreal, so I think it's a little dangerous.
Yep.
They might play to finish.
Trying to
Curtain
look
call.
for an ulti. They're getting it low. Will they be able to finish
Ooh,
off Pop Blossom across
good
multiple
Pop
levers? The
Blossom?
Jet goes out.
Nope.
They secure the
Kryra
Baron.
got it.
Impact, and who
Can
in
Jhin
the
do
middle of
any
mid, they're
damage?
start falling
No.
here. Darkwings and Rahel trying to get some damage down,
Jhin
but they're
just
being
out
threatened
here.
on the side.
Jhin
And
didn't
now
even get to
Impact is
auto
just
more than
getting
twice.
focused down by everyone. Flashes over the wall. Tries
And
to
now
get
he's
out.
dead. He has no
Kryra gonna
flash.
ult into the back line. He's in
Bye-bye.
on the Rahel. Rahel is feared up. Kryra can't quite finish
Oh,
him off. Now
oh.
he gets shockwaved away. Rahel's still alive.
Nope, and
Finally
it
falls.
still lives.
Kryra
Wow.
doesn't even lose his GA as he
Wow.
heals back up with the passive auto. DSG crushing through this game. looking to be completely
that's game.
in form here for the lock-in playoffs.
That's
Looking
game.
really good. I'd say ChemSoul did a lot of work in that fight as they were sitting at low health, but just a very strong sequence of play. They kill the Aatrox, and they say, you know what? We're just going to take whatever damage you throw at us, make sure we secure
DSG
the Baron,
at MSI?
and then
Possibly.
we'll fight in the later 5v4, knowing that we have GAs and stopwatches and the ChemSoul, and they're just very confident.
Yeah,
in
Jhin
taking
just
the
got
fight.
zoned
The
out of
same
that fight
ultimate that they
entirely.
used
Could
to
not
get the
auto
Aatrox
once.
Dead, immediately comes off cooldown, probably for a 1/10 of a second before Cryer
And he tries
uses it
here.
again. As you mentioned, doesn't even lose.
Tries to grenade
his
auto and
GA.
doesn't.
Absolutely
That's
crazy.
tragic.
Triumph procs coming in at just the right time, likely making this game out of reach.
Yep, and you can see the look on Impact's face. He knows it. This one is definitely cooked.
Yeah, this one's
it is
over.
a 10,000 gold lead here.
Let's
when
see
we
you end it
Sentinels
cleanly,
try to
DSG.
out and
Come
get
on.
test at that Elder Dragon, but 10K, Soul, Baron, DSG, full control start to finish, it feels like, on this one. Really playing a great game, and Castle just monstrously ahead now. 4K in the gold lead.
Good poke from Ezreal.
Trying to just kind of create a little bit of space to knock down that wave so they can then run mid.
Sion just standing there, able to tank all of it now. He's 3 items,
Sentinels
so.
really just trying to walk forward because they knew it was 5v3, but since they're more of a counter-engaged team composition, unless Huhi finds some miracle play with no stopwatch to not instantly get one shot.
It's a shame they won't get
they're not
past
gonna be
EU.
able to
Bitch, you're in the
this, but
wrong
Yeah, they're
territory.
playing 1-3-1, which is
You are in the
generally
very
speaking,
wrong
a pretty
territory
risky
if you
strategy,
think.
but with Nocturne, able to pick their side.
Let's go.
Going to be going in on to
Oh my God,
Darkwings,
bye,
and he
Darkwings.
is just dead in a hurry. That is the difficulty of playing against that Nocturne in that mid lane. Joins the side lane very easily. Down on the bot side, you can see no one there to answer that wave. As Sentinels were trying to clear out mid, we're trying to respond to the dive top.
Nice.
DSG, though, make the dive cleanly happen. Kryra stays top now. They're going to lose all 3 towers in a hurry.
Oh, Castle might be caught here.
This is the best game I've seen DSG play. They're doing
Castle's
so
definitely
much
caught.
As we might just see him die.
Yeah, Castle.
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
does fall, but they triple inhib them at the same time, very likely. A little bit of health on that mid lane one. The Jhin ulti going to be opening up. Sentinels tried to force the fight here, as they are going to get a nice.
Okay, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 50 seconds on Ezreal. 44 seconds on Mbessa.
The tough part
Elder's up in
is
33
still
seconds.
get stolen. Maybe someone could backdoor as Carver's still on the map, but 30 seconds until Elder spawns. There's 40 seconds
Wait
here
a
on Sajed.
minute. You're
And,
kidding.
Castle won't have TP when he respawns.
If that's not a caster curse, I don't know what is. They had played so well. I'm like, best game
You
they've
are
seen.
kidding.
It was looking like one of the best games.
Prediction for the
I've
series?
seen
I'm
in
saying
LCS
3-1
this split. It's
DSG.
not the fastest game, but just like the
Go,
decisions they were
bro.
making. The
Elder's up
macro
in
they were
10 seconds.
using.
Go.
I know I will
Go. What are we doing? Come on, go.
Last week.
Go, go, go,
I
go,
was
go.
really buying into that with the way they
You
were
got 10
moving
seconds
around the
until
map and his
Ezreal's up.
ult
Fight
usage
this.
and
What are they going to do?
just his
2v5
timing all
you?
around the map. And then the team does that. and it's
Sack
kinda
the
like, okay, they're
waves.
still-
You have
they're
TP
still
on
working
Orianna.
things.
Go.
They're still not as clean as they could be.
It's not inspired. He's inspired.
Yes,
junior. So
fight
give
it.
him a- give
Start
him
it.
A couple of years.
It's not his fault. He just wasn't controlling the team well enough. But as you mentioned, this could be Sentinels trying to pull the game back. They're just going to flip this Elder if they know
Oh,
it's
no, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's way too late. You were way too
He's
slow on
running
this. You got to
out
back off
the
now.
map. Gonna try to just burst this down. We'll see if they can make
Or
it happen.
try
Here
and go
comes
for
the
it.
engage.
Oh, this
Kryra
ain't gonna be
running
good.
back onto Rahel.
Oh,
Kryra
no, this is
incredible
really not
over
gonna
the
be good.
Dragon getting pretty low here as well as Darkwings is gonna get knocked
Yeah,
out by Call
no.
Me. Call Me as well as Castle.
It was.
just piling
Oh,
up the
you
back
got to
line.
go
Humi's
quicker.
down. Darkwings is down. Sentinels are looking
Yep.
like they are toast. As
Ugh.
insult to injury, Kryra even grabs the Elder. They're going to finish him
Game.
off. They're going to
GG.
clean up the game. DSG looking like they are marching on.
I'm
the
sorry,
next
but
as
like
they
your
able to
only
take a
chance in
lead
this
here
game, if
in
you're
this
Sentinels
best of
in that
5
situation,
series. They
is
will strike
like just
first,
let the waves
and
be what they
will
are.
strike
You
really
need to get to
dominantly
Elder by
here
the second that
as they knock him
spawns.
down 32 minutes in.
The
Soul,
second that
Elder,
spawns, you need to be
Baron.
there. And they were just like they took their time
20-8
clearing out
is the
other
kill
stuff.
score. They did it
That's
all,
tough.
and they made it look good.
They were really just fantasy point maxing. I think at the end of the day, that's a perfect way to pick
Oh
up 5
my
extra
God,
kills
Kryra
at the Elder Drake, but
smurfed on
game
Hamba.
1 of this best of 5 goes soundly.
Player of
in
the game?
favor
It's
of
not even
DSG.
close.
Spam chat to see who your player of the game is. Lounge, what do you think?
It's Kryra.
What do we think? I
I
me
think
and
Kryra's
Kobe,
looking pretty good.
Yeah, me and Kobe are looking good with our
And us,
predictions
yeah,
thus
we're
far.
also looking
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, no, that was not particularly close.
Rad's not looking as good though. Looking so good.
I gave him a game, guys. This is trouble.
Seeing that 100 Thieves logo on there, low-key pissing me off.
This is scary. DSG
Okay, let me catch up on the notifications. So I know Plexowich was said. TM Dow, thank you for the follow. Jay Schmess, thank you for the follow. Plexi Cod, thank you for the follow. And Food Crazy Jim, thank you all for the follow. Fun game one. Fun game one. Kryra very much proving himself early on. Very much proving himself.
At the very beginning of the game, which is pretty funny to watch because
is that not even? It's not even.
So the best explanation I can come
Calvine
up with
48, thank you for the follow. I need to
is right here.
This is gonna piss me.
Everybody loves cannon minions. So
and Basil too, thank you for the follow. Fun game one.
I'm probably not gonna need my
Feel anybody else having issues with fantasy site not showing points? I mean, it might be down. I don't know. It's also Valentine's Day, so I wouldn't be surprised if like half the staff is out with their family.
But look, he doesn't even deny the cannon. The Darkwing still got the cannon. So so even if that was the goal, I wasn't able to deny it. Anyways, that didn't
wasn't punished for it either.
That didn't end up mattering at all, Raz.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter.
So for something that really
jump
did
scared
matter,
the Oriana.
Take a look here. We just had. This is before the game is kind of lopsided. Scion here, Impact actually just teleported. This thing with Spectator Client is actually on cooldown. He just teleported up there. And so look at the setup. It's so
there we go.
Here,
okay, now the mic's in a much better spot.
DSG because
now we're chilling. And I can zoom in a little bit. Do this. Makes you feel better. 100 Thieves Valorant lost O2. Nice. I'm a vindictive X, is what I like to say. If you wrong me, I like you to personally be wrong as well. They're not in the LCS anymore, so I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad on saying that. Yeah. Absolutely deleted. I mean, honestly, like the bigger problem from this game one, in my opinion, was what screen is David looking at? I don't know. I think the bigger problem with this game one was actually Darkwings. I think he actually he caused some of those fights early, just being pushed up a little bit too far. That I think it ended up
it's the wrong Olympic sport.
Leading to some picks or like some advantageous positions early on that allowed Castle to get fed. Because like everybody's gonna look at Castle's scoreline and be like, "Oh, he played amazing," and it's like, he cleaned up, but like Kryra and
yeah, you should apologize about your height.
Hey, Martin, how we doing? How we doing?
In this mid wave, right? And the thing that you're really gonna want to pay attention to.
Aatrox had some bad tunnel moments.
Is down here.
You're not wrong on that as well.
And it's going to end up that Lions ends up backing.
But like this is my thing here, like right here. The game's at 3K, like that's bad.
They decide, okay,
that's bad.
He's in a good position. We can make a play onto him.
Like you can't be up that far with Nocturne Oriana.
We end up playing this out where the kind of Hambach goes in.
100T are eliminated from lock-in.
To get got here.
Oh, they're eliminated from VCT lock-in. Their COD team is struggling, and they happen to pick up a Rainbow Six Siege team. Oh no, I'm so sad.
Just down there, getting plates, right? So
Fuck
as we speed through this, the big thing here.
Oh, did I say that? Sorry.
End up joining, but here, Sajed ends up getting.
Sentinels looking fine-ish. They can take late games. I mean, okay, so here's what I want to see from Sentinels going into game 2. Like the big change that I personally want is I want to see put Rahel on a champion that can carry. Like go for like a mid-game skirmish comp. That's not like it felt like this comp was very much countering what DSG was throwing at him once they took away the Nocturne. Just give me a comp that is based around Rahel winning this game and invest your resources in the bot lane. Like whether it's ganks, doesn't matter what, like just 100% let Rahel carry the game. Because like I know it might seem overreaction. It's like, oh, don't strip resources away from Darkwings and mid lane. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying play for bot side.
Lighten up, all right? Looked at the screen. We all have to see this, all right? We all have to recognize that DSG took game 1, but I'm not sure about game 2, Kobe.
Game 2, I'm feeling DSG. I'm feeling a game 3. Sentinels comes back, takes one off of them, but I still think overall, I think that's where we're gonna end up at.
Yep. Congrats to him. Congrats to DSG.
That's where I stand on it.
Look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T.
Boo, safe prediction. That's not a safe prediction. It's an honest. Oh, pardon me for thinking that honest predictions are safe. Well, you want me to just pick 3-2 because, oh, I want there to be a game 5. It's like, nah, if I believe it's a 3-1, it's going to be a 3-1. I'm going to say what it is. That team fight is just a mesh of colors. Just colors everywhere. Oh, man. And they still couldn't kill Impact, which is the funny part. But now all these champions are gone. Any 3-1 prediction is safe because you're always either one game off or correct. I don't see predictions that way. Personally, I see predictions in the vein of like, you're either right or you're wrong. Like it's not like close. It's black or white in my opinion when it comes to like score line. Now, if you're saying that it's going to be a close series and it's not, fine. Like I can, like if somebody's telling me, oh, it's going to be a close series and it's a 3-0, but every game is so closely contested, yeah, that I'm fine with that. But if you tell me it's going to be a 3-1 and it's a 3-0, you were wrong. Period. Like the score line dictates all for a prediction.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy.
If this is going to be a 3-0 though, like if this ends up being a 3-0 DSG, oh god. First and foremost, again, Sentinels like most fraudulent 2-seed ever. But
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this will help.
that was, I like that commercial. That was good. Although the safety part of me was worried. I'll go back whenever it's at the countdown. Oh, bro, food looks so good right now. I don't even know what I want to do for dinner. What up, Hart? How we doing? Start following you during Worlds like content. Hey, from South Africa, over on TikTok. Sage, how you doing? Biggest surprise of the LCS season so far? I mean, it's got to be DSG. Let's just go back and look at this real quick. Hold up. Let me go back real quick.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need
Emily has like maybe 2 inches of clearance on that steering wheel. From like seeing it, like half the bottom half of the windshield is definitely blocked. We need to raise that seat a lot. Okay. Like your chin should never be below the steering wheel. When you're, I mean, granted, maybe this is like a tall person perspective, like thing of like noticing and calling out here. I cannot imagine driving when my like the bottom level of my glasses are even with the steering wheel. That would freak me out. I feel like I would have no vision at all. Which I know is just a commercial and I'm nitpicking something that's on like a commercial. But I'm just thinking, I'm looking at that like, we need to bump up the, no, you don't need that seat. Every modern car allows you to elevate your seat pretty high. So just like bump that shit up a lot further.
DSG crushing through this game, looking to be completely in form here for the lock-in playoffs.
I love goal difference at 14 going by player. That's fun. We're just better drivers. We don't need extra vision. You're not wrong. We've been practicing Scion Speedway for how long? We're great drivers around here, obviously. Wouldn't it be funny if today's series is the blowout and tomorrow is the close one, despite people thinking that it's going to be the exact opposite? Wouldn't it be funny? Oh, dude, that burger's looking so good. I guess you're tall, you wouldn't know about a little window underneath. Oh, no, I would not at all. What are we talking about there? Huh? There's a window underneath the steering wheel? What? Look, I even drove. So my mom in her like her 40-year-old like midlife crisis purchase was a 2010 Camaro. Like if you ever watched Transformers, like the Bumblebee car, the black and yellow one, we had that but in maroon. And she would never let me take it to anything but prom. And even driving that car, like, even because I had to be seated back because the ceiling's like so low, and you had some pretty significant blind spots like right behind you to the left and right because of how the mirrors and lack of windows are in that car. But even then, like, I still like steering, like, I'm never seeing below the steering wheel. Below the steering wheel is the speedometer. And your gas and the RPMs and like what? How's there a window below that? I said this with the facts. C9 avoided DSG even though they had the free reign to choose. Oh no, I agree. Surprising from a WoW. They're fun to watch perspective, but DSG has played with surprising. I honestly think DSG has been the most fun team to watch this split. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, well, it depends. If you're hate watching, then obviously I think TL is the team that like many people love to hate watch right now because of like APA and C9 and the rivalry kind of between those two. But I think if you're watching for fun, DSG and FlyQuest are by far like the two most fun teams to watch. Without question.
If you WRQ, basically like, you know, allowing you to have 50 Fury, then W get the empowered.
I want to see my ADC battle. Come on, give it to me.
Back to back instantly. So really cool little tricks from that. I'm loving that segment. Been a lot of fun to watch. Sentinels, we'll see if they
give me my ADC battle, please. All right, back in game.
DSG in game number 1, and on some of their kind of iconic picks. You know, it's Impact on a great tank. It's Darkwings on a control mage. Could be a little scary.
But DSG just played to their win conditions wonderfully. You can see what is banned from Fearless in the middle. They had the triple divers.
Move that out of the way.
And they used the dive just right.
Azir gone, Aurora gone,
what was Sentinel's plan in that
Akali,
game?
Orianna gone. Ooh, what is the mid lane pool going to be this game? And Lucian gone. Okay, so bot lane, Rise.
Now we'll see what happens in the rest of the series, because we were just talking about how Rahel has been the main win condition.
I mean, do you pick up the Yanara first?
On hyper carries, and because
Yanara feels like a very safe pick
that pushed him off
in the current moment.
Like Jhin. But now that those divers are no longer accessible, maybe this draft will open up more for a Rahel carry. Remember, both these 80 carries are insane on Kai'Sa, which is going to be a priority pick as soon as one of them lock in as well.
Yep, will be very interesting to see who grabs that.
Pantheon, grab the Kai'Sa.
Rise,
grab the Kai'Sa now. Do it.
Really
it pairs so well with Pantheon.
Out in both of the games so far, and Orianna has been taking
grab the Kai'Sa. Do it.
King of the mid lane from this position. We have seen people responding with both the Anivia as well as the Cassio. Those are kind of becoming the two really popular ones.
Fine.
A lot of early and mid game power here though with the Renekton as well as the Pantheon. Point and click CC, a lot of lockdown, which can be something that
answer Rise. I mean, the one that I've seen across like LEC and others was
it's hard to pump out the damage when you're just constantly getting stunned.
For sure, and another mini global
J4.
For Kryra.
Interesting.
He had a Pantheon game against Lion where he was very effective.
Don't know if I like the
J4. AD, top jungle. Last game they had the Ambessa Nocturne. This time they have the Renekton Pantheon.
Talia's still open? Yeah, you're not right. Oh, you're right. Talia's open. I forgot. You're right. It's 100% going to be Talia Pantheon.
Now we see, will Impact
and it feels like
here, or are they going to be
Kai'Sa's going to get banned then. It's not going to go through. Shit.
You know, maybe grab something
unless you grab it here for Sentinels, but even then I don't think it's a good pick.
Right now, you see the Renekton and just kind of go forward from there. It prevents them from going for any sort of protection bans. Gnar has become the really popular answer. I mean, it was for many years.
Why not?
Has been
do it. Slam it.
The LCS.
Yes.
Impact very heavily associated with
Come on.
Maybe not as much in the more recent years.
That's what I like to see.
And we got the Kai'Sa locked in this time. It ended up getting banned in the 4-5. Both Rahel and Sajed have looked incredible on this pick.
Also, Sage over on TikTok. Thank you for sending it over to Hearts.
Enablers that press their stun to apply the Kai'Sa passive so she can fly in at the end of fights. So
I'm loving this comp from DSG so far.
It's also
Talia's going to get banned away from them, to be very clear. So you're not going to get that this game.
But something that I think sometimes people overlook is it really increases your DPS.
I do, like one of the champs that I was looking at
you know, we're talking about
initially, which probably not the best idea since they have a J4.
Their passive
But the
got up to
wall
doing
could also be
48%
really good as
missing
like the
health
Anivia
damage.
counter pick.
So when
It's
you
like
have a lot
fun.
of stuns and you're constantly
Probably
applying
start watching
plasma,
League more
you are
instead of
proccing
just
that,
Worlds.
Like, nonstop. When
Hey.
you're AP and you hit a W, that's 3 stacks of plasma.
We
2
love
stuns,
watching
a root,
domestic
whatever.
play.
That's
That's
an
what I'm
instant
talking
proc,
about.
And you are dealing 48% missing health damage. That is a 7-item AP Kaisa, to be fair, but it is quite a DPS increase at times. We are seeing
There's
the
the
expected bans here. Mid lane
Aphelios,
gonna be
the
targeted
Inara,
by Sentinels
Lucian's
as they have their
banned,
mid laner.
Varus is
Bot lane gonna be
banned.
targeted by DSG as they of course do have their bot laner.
Who are they going
and it is
bot
a couple
lane?
of those hyper carries that you had talked about. You know, for Rahel, they banned
I don't
away
even
the
know.
Aphelios, they banned
Is
away
this like
the
a
Inara, they
Jinx
already
angle?
double banned him
Like
in
a
the
Thresh
first phase
Jinx?
as well. You know, you can go towards
Where do you
some of the less
go?
common
Misfortune?
carry picks. You know, things like Jinx do sometimes come out, Zeri and so on. Corki is
Callisto
up
or
and
not?
available
Oh
if you
god,
wanna go
no!
for
Please
a
no.
Corki.
Ew.
But Corki's the only thing that he has played that is not banned.
Oh,
so
Corki. You're right. Damn it.
Probably has to. They
Oh,
don't
the
ban out
Anivia.
The Anivia, despite banning out the Talia, so wouldn't be shocked if they go Anivia into the Rise here. That's
Bang! Hey, look at that. I'm learning draft. Hey, there we go. Come on. Come on. Look at me paying attention and predicting picks now. I'm getting better.
As all of their bans have just been slammed into Rahel.
They definitely agree that he's the best performing AD carry on Sentinels, at the very least, you know? So
Ash
at the very
Thresh.
least. So we know that much. So.
I feel like Threat.
Ooh,
Oh.
really cool combo
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
Interesting.
when you get one hit of the Seraphine E,
Interesting.
if you are rooted, you get stunned, right? So when you do an auto,
Oh, I
or
don't
a
like
W
Rek'Sai
from
here.
Ash, and then you have an empowered E, it actually
Oh,
stuns you
Blitz.
from Seraphine.
Oh my god, this is fun.
That's a blitz right
Hell
there.
yeah.
Really
What?
DSG doesn't care. Like,
Fuck
they
it,
do
we
not care
ball.
what you
Hell
pick.
yeah.
Meter,
Let's go. Come
slam,
on.
Whatever, you know, the old school counter is going to be. They're looking to
Butter
be
called it in chat, by the
exceptionally
way.
flexible
Butter
in
did
these
call it
drafts.
that it was going to be the
I don't necessarily
Blitz.
think this is like a winning lane always, but it's a skill check that they are going to be able to land hooks
Blitz
and play
pulls
with.
Seraphine, it's over. Unless he like pulls
Seraphine
Seraphine ults, and then he gets his whole team
I
ulted.
actually think
Oh.
DSG in the 2v2, as long as you don't get hooked by Sentinels and you just play in the minions, I think they're going to stomp them. I think it's going to be really hard in the 2v2 against Ashe Seraphine. It is a really tough lane to fight into. But
I mean,
if
Sen's
Kyra is
team
there and
fight
you get
comp
flash knocked
is
up and hooked, you're just dead,
disgusting.
because you're going to get CC chain 100 to 0. It is going to be really,
Like,
really difficult.
absolutely
So that is
disgusting.
the challenge here for Rahel and Huhi, but very cool combo. Also worth noting that the Blitzcrank
Have to be
are
outplayed by
off
picks? Yeah.
shields.
I
You have
will say,
Sarah
so
shield
here's the
for
thing.
eyes, you have
This is a
Jarvan
very
W,
high
potentially
level of
even
execution
Sarah
comp for
Sharp, you have
DSG
Seraphine heals and
in
shields
order to
as
make
well,
this
so,
work.
like, there's some value there too.
If they
This
win
is
this,
honestly
it's a
really
3-0.
cool slam there from Lions, and they didn't hesitate at all.
Like, I
They
don't
saw
know
that
how
come through
you,
and they just
like, I don't know
instantly
what
slammed
you
it down.
do to
So,
win if you're
exciting
Sentinels
draft for game 2.
That's the more
if you lose this.
exciting
Because,
part
like,
for
then
me
DSG
is
is
it
just
wasn't like
beat
you
your
see the
ass
Ashe Seraphine,
twice when your
which
whole
was a
idea
combo
is
that
to
other
go, like,
teams have
team
picked
fight comp
historically, but we
and
haven't seen in the
try and
LCS.
scale. I don't know if I
They
like Ashe or
immediately
Rahel,
knew exactly what they
but
wanted to do. It was a risky thing.
what are you going
and
to do?
They did it right away, which just makes you think that this team is brimming with confidence.
YouTube is slow.
And it's such a stark contrast.
I mean,
to
if you're
what
dropping
DSG
into
was like
TikTok's
last year.
got
This is
what?
just a completely new
4
team.
people
They're
watching.
completely
YouTube
trying to
has
change their
100.
brand. And as
Like
you
to show you
mentioned,
the numbers
junglers
or to
going
let you know the
bottom.
numbers.
Cryer
We
was
have
already
right
there.
now
He's hoping that
close to
Cryer
200
checked the
people
bush.
watching,
And they might be
117 on
pulling off some
YouTube
shenanigans in
and
the early game. Ooh,
53
this is
on
interesting.
Twitch.
Yeah, Cryer
People
was
just
looking like he
genuinely
wants
seem to be
even
enjoying
just start
watching
down
and
here,
less
but
so
Rudy
chatting,
is moving to support.
which is
They
like very
know this is
millennial of
happening.
us.
I mean, Pantheon level 1 is very
So
strong,
millennial.
and now they spot him, so now
Uh-oh.
Cryer's gonna have to just
Oh,
leave.
Cryer,
He's
that's
gonna,
not
like,
good.
die or anything,
wow,
but you
and they
can't
started Sweeper.
reinvade.
That really hurts Cryer
DSG
right
has
there.
nothing?
He was hoping
Yeah.
to take over bot side.
DSG,
But
DSG.
Huhi and Hambach really scout that out. Like
That's
starting
not
the
good. That is a
Sweeper as well as
terrible
checking
start.
Right after he starts it is kind of disastrous for DSG, but it makes me think the Sentinels were expecting this from the start of the game.
Yeah, they very clearly were.
Okay.
It's a great read from them. Maybe it's something that they've seen out of Cryer in scrims. You had touched on it earlier, but even when
Interesting.
DSG was playing with Kisno, they
J-Rob
were still
lurking right
scrimming
now.
with Cryer.
Hey, I
believe
respect
they
my
said that They
lurkers.
had like 3 total scrims with Kisno ever.
Yeah.
So clearly they have been scrimming against him. There is the cost, though, of Sajed getting the push. So we have Raz now standing on the sideline with Golden Glue. What do you think about that early
What's
game?
Golden Glue got to say?
That's right. I've got Golden Glue with me right now. If you can look at the screen.
That's me. Hello.
As in, like, what are you? Because right now you're basically not too happy about how the level 1 has been going.
Oh, that's a
Well,
pull.
the level one, I mean,
Yeah.
oh gosh, we just got hooked. I mean, I feel like I was a little spooked out watching
Okay.
that, especially with the camera vision. You know,
Heal
you can
down.
tell
All
if we're
thumbs
about
up
to get hooked
still
or
for
not.
bot lane and
We pushed them
DSG.
off the red, but I still think right now it's looking very spicy in the early game.
It's a very spicy game, and I'll see if I can ask this question before I send it to casters. Just the thoughts on game one, because game one it felt like a pretty slow burning loss. Where do you think that's coming from?
Golden Glue's always stressed out. My dude's gonna be on heart pressure medication
I
here
think
soon.
in game one we had a little bit too much scaling and not enough priority. So as you can see, we kind of flipped it around. We have much more prio lanes this game, so we can have a stronger early game and kind of protect our camps more. So that's kind of like the change we're making game one to game two.
Okay.
And there's a lot to be afraid of because of how spicy this game is, but anything that you're noting from this composition, because an Ashe Seraphine is
cool,
you'd
be
but
quite young. I'm 31.
From Lions, anything you're concerned about from the DSG
31.
side of comp?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pantheon and Blitz are a bit scary. They've got like the global to go on.
I would assume most people could deduct that I'm 31.
One of those things is if we're
it feels like
up, a
reasonable
kind of,
age for me to be.
We just make sure we don't get picked off by random hooks or like split.
Oh.
Oh. It is what it is. We'll send it.
Oh, I love that from.
Action is going on.
I love that from Golden Glue. Oh shit.
Poor Golden Glue.
It's like the late 20s, early 30s. Yeah, so right around there.
Him. I mean, Hambach has done a good job capitalizing off of that late invade.
This blitz is 2 for 2 on pulls.
There was nothing really Kryra could have done to avoid that. And now might be, and also gets the deep vision. I think resetting is the correct call as well. But despite the hooks, that lane's still working out fairly well for them. He burned his flash, but I'd say it's worth it so far.
Yeah, 11 CS up for Rahel right now.
For Zed and Lions, unless you can kill them. They have Force Flash, so they have their own Flash and the jungle Flash, and maybe they can call him down. But wanted to touch on Kryra, as we may see him
Flash.
involved. Another Flash
Bang.
force there by Lions.
Blitz is
so
a problem.
DSG in his debut.
Mid to late 20s?
Really
hey, I'll take
huge,
that.
Playing against one of his heroes in Inspired. Darkwings does know they're down towards that bottom side, so should be able to sniff this out and avoid it. And we'll be able to do so. And he's on that ward.
Yeah, we'll be able to see it now, but we'll also just, I mean, he's lit up like a Christmas tree in here. He's walked through vision time and time again. They'll even see him doing the Gromp. So the rest of the lanes can.
This is going to be an interesting game to see if Kryra can get himself back in it.
Ghost, and Impact is
but right now, Lions is getting a lot out of people.
Very aggressively with
no
Castle.
flash on Huhi right now.
It's just so fun for me to see, Kryra coming in, going up against Inspired. You're like, well, that's the hardest person you could debut against for a jungler. And having so much confidence, not only did he play well, but he was kind of styling.
Castle.
Like he was, popping off on the player
not
cam.
So much.
Then in game 3 on the Mundo, he's in the base, he's spam taunting, showing some personality, showing that confidence.
There we go.
Which is just great to see, because this was a DSG roster that, according to Ido, was meant to be kind of built around Kryra, and the idea that Ido really feels strongly, you play through jungle, that is the way to play the game right now. And
Castle's gonna go.
Oh
no!
But Impact at 6 first. Castle levels up, hits the ulti, has to flash back to do it. Castle thought he was gonna get there first. Rise does have no flash, but in comes the Realm Warp, and that is going to be a freebie.
This is disastrous for DSG.
Castle trying to buy time for the abilities to come back, but can he slice and dice out to safety? They are waiting a long time on this. Impact is scared.
Oh God, you're sending 3 up here?
He knows he could get taken out. Rune Prison will grab first blood for Dark.
That feels like a lot,
Castle
no?
overplayed his hand. He thought he was going to get 6 first.
I mean, as long as
yeah, something must have happened with
as long as something else can be done elsewhere for DSG, then
with where the wave was, I would think Renekton would get level 6 in that 1v1 as well. But Impact outplays him, and then also I'd say the Rise is the great equalizer there.
Still no flash on Seraphine.
Aggressive top lane trading pattern, whichever mid laner can move first often sways the matchup, and that's what ends up happening there.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, Darkwings had no flash, but he just moves up towards top. Realm Warps in.
So man. We need a picture. No, go back.
Count the minions.
Go back.
Yeah, Impact just hits level 6 first. Must have had the experience advantage beforehand. Castle getting level 6 does delay it to prevent the actual one-shot.
Oh, what happened here?
And aggression coming ball in, but look.
Lions has no hook, so his hook missed, and that is how the lane looks when you
see,
have
that's
no
what I
hook,
mean. Like, I don't want to see the replay. Give me that.
Ranged on the Kaisa.
Oh, bye-bye.
Flashed on here, and the follow-up knock-up is there. Sajed coming in. They knock him down.
Ah, nah, man. You got to give Sajed that kill.
Level 6 first. Flashes forward.
Oh, he missed the hook.
Sajed is locked into this Cataclysm, but Rahel cannot really barely joined.
Wait.
Is just hitting Kryra, and now Hombach on the side is losing the fight. So Jed flashes
Oh,
away.
he got it.
Crazy
Nice.
survives.
Oh my God.
As
Okay,
everything
gonna be a
goes
problem now.
pear-shaped. Rahel was just hitting Kryra.
Gonna
He
be a
needed to stay
problem
with
now.
Hombach, or Hombach needed to stay with him, but they were not on the same page.
Holy
That is
shit.
Crazy that they ended up coming out of that one ahead. Hombach
Okay.
was level 6, Kryra was level 5, Lions was out of health, and they end up getting 2 kills out of nothing.
That's
that
insane.
Negates a lot of the advantage that had been built from the early laning from Rahel and Huhi. What a massive just finger check there from DSG.
Okay,
to come on top
here we
against
go.
Sentinels.
Sajed on the
Right
Kaisa,
place, right
leveling
time, and
up.
Even though Hombach had 6,
Leveling
he had the
up.
advantage. Ash was not hitting who he was hitting.
Dark
They
Wings
were
is
just
going to be
not
the
on
problem
same
this
target,
game,
so
in my
everyone
opinion.
was low,
That
but
Rise
no
looks
one
good so
died.
far.
And that is one of those disaster scenarios where you kind of wonder, what were the comms like? You know, were they just calling for different things? Did they not realize what their teammates
Sajed played
to
that
do?
so
'Cause
damn
Hombach even
well.
committed his flash to go in on Sajed there, but Rahel
And he
was
didn't
not
even
at
use his
range, and
cleanse. I
still
mean,
had
not that he
flash
had
ghost,
anything
so
that
you
he
have
needed to
feel
cleanse, but
there's
like.
a way they could have played that to hit the same target and probably come out on top.
I absolutely think so. But now Sajed, despite being down 15 to 20 CS, is even in gold and
Game
also
has
is
a bit-
30
oh, I
CS
know.
through his call. So he's going to be well on his way to being powerful.
I'm pretty sure I definitely
Kaisa
picked
power
Kaisa
for both of these guys has
Sajed.
been
I'm
very
surprised that they
high.
let me get that.
As you can see, 3 games.
This is going to
in
be a
every
big
series,
fantasy
Sajed has
game for
played
me
it.
if he can pop off.
In 2
A
of the
big
series, Rahel has
fantasy
played
game.
it, and both of them have absolutely dominated on it. So we thought this was going to be a
Kryra's
game 1
now
pick. It ended up
even
being
in
a game 2
CS
pick that
with a kill,
DSG
by the
picked
way.
early, so
Despite
look out for
getting
Sajed
zoned
later on in
off
this game.
early
Call me. Nice little
horrendously
trade
so.
there down on the Dark Wings, who of course is playing.
Do people
Phase
expect
Rush.
Sen
It
to be
has
higher
been
up or
nerfed a
mid-table?
little bit for range
Mid-table
users,
at
but he's
best.
also on the Swifties.
Most people
He has
expected
Ghost. He's
Sen
got
and
a ton of
DSG to be
move
like
speed
a
to
6th,
deal
7th
with some of
place
the
team,
difficulties in
or
this
for both of
matchup,
them,
but,
or like a more 5th,
Nvidia
6th.
skills really, really well.
So
and
the fact that
wall
they're
can be
playing
so effective.
for
It
a
just
spot
kinda
at an
splitting up
international
fights and
event is
making it
crazy.
annoying.
Or,
You know,
well,
even
yeah.
if you're not
The
just
America's
walling
Cup.
someone in for a stun, sometimes you can just wall out the Ash or
7.
the
God
Seraphine or whatever
damn
and
it.
kind of split up the fight and try to turn things around that way. But it is a bit of a tricky champion because it has such low
damn it.
mobility. You've really got to be careful about your positioning.
That's
This
on
is
me.
not Phase Rush Orianna. This is not Azir where you're zipping around a fight. You got to be in the right place at the start of the fight.
Yeah, definitely an old school pick that has found new prevalence into this Rise. And I think overall, it's not like it's just against a Rise. I'd say it's good against the Ashe Seraphine too, just since it's 3 people that don't
we
have
got
a good
level
way of
6
navigating that
on
wall,
pretty
so it
much
should
everybody.
allow them for
Not
some
saying the number that
nice team
junglers are
fighting
at.
later.
Oh, we're black.
And
And we're back.
is in this game very briefly, but I think Drake is going to be traded for Grubs here, which if you're DSG, you're very happy about. Against the Ashe Seraphine, being able to get the first Drake on your side is huge.
It really is. You know, we saw Golden Glue in that interview talking about how they picked for winning lanes, but things weren't really going that great in the early laning. You know, Castle was kind of out.
You all don't let me get away with anything, do you?
You know, Huhi got hooked twice, so they kind of lost some pressure there.
Nice.
Darkwing's going to be able to stop the recall from Call Me as he's getting quite low on mana, and Darkwings did just get back to lane, so happy to delay that base, but Call Me should have enough mana to just clear out this wave and then reset.
Kryra completely recovered
All right,
from that early
Dragon
as
on
well,
DSG
basically
side.
because
Where's
of
the
that
Goldie?
skirmish.
Goldie's entirely in mid lane with Darkwings,
If you look
which is
back
a
on this
great
game, if this
person to
ends up
have
being
it
a
on if
DSG
it
win,
scales.
It's going to be about that fight that happened a couple minutes ago where the CS advantage was removed essentially between Sajed and Rahel in terms of overall
I
gold.
mean,
and then
Sajed's
also allowed
just like
Kryra
so far
to
behind in
gain back
CS,
the
but there's
advantage from
nothing
his
that they can
failed
do.
level 1
You're just
invade.
naturally going to be that far
Now, it's
behind.
kind of all on where Lions can go. It's still a difficult lane for
Who
him
has
to play,
Flash? Everybody
they're
but
in a
J4
situation
has
now where they might
Flash.
have the damage that one hook can actually lead to a kill.
Yeah, and Blitz is just one of these champions where
Nobody's
if you were
around
controlling
Blitz. He
vision,
can't hook
it is
anybody right here.
Terrifying. And if you see the Blitz everywhere, he feels worthless. He is just doing nothing at all. So it is going to be a big vision game here. Of course, it is scary for Huhi to be checking things, but he's walking with Dark Wings at this point. Not going to be too worried about it. And
Not bad.
It's just a really tough matchup in the 2v2 if you are not landing
No full
those
item
hooks.
yet on any of
We'll
the
see. Seraphine
ADCs.
scales incredibly well, and I just kind of have this
Very
feeling that the game is
important
gonna
mark.
move more and more and more towards enchanters. With the role quest giving additional gold to supports, enchanters just outpace melee supports so heavily when they're on multiple items, and it's much easier to get towards multiple items in competitive games now than it ever really has been, because control wards cost less, you get passive gold.
Castle.
Zipac taking a
and-
big trade here.
Oh, is he going to get
against,
out?
Castle, who will be forced to pop
No,
has his
Cataclysm's
flash, may
still
have
going to be
to
here.
use it
No,
as in
he's
comes the
dead.
Realm Warp. Can he even survive? Flash forward there from Hombach with the flash Q. Darkwing's going to try to finish him off. Drops the turret aggro, barely
I would have tried to get,
survives.
personally
Wasn't
would
the
have tried to
cleanest,
give
but
that
they
over
do get it done on the second roam from Darkwing.
to Rise.
Is it worth it? I think it's going to be a question, though, as they're pushed off bot lane entirely. And
Nice.
a couple of plates go over
Good
to
play
Call
from
Me.
DSG.
So Darkwings did get that assist, but he had a 600 gold lead before that roam. Has a 300 gold lead now, has really relieved the pressure on the Anivia and given up pressure on the bottom lane. So that might have been an
Very
overinvestment.
nice.
We'll see if Impact can take over the side lane from here, but the immediate reaction to that play is that it monetarily wasn't worth it in the short term.
Yeah, I completely agree. Humbach going to get spotted on the ward. They're still waiting around. I don't think he's going to expect this.
Uh-oh, bye-bye.
In comes the killer instinct from Sajed.
Oh,
Humbach,
not
remember,
good.
spent his flash in the
Kaisa is
previous play.
cleansed.
Sajed
Now
gonna
she has
have to cleanse
flash.
out.
Ooh,
Nice
didn't get
sidestep
it.
on the ulti coming through there from the
I
room, but
think you
Darkwings
gotta
is
run.
coming on the roam. He's going to be able to reinforce.
Ooh, that's a lot of
Calmy
damage,
trying to
though.
Get there in time to help out. Maybe he can throw it on the wall and keep Kryra safe.
Hook.
Looks like he will
Hook
be
coming
able
up.
to.
Hook
Lions
missed.
has the hook back up, but it's going to
Damn.
be a whiff as Darkwings is just going to push forward.
I think Sajed kind of panicked a little bit there, but it's fine.
No one does die, but a lot of
As long as you don't die, I'd rather that than dying by a.
Seraphine ult, I think he would have went down.
I completely agree. Flash, ult,
All right, that's fine.
and cleanse all down from Sajed. You can
We're
see
chilling.
Flash is still up for the mid lane as well as both AD carry and support for Sentinels. So they win out.
All
overall.
sums down on him though,
On
so he's
that
got to be
4v4,
careful now.
I want to credit
But-
Darkwings for a lot of this early game. He has been first to move in so many situations. I think he's been crucial to their ability to play with Prio. But with all that being said, gold this
All right,
evening,
come
it's
on.
1 Drake to 0 for DSG. So a lot of league left to be played.
Now we got full item on to
and,
Kaisa.
double tier
First full
stacking
item.
up, of
Cole
course,
still
for
18
Huhi
stacks
and
away.
Darkwings
Dragging
and
up in a
DS tier of his
minute
own.
30
But it always feels really
seconds.
nice on these enchanter supports to be able to afford
Top
the team not
side,
get punished,
even in
'cause
CS,
you're
but
spending a
kill
lot of your
over
early game
to
gold for no
Impact
combat
puts him a
power
little bit ahead,
whatsoever.
which is pretty nice.
But
And then a
the
pretty
Whispering
massive lead in
Circlet
the mid lane
upgrades
for
into, like,
Sentinels.
Diadem or whatever. That item is very, very strong.
Really
for
even game
enchanters.
state.
And
which,
helps
in
with
my
a lot of the
opinion, in
mana
these
issues that you
mid-game
do
fights,
have. So being
barring
able
a
to
blitz
actually have
hook,
an enchanter support
favors
item, that is
Sentinels.
Some of the changes that
So we
I
will
think
see.
really did help out enchanters coming into the season.
I completely
We
agree.
will
I think if
see.
you want to gain elo and you don't mind playing enchanters, like just doing tier Seraphine and Sona all day in solo
strong.
queue and playing a lot of games, you're just going to gain elo, man. Like you're just, the shielding and healing becomes so overpowering later in the game.
Nice.
In pro, it can definitely be a little different with all the different angles and coordination that DSG can engage on them with. So it's the complete
look at how
opposite really
fast
of
that
playing
wave
Nico, where
goes.
he's constantly looking for these
Jesus.
engage angles. He needs to be constantly on the
Okay,
lookout of
Castle on the
getting
back
engaged
foot
on.
right now. So
But if they
Impact's
set up in
now.
the 5v5, once he
Impact
has
should be
that
able to get
fully
the better
upgraded,
disadvantage and push it
Datum
in.
of songs will
Or
be very
better
powerful.
this lane and push it in
the
now.
baseline of Seraphine is just comically higher than that of Blitzcrank, right? Blitzcrank must hit a hook on a
All right,
primary
finally a
carry
fully completed
to
item
have
for
equal or
Darkwings.
better value than the Seraphine, who just has to
Rod
press-
of Ages, so
basically
he's
press
going to
W
scale
and T,
incredibly
right? Like,
well.
If you hit a tank, if you hit no one,
Yeah,
you're
nobody.
doing
Okay,
nothing
you
on
back up.
Blitzcrank.
Oh,
So, a lot
Lions
of
might
pressure on
die.
Lions. We'll see if he can make something
Yep.
happen. He's going to get connected
Lions
onto
dead.
by that Ash arrow. Has his flash available.
Yep.
Didn't flash anything. Just CC.
Oh, are they
down,
gonna
100
take
to 0.
the
In
follow-up
comes
here?
Kryra and Call Me. They arrive flashing forward there on a Humbach.
Humbach dead.
Knock him down. Sajed gets the
Kill
kill
the
there
Kaisa.
as Darkwings arrives.
This guy's able to get
Sajed
away?
low,
He's
Rahel
not.
pushing
No.
forward. He's going to fall. Call Me in trouble.
Good-
Kryra in
good
trouble.
play.
He's going to go back in with the sun. Try to take one with him, but he's rooted up. He's stunned up. Rahel gets a double.
Not good.
And the fight from
There you go.
DSG goes
Sentinels getting the lead.
terribly as Rahel gets paid and gets the double buff.
Lions was
The
just
fight
way
that
too
could
far up.
Swing the game for Sentinels. Double buffs all across the board. The Rizalt comes in at just the right time.
Call Me
I mean,
still walking
Call
up
Me's
here?
gonna try and move in right here, but
There's no way,
it
right?
seems rather ambitious by Call Me and Lions.
Yeah, I mean, with what damage are you going to do something here? He's hoping for some sort of a misplay,
Huh?
a miracle steal, but they're going to be able to
Quickly
grab it.
something?
No problem at all. Lions did have the hook, but
Oh,
didn't think
because
he had the
Kaisa has
flash.
ult. I think they
The
were
ulti
hoping
coming
that
through
Kaisa
from the
could
Ashe, but
come
once
in.
he got tagged by that, the CC chain was brutal because in comes Humbach, in comes the
That's
CC from Huhi,
tragic.
And I don't know if he got a spell off. He just kind of died for free.
Oh, I was about to say, is there a
Nothing off. I
pink
feel like
ward
if he
inside
even
of that
just gets
rock?
an ult off,
There is.
It might be enough to equalize that fight. And I think that's kind of what DSG.
Now here's my thing. Even
was
though
hoping for,
Sajed
'cause
died,
once
he's still
the engage
2-1 and
happened,
1.
DSG
He's
kind
getting
of fully
gold from the
committed
mid
to
lane
this fight. So
tower
kinda
now.
watch
Yeah,
this.
that was just
As
bad.
the arrow comes in, Kryra and Anivia are already in river, so
Yeah, just
Pantheon
gone.
starts channeling his ult and the teleport now,
Yep,
thinking that
nothing
maybe
you can do.
Lions would be able to fight back. Now they're committed, they're trying to
Off to the
salvage the
top,
play.
yeah.
Kryra gets hit by the Seraphine ultimate, so tries to go all in.
I mean,
and they
the
do
second he
kill
walked
Humbach,
up a
but
little bit,
all
he
of
was
this
done.
is just a result of how clean that initial kill was and how DSG
He also had
immediately took
flash
the
and didn't
fight
flash, 'cause
once the
had he
arrow
done that, it
engaged.
would've
So
hit
ends up
Kaisa.
becoming a very big win for
Castle?
Sentinels.
Darkwings does have no sums, but Castle does not have the damage to be able to finish him off there.
All right, Darkwing's
It's
doing
gonna end up
damage.
equalizing that trade as Darkwings pop the ghost and trades it back at the end of it. And yeah, I mean, it was just great CC chain in on Alliance, Crystal Arrow into the knock-up, into a stun from the E coming through from Huhi.
Okay, just got to make space for Kaisa here.
And that just meant he went down in a hurry. And Huhi,
if you make space for Kaisa, she can absolutely carry this game. Just like trust her.
The flash from Call Me.
Yeah.
You know, it was
Trust her.
really
Don't get
done.
caught out of your blitzcrank.
And
that's all.
Once you lose some of those engage tools, Rahel's stepping forward, and he is going to be slowing you
down.
Cleanse?
Yeah, it's probably
really punishing you heavily. So this game now feels like it is definitely going in the favor of Sentinels.
Means our co-stream will be live next week
on
Friday.
There. Kryra
Friday League of Legends, folks. We'll be there.
Humbug does get some damage back to try to even things out, and you can see Kryra just feels like, hey, I need to protect Anivia in the side lane. Because Anivia, very low mobility, can be super
Rise coming up. Renekton does have TP
is going to be in a position where he's
and completed items, so he realistically can back. I think this is a tough fight for DSG to take.
Into the Ashe Seraphine. You can see DSG really want to be able to contest this.
Oh no, don't be doing this, DSG. If you're not gonna fight it, like back off. Like don't.
For sure in this game out of DSG because they're not even aggressively trading elsewhere. Whenever you're kind of just eye contacting someone,
I don't let. See, then you just stand there
and you decide not to engage.
It's like I don't know, pressure somewhere else on the map. If you're not going to fight it.
On the rest of the map.
Yeah, they were trying to push as fast as they could with Castle, but you know, maybe denied a minion or two. I'm not even sure if he got a plate, but not much of anything.
All right, 1.4K gold lead for Sentinels. CS check up a little bit top side, up a little bit jungle, even in mid lane, but a kill towards Darkwings. So Jed has even the CS. So you have one win condition, and it's right there.
Even though he's down farm and has the same amount of kills as Rahel, so has been able to cash in on
Okay, Impact might die. Oh, good hook. Nice. No. Arrow missed. Okay, now it's a good fight for DSG. Insane fight for DSG, assuming Sajed's here. Oh, Castle. No.
Okay, I guess that was the
Never mind.
Spectator. Kind of went weird on the flag and drag, but does end up knocking him down. Rahel pushing forward.
Oh, no. Sajed got caught out.
Sajed is in trouble. This is a disaster. Lions
Never mind.
Low.
Remember what I said about it being a great fight?
Call Me comes in. Can they defend the dive? Lions is so low, and they have the Herald. This is going to go down in a hurry. Humbug going to get interrupted.
Sajed getting poked out. He still has Flash and Cleanse.
They still don't have a wave here, as the Anivia may have just
wow.
out of this situation. Well done, but
Rise is pushing tier 2.
Is cashing in the top lane.
I mean, it's bad for DSG, but it could have been a lot worse. As you can see, Darkwings getting free plates. I feel like Humbug actually jumped out of the Herald there. Not entirely sure if it was the wall that canceled or not. But
man.
Allowed them to dive. If
That's
it
tough.
Just stayed in turret range, I think everyone there.
That's tough. Call Me played that really well.
Died, but regardless,
there's just never a chance for Kaisa to really unload damage on anybody.
They lose multiple waves, and now they're 3,000 gold down in the game.
Yeah, was that that Anivia wall? He just threw it down when he hopped in. That got the interrupt. Maybe he could have just not got in.
I think you just don't get in.
Exactly. Just let the Herald go for the charge. He can
Call Me's going to have completed Rod of Ages first.
Just on the Herald and not really getting anything done.
What happened?
Huhi able to
I mean, they got a decent pick. They
comes in. Who's behind, and
they dodged the Ashe Arrow.
The scaling of those early ganks, and then
it's just Kaisa's not there.
Behind on the play, I'd say Huhi with the ultimate, even though it only hits one, delays the play long enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, the
That's
flag
tough.
drag all doesn't matter.
Tough.
Got the kill before eventually DSG.
It's fine. Though Sajed didn't die. Fantasy points saved.
Gold 20 minutes in.
Oh, this is a good pick.
Darkwing scaling well.
Darkwing's getting caught again.
Early here.
He's gonna have to flash out, likely.
Able to catch up to him. Does have
Never
that
mind.
Swipe, but on the other side, it's gonna be Lions again getting caught
Lions.
out.
Yep.
They're behind, and when you're behind on Blitz, you are looking
done.
useless. And
like to
Lions
say out a lot. Glad you're enjoying it. The only thing is it does block the kill feed, but I think we know what's going on. That it's like you don't really need to worry about it. Okay. Oh, good flash by Call Me. Wait, this is a decent fight. Can Kaisa get damage down?
DSG impact on the side though is crushing them. Puts the
Kaisa killed Ashe.
There's a shutdown onto Rahel.
Okay, Kaisa. 2 for Kaisa.
But can Impact and Darkwings make it happen? It's the
Sajed.
solo laners here on the side trying to get it done. Impact goes into mini. They're going to try
there
to
we
back
go.
up.
Look at this.
Over onto Darkwings.
Oh,
Slice,
he just no, the Stridebreaker missed. There we go.
But the stun does come through, and now Sajed is going forward. They're trying to
W, get him. Got him. Bang. There we go.
Castle gets paid. That was a great
There we go.
DSG.
They're absolute.
God, give me those fantasy points. Come on.
In a 1v4, But this is the sneaky power of both Sajed and Rahel on Kai'Sa. They just seem to clean up these messy fights, and now he's
this is just fun to watch this guy on Kai'Sa. Like, dear God.
Gold shutdown going down at the end. So Hambach
Oh,
wanted to get
good
that
ult.
engage, but Sajed bails on the Ash Arrow, leaves Lions to die. Great bodyguard. And then it's like you feel like the play is completely over, but as Calmy's in this bush,
and the worst part is he
with the
good
teleport
flash
from the Renekton and the Pantheon ultimate, with Rahel being positioned up
and that would have been
top,
even worse had
actually kill
Impact
him
not
at the
been there
start
at that
of the
exact
fight.
moment.
And then when it's 180 carried to 0, there's not enough damage to kill the level 14 Renekton. So a really psycho fight that Sentinels just wasn't expecting to have happen, but DSG was all on the same page. Now they're going for Drake.
Yeah, we're back to live over here by the Dragon. Can DSG
Oh,
knock
Drake
this
here.
down?
Mountain
Buck
Soul
is
for
in the
DSG
area.
would be
It's getting
stupid.
focused down
Oh,
quick.
Ash Arrow's down. This is
Connect
going to be a
on
good fight for
all
DSG
this.
then.
He's able to
Oh,
sidestep.
God, they're
Impact
flipping it.
has Megan already. He's gonna
That,
go in. It's gonna be
oh, okay.
Sigurd, though, by
Kryra got
on the
it.
side. We can see
Kai'Sa's
Impact
still
has CC
alive.
Lions, who goes down in a hurry.
Kai'Sa in a really bad spot. Can't really do much.
Oh,
Oh, ult into the backside.
Anything done, but Sajed is going to ult into the side, knocks down Hambach. Call me trying to duel
No flash,
against
but cleanse
Darkwings
up.
Here, who's going to be able to win out on that one. A bit of a scrappy fight, but at the end of the day,
Nice.
DSG do get the Dragon.
Dragon and a
it's
kill.
Just the 1-for-1. They kill up Hambach.
Dragon and a kill. That's
Scrappy
big.
fight in a very scrappy
you join our
game.
co-stream
The Smite steal
if you make them your
going in
team?
the favor
Ah, no,
of
that's
Kryra
Coast thing.
is what
I got
makes
my
this
own.
a
I
one play,
got
but
my
then
thing
when
separate
Castle
from
picks up this
anybody.
turret,
Like,
that's a
I'm
bounty
good.
that he picked up on Rise at the end of the last fight. That's 2 turrets that he's picked up as well.
Zale
so despite
smurfed
dying
that
3
call.
times, he's actually up 800 gold on
What
the
happened?
Renekton.
Okay.
Watching this one more time,
I'm surprised that
these
Sentinels
fights are
didn't
really
just like
about whether or not
collapse
Sajed
on
can
one side
make
versus the other. The
a
second,
strong entrance. And
okay,
at the
sure,
beginning
arrow
of the
goes
fight,
wrong.
The Seraphine and the Ashe kind of keep him
Blitz
back.
hook misses.
So big smite here, 1500 to 0.
And then it's just split
times him with
Hambach
the
and-
Q. Sajed just waited until someone was spread out in this fight, and it's actually
they tried,
Hambach.
but
Once he
it's
took
still
that
enough.
EQ through the team, Sajed says, hey, wait a second.
Damn.
You're
Okay,
completely
never mind.
walled off from the team. The Anivia ult and the wall was holding the middle of the river, and they end up
Dude,
trading
Anivia
it
is
1
so
for 1,
OP.
which they're very happy about.
Anivia is
I feel like
so
Calmy is
OP in
smurfing
some
a
of
lot
these fights.
too. You know, that previous fight, he was playing really well. This was a quote from Sven on Pros about picking, you know, Sentinels or DSG. He said that they originally wanted to pick Sentinels, but then they couldn't because they got 2nd seed. And a lot of people thought, okay, well, you're going to pick DSG. But instead, they actually picked FlyQuest, you know, so showing that their power rankings kind of had DSG as the best of those 3
Oh
teams.
my
Castle,
God.
going to be annoying. Steals that red buff away. Should be able to walk this one out, but... Yeah, I mean, Calmy has just played so confidently with all the move speed that he has. He has the
All right, so what's up?
upgraded Swift
Baron's
boots,
up now.
and,
No
you know,
Dragon
flying
for
in
3
a lot of these
minutes.
Fights, utilizing his passive well, forcing
Sentinels
people to go in
fiending
on
for a
him,
pick right now.
and creating space for the rest of his team.
I mean, his weird river flank in that mid lane fight is what actually turned it.
Where-
That's
what?
Crazy as well.
He goes in. Very
That's
nice
insane,
and
no?
ult From Rahel.
What?
He just stuns him instantly when he arrives. No one from DSG was really in the area to follow up. I'm not sure what Kryra saw there. Maybe didn't realize so many members were around, but he
Was he
dives for
ulting
free.
to like get
Now
out?
they're
Like, did he
for
think he
Baron.
was like
Okay,
screwed
so
in a
it's
different
just Anivia
position?
Blitz Kai'Sa. This might be one where they try and trade gold rather than fight, since Sajed
Nope, they're fighting
might
it.
wanna
TP's
protect
coming
his
in.
gold lead. Let's see
Castle's
the
TPing.
teleport in. Nars no TP, so it is a temporary 4v4. No jungler though.
They got a force Castle.
Oh,
They're
that's
looking
jungler.
for Rahel. Rahel is going to get actually
Found
cleansed
him.
out, but he just
Oh
dies
my
anyway.
God, they're
Darkwings
gonna
on the
win
side
this.
is getting zoned off. Hambach is
Oh,
in
got him.
Jet ults forward.
Down.
Darkwings is going to fall. Impact has now
Can they get
arrived. He
Impact?
almost has Mega. Can he make something happen? Does land the stun. The wall
Ooh,
comes through.
he's on
Jumps
Sajed.
in, stuns up Sajed.
Yep.
Knocks
There you
down
go.
Sajed. Who
Good
he
play.
on the side, trying to run from Calmy. Going to have to flash over the wall. Hambach and Impact battling against Castle.
Good play.
But Castle pushes
Good
them
way to
back.
balance that back out for
DSG
Sentinels
hold
after
on,
losing Ashe in
defend
that
the
fight.
Baron, aren't able to get it themselves.
This
though,
is getting
thanks to the
bloody.
reinforcements From Impact knocking down
Hell
Sajed.
yeah, come on.
Still, your call out on Calmy is true once again this fight. He is just landing these incredibly slow-moving skill shots on priority targets.
Hey,
every
you can take.
single
We're
time. So
still in
remember at
NA,
the beginning
people.
of this,
All right, the hints are gonna
they thought
happen.
Rahel was catchable.
What did he see?
He sees Rahel in mid lane, and he's going to stun him into a blitz hook. But then when all of Sentinels see him channeling, they can
Yeah.
see where he's going and collapse very quickly. From here, though, Rahel.
What
just
happened with
gets
Rahel?
caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah,
The Renekton
you just got
is
Renekton
pushing
coming
him.
in behind.
The wall pushes him into the Renekton as well, and Sajed
Nothing
can
you
just
do.
walk him down. The continuation of this fight also ends up being a little
After
messy,
the,
since
like
Hugi's pushed
this
off the
is the
bat.
interesting part right here.
Anivia
Is
stuns
like,
Darkwings,
oh no, I
and
wanted to
it's
see
just
the next part.
become
How
a
they
scrappy game where
like
I'd
it
say
was
the
like a
Kai'Sa keeps getting more and more
4v2
gold, and
kind of, or
Rahel's
like a
actually the one that keeps getting
3v2.
picked off
against Sajed, and they still somehow found him, which is surprising.
Even with that perfect Mikhail's there from Huhi on the Renekton side, it just didn't matter because so much damage was piling in on Rahel. And I think what actually happened with that Kryra ult, there was a pink ward in the side brush from Sentinel, so I think he didn't see the Rise. I don't think he realized that Darkwings was there. So I think he thought, oh, it's just the Ashe, I send it, and then all of a sudden you get Vision as your ulting in. Oh, Rise is there.
Despite that lost fight, by the way, DSG still with the gold lead.
Able to
1.9k on Castle, 2.4k on Sajed.
Up 1k gold, even with Sentinels feeling like they had a much better start than last game. DSG has been able to find a lot of success.
But the team fighting for Sentinels is really good. Again, the execution required here for DSG to win these fights is kind of nuts.
It's been...
he landed that hook early in the lane that got a flash at like 2 minutes.
He takes damage in team fights that isn't damage dealt to someone who matters.
You know what he's done? He bought Vandal Pipes. He knows his role. He's going to apply... he's going to give an attack speed buff to the Kai'Sa.
He needs to apply CC to proc the pipes. So you never know. Just an E or a Q. I agree with you. The pipes are...
They're going to trade Baron.
Looks
Baron
like
for Dragon.
Like a Baron for Drake trade.
Oh,
with the current value of Baron, I'm actually taking Drake most of the time, but if they can get a fight with Sentinels being low, it would be worth it. So they're going to slowly move up here as Hambach is now...
Oh, they pulled him off the Dragon. No, they're... Oh, this is a good fight for Sen.
Up in the CC chain. It's just not ending. Castle, even through the Sterix, even through the ulti...
Nope, go to Dragon. Go to Dragon. Just go down. Give up the Baron. I'm surprised that Sentinels is just giving up Dragon, though.
And now they are over onto this Baron.
Like, why would you not then fight it down into Dragon and then go back to Baron?
Plus the tier.
Why are you giving over? Okay, interesting.
Who's going to keep them too healthy? They're going to have to trade for the Dragon.
Yep, 4v5. They have to trade for the Drake as well. That's kind of the worst case scenario, though, when you're slow checking if your Renekton ends up getting one shot. Not enough tenacity to break the
Castle
CC
can't
chain.
be doing that.
But Sentinels really have to do something with this Baron power play now because they're giving up Soul Point. Mountain Soul Point, which I think if they complete the Soul, they will end up winning the game.
They're
That's
about
one
to swing
tier
this
2 turret,
gold
makes the
back.
Baron power play plus 1,600.
Florida beat Kentucky, by the way, 92 to 83.
1,500 gold for Mountain Drake is seeming pretty even to me, so the rest of this Baron will still be very important for
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
On Renekton. What'd he go? Oh, he went armor
Can you get with
for the lane. Interesting.
The disparity in power between Blitz and Seraphine now cannot be overstated. I think it's the biggest differential in power between anyone in this game.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Up multiple levels.
It kind
He's
of
on
is.
2.5 items. He's going to have 3 items in the Enchanter pretty soon. Lions is on 1.5.
But the thing is, a single Blitzball can
unless
change
he can
the
actually
game.
hook the Ashe or the Rise or something, or maybe the Seraphine. But not really being
Like we
given
say
the
he's
opportunity.
useless, but
And
all of a sudden
the
he can
timing on the
change,
CC
he can
chain from
flip the game on its head
Sentinels is so well
entirely,
done. Like,
independently.
It's easy to see that and say, oh, look at that CC. It's so easy to do, but they're not overlapping anything. It's just perfect, and they're just locking Castle.
I mean,
His
I think
build
he
is
could
pretty
have stayed
tanky.
top
He's got
there,
Death Dance and a
but, you know,
Sterix. Died
what
through
do I
that
know?
with the ulti already
Again,
popped.
plat.
Yeah, might want to go for some Mercury Treads. I know the Steel Caps are very good against Ashe, but if he's going to be getting CC chained like that, he needs a little bit more freedom. Trying to get some mid plates here as Sajed is clearing the turret.
Is there a hook angle?
Everyone's
No.
doing a really good job hiding behind minions as well, making sure Lions stays useless.
And a level 11 on the Blitzcrank. Very far down in the experience now at this point. Who's closing in on 14.
Got to be
About
careful
one time
grouping
that
up if
Lions
you're
does
DSG.
hit
That
12.
Seraphine ult's going to hit
So the
like
scaling
crack.
Really powerful now. Of course, you are hoping you can kind of just delay this Baron buff as much as possible, and that Sajed can just crush it in the team fights. He's on
Sajed
four
now
items, has
4
the
items,
Zonias,
by the way, compared to
and has
3 on
shown his
Rahel.
prowess on this Kai'Sa a number of times.
Yeah, just some
That
insane
mix
team
of
fight,
on-hit AP.
outplay potential, but if the the more fed the Seraphine gets, the beefier the team fight ball can become for Sentinels, and these team
Dragon's
fights
not up
have
for 3
become
minutes.
really,
You can
really
just
spread
chill
out,
if you're
which I
DSG.
feel like,
Don't force
if
anything.
they stay a little bit closer together, can be better for Sentinels.
Yep.
Hard to push
There you
against
go.
Anivia.
Oh, Lions, you got to hit that.
Great side steps across the board.
Oh, there's the ult. Coming in. Can Kryra stay alive? Ooh, I don't think he can. Nope.
Sentinels get another kill there.
Not good.
Goes forward. Castle will survive.
Oh, and he had a minion.
Gets a
Oh,
minion. That's
dude,
about
this
the best
the
he's
blitz
done
is
in a while.
killing you.
As Castle
It's
trying
killing
to
you.
threaten, but he just can't. Sajed is outrange. In comes the
Ooh,
Meganard.
Impact
He gets
fucked that up a little bit.
Wallop does connect.
Wait, that's an overstay. That's not good.
Meganard against the wall.
Kai'Sa's unleashed right now. There's nothing left.
Can he get the kill? He can, but his mid laner is traded back on the side. Darkwing's chasing after Castle. Castle tries to slice over the wall, but fails it. Went too early. Can't get
Oh, they're
through,
going in
gets
on it.
knocked down. Now Darkwing's with the rise. I'll try to get in onto Sajed.
Ooh,
Flash for
that-
flash. There's
oh.
the hook, but can he even win the fight? The tower shot, not enough to knock him down because in comes
Okay.
Seraphine to keep him safe.
What a fight there by
Yep.
Sentinels. Narrowly, if they get
I mean,
one more kill, they
little
might be able to end the
over-aggressive
game
on
off that.
Hombach's
So
part
in terms
there.
of what they can do with the
Little
Baron,
over-aggressive,
they
but
cashed in
fine.
towards the end, but you do have to eventually kill the Kai'Sa. That's the ticking time bomb for DSG in this game. I'd say Kryra's gone a little too deep a couple times in this game. Him getting
I mean,
one shot,
Kryra, I
really
think,
emboldened
just
Sentinels to
hopes that
fly
his
through right here.
Blitz
Nice
is going to
use
hit a
of the
hook.
egg, though,
And he unfortunately
and
has
the
not
wall
hit
right
3.
beforehand to make it
And this,
difficult
like, he
for
missed
them to
every hook that he
pile
needed
through,
to in
allow
this fight.
Sajed to kill
Until the
Impact
last
Star
one
during
on,
the fight. And then a Castle panicking a little. I'd say
gonna
if he
say
waits another
Nemesis, but
quarter
it's not
second to
Nemesis.
E over the wall, it's probably
It's,
just a 3 for 3, but it ends up being a big win for Sentinels and
Rise.
a very emotional Golden Glue, I'd say, throughout this whole series.
Oh yeah, he's looking stressed, feeling the pressure for sure. Wants to be able to have a successful playoff.
All right,
run
3K
here,
gold
of course,
lead.
coming
Dragons
from
up in a
that
minute.
Thief squad last year, where they surprised a lot of people. You know, had a lot of success. Really was kind of like a heartwarming story. You know, to see this team kind of outperform a lot of expectations. Then of course the team exits the league. Sentinels comes in. Golden Glue moves over to that organization and really hoping to have some.
I mean,
big
Blitz
success
can be good
here
with Heisa.
that
You hit a
squad,
hook.
but to your earlier point, I agree. It feels like
I
Congress
like it
is
personally.
oversending it. It did happen
Hit a
couple
hook,
times when he was
WQ
playing
on
Pantheon
isolated
and
damage
last
because
week
they're
against
pulled away from their
Lions.
target.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
against
it's pretty
Lion.
damn good.
But wasn't really punished for it that much.
Now, Blitz
This
and the
time, a couple
Seraphine?
times has been a bit over
maybe a
anxious.
different
I feel
story.
like they could have just waited out the Baron and then fought after, but instead he saw an angle, went in, and the CC timing from Sentinels has been so good. He's getting insta-CC'd as he arrives on the Pantheon ult every time.
Might see a fight here, but
I
probably
mean,
just
no.
giving up
Just
the
give it up.
turret,
Yep.
hoping for a Mountain Soul fight. Also have shield
All right,
reduction
Lions
purchased
has
by
to hit a
Kara.
hook
It's
here.
not going to help his tankiness at all, but the Serpent's Fang, if they're just trying to kill whoever's in front with how powerful Seraphine is now.
I mean, I keep touching on it, but Blitz is on one item, and the 2K support gold lead actually means so much because it's a scaling enchanter. He has 3 items to 1 completed item for Lions.
Yeah,
Fully
you just
completed
give that
tier as
up.
well. The Adam Songs
Nothing you
is
can do.
completely completed. Echoes, I also think, is just a broken
You kind of
item,
have to.
when you're able to
Do you
get rolling
fight
in this
Baron
team
here?
fight.
If you
So
give up this
they
Baron,
just
it's going to
have
be
to give
game.
the Drake
Like,
no
you have
matter
no
what.
way to stop the
Gonna be
wave.
Dragon going over. DSG, of course.
The
you know,
pushing
sitting
waves.
At Soul Point from that earlier trade of Dragon 4 Baron, but their attempt at Soul will be delayed. Ash Arrow comes out.
Ash Arrow
Well
missed.
has been wide on most of these. Good sidesteps by DSG to avoid them. And
Okay.
Lions gonna have to see if he can find a way to get an impactful fight. You
This
know,
is
they
an
try to
odd
get a
angle.
fight. Yeah, DSG are posturing. Kryra moving
Odd
forward
angle.
here.
Not
Sajed
good.
inside
Sen.
with him, but they are split up, and Calmy's going to be
Calmy's
flashed
dead.
on here by Hombach, and in comes the Encore. The CC
Sajed's
is
probably dead in the back line.
punishing, and in the back line, Impact is sunning up the entire
Yeah,
team.
that's game.
They are locked
G.
down. They are knocked down.
GG.
It's a triple
There we go.
already
There's your one game to
Dark
send.
Wings, as he is just destroying them in this fight.
Yeah, that
Impact
was-
picks up another. It was nearly a quadra. Calmy TP's out.
I mean, by that
safety,
point,
but
it's just
there is
tough. Like,
nowhere
the
to run,
the
nowhere to
ball
hide for
comp
the
of Sentinels
team.
is going to be
Dark
really hard to
Wings
beat
just
there.
Overpowers DSG.
Massive
in this
bounce back
last
from Dark
fight.
Wings, who I think was
He
one of
also
the
empowering
main
everyone
reasons
with
why
a
they lost that
massive
game
support
1,
gap
and is
in
a
this
massive
game
reason
two.
why
It's
they
looking
win
like
game 2.
Sentinels is equalizing the series.
Yeah, they are marching on the Nexus. Calmy gonna get rooted up, gonna get locked down. The CC chains just never
Player of the game,
end.
I think you give
With
to
a
Huhi, honestly.
fantastic Seraphine game, showing off the power of the pick, and Sentinels coordinating
I think
so
the difference
well on
between
their
the Huhi
timing
or between
with
the
CC
Seraphine
across
and the
multiple
Blitzcrank
fights.
was
They tie up the
insane.
series. A great
Insane.
bounce back after a really tough game.
There we go.
And a really
We got 4
scrappy game,
games.
too, as well.
Guaranteed
They had to
4
clutch up.
games.
They didn't tilt. They trusted their late game scaling. Spam the chat now for
Was it
player
good or
game
was the
lounge.
Blitz
What was
just
the key?
bad? You're not wrong.
Well,
Alright? You're not
Brinson
wrong.
said priority. Golden Glue said we need pushing lanes. For me, they had a real fighting chance this game with the competition that they had.
Yeah, I mean, Seraphine and Rise later.
I mean,
before put
look.
in a lot of work, and they started getting some picks with Ash Arrows as well.
I think I'm going Huhi. I just think that Seraphine pick was brilliant. It outsmarted. Well, okay, it's not brilliant. They picked Blitz into it. Blitz, don't forget, was the 5th pick in this particular draft.
If we go all the way back to the beginning, I want to point
I think just unfortunately, Blitz had a really bad game. And there was just not much you could do. Like, Kai'Sa got fed as much as you could, but there was never space for her to take fights. And like when Blitz is missing hooks, unfortunately, there's not much you can do.
That Hawkshot just saw Kryra right there. So they saw Kryra here. So they knew he's in this area. But because
All right, here's the question. All right, I'm gonna be hungry.
so they're trying to do multiple things at
And
once.
if this series goes the distance, I gotta like make sure I eat something now. Like not big food now, but like maybe like a bag of popcorn.
They're able to kill that
Do I make the popcorn now, or do I wait until after game 3? Because we're guaranteed 2 more games. So I think I go with the popcorn now. No? Do it now. Do it now. Now we got 3 nows. Okay, we got 3 nows on the popcorn now. Awesome. Do me a favor. For those showing, let me... Oh, we did not have anybody follow or no notifications to read out. So perfect. If you're on Twitch and you haven't already followed the channel, be sure to do so. If you're on YouTube, be sure to sub if you haven't done so. But we got a fun series going on right now. And the worst part is we're getting later into the series to the point where those late game scaling champions looking good. That Jinx, the Aphelios, like Rahel, and like I'm liking how this series feels like it's going so far. Don't you have a sandwich maker? I have. Wait, what the? Huh? If that's a comment about what I think it's about, you're gonna get yourself timed out in chat real fucking quick. But if it's just genuinely Hands making a sandwich for me, then no, I don't feel like making a sandwich because I plan on having a burger and fries after this is done. So, do I do OPGG reviews? I do not, but do not post links to chat. It's going to time you out. So, let's not... You know what? Actually, I am going to... Let's... To prove a point... Don't I have a sandwich maker? You, my friend, are getting a 10-minute timeout. We ain't doing that. We ain't dealing with that. All right, I'm making popcorn. I'm gonna let this play, and then I'm gonna get my popcorn. Or am I out of popcorn?
Dash is 5k still. No. We can burn too. No. I mean, we should fight here. No flash. I have egg. Look me. Play with rank. Look at top side. Play up, guys. I'm... I think it's done. Yeah, done. Alright, we should've got there.
I feel like that is demonstrative as well, in addition to what you pulled, Kobe, of how back and forth so many parts of this game work.
Yeah, because like even though I didn't have anything, suddenly have a man
luckily,
down, and you look at from the Sentinels
Emily came in clutch. Emily came in real clutch and had another bag or another like box of popcorn off to the side. So that's awesome. Getting in here late in Belgium. Have a good rest of the night. Hey, you have a great night. Hope you're excited for the LEC on Monday. Hey, who comments on your TikToks a lot? Hey, I appreciate you being here.
Let's get this guy, and then they've got the extra defense there, but then it still is the same thing. They're saying at the very beginning.
I'm not doing too bad on my side. We just chilling. We just chilling. And Florida won, so Florida continues their win streak in college basketball right now, so that's always a good way to start the day as well.
Yeah, I've been waiting for a team.
Can't believe I got it right. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. I think we peaked that last series. We were peaking at close to like 270, 280 viewers. Our current high, by the way, like our record viewership on this channel for co-streams is 343. Like that's the number, like that's our peak number that we're striving to be. We were talking about it on the podcast the other day. Is like what's a good metric? My thing is if I can hit a 400 peak by the end of lock-in, I think that's a massive dub. And it shows that like we're growing, we're providing a good enough like experience and stream and everything else that people genuinely like want to tune in and watch. So we'll see.
Start by saying this Jarvan was super impactful. Like every time there was a sum off, and I felt like a reason why they ended up taking.
Oh, I would love to see that Ivern come out.
The power that they had, but it's like, yo, I'm ulting this fool. Double up on him, and it worked. That's why for me, Hanbok had great ultis throughout the game that found picks that were able to generate wins. So it was a dub on that one and a dub from the draft, Grayson.
Golden Glue looks way happier. He was so stressed before.
He looks like the tension is like fallen off of his shoulders. However, during LCS lock-in, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event, save your MasterCard as your card on file, and make a purchase from the Incline store for a chance to win. We're tied at 1-1. Game 3 is going to be coming up after this short break.
Well, how do I say this? So
Red
Emily
Bull
bought
gives
some
you
like off-brand popcorn.
The human body was built to move, not
not
trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Popcorn.
Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
By the way, for those of you that are always wondering, like, why has this guy always got like a blanket or a towel wrapped around him? And that is purely because when
Mama
you have
Bergen
dogs,
85 lives here?
Yep.
your dogs
my mom.
want that.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless
have
online
dogs.
streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing
Can't hear
is
me over the
your
ad?
mom.
Let me drop the ad.
Hey guys.
There we go.
Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
The reason why I always look like I'm in a towel is because somebody.
Text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Good girl. Like fills up like popcorn buckets, so we'll fill it up a quarter of the way, butter. Fill it up half the way, butter. 3/4 of the way, butter. Top, butter. Salt over top of everything. Oh. I mean, same. I get it's better for your heart technically, but like, bro, when I'm going to a movie theater, I'm AMC A-list. I'm getting a large popcorn every single time and a large drink and downing the entire thing before the movie even starts. And that shit's so drenched in butter and salt that I promise you my cardiologist might hate me for it, but I'm living my life. Like, in my opinion, there are very few foods that are like, the second you smell them, they're so good and the taste matches the smell. One of those would be movie theater popcorn. The second is grilled cheese and tomato soup. I think the smell of that is just unbeatable.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are heading into game 3.
I'm trying to think what else. I guess good barbecue. Going to the theater is investment nowadays. That's why I have A-List. A-List is $24 a month, and you can see 3 movies a week, and you get a free upgrade from a regular to a large popcorn all the fucking time. It is so worth. And 1 IMAX ticket, like, one IMAX ticket at Lincoln Center IMAX, which is the best theater in the entire United States and where I see all of our movies, is, I think, let me, hang on. AMC Lincoln. Lincoln Center showtimes. Let me try and buy a ticket right now. Let me make this big. Get tickets. Wuthering Heights and IMAX. Awesome. Let's go. Hang on. We'll get into draft in 2 seconds here, I promise. Let's buy this ticket. Ugh. Wait. Right here. That's $33 for a movie ticket. And I only pay 24 bucks a month for AMC A-List. Who's the dumb one? Not me. Not me. Ooh, let me refresh this. We go live. Oh.
Alongside it can be really, really strong. I mean, I think, to me, he was the player of the game.
Yanara for Rahel. We got the late game ADC carries coming out.
Between him and the opposing support was the biggest out of anyone in the game.
Yeah, that was the most contested player of the game vote we've had this year. Zale. You voted Huhi.
Immediately counter us with Thresh of Helios.
Emily and Raz voted Hambach.
They must be tried for their crimes in Twitch chat. Well, Twitch only gave Hambach 1% of the vote.
Okay.
And who really knows who's the player of the game more than Twitch chat?
Was it Raz in Twitch chat typing Hambach just to juice it?
Yeah, he said he brought it to 1%. Yeah, it was Raz.
Oh, Sentinel Nautilus. Okay.
Sentinel Nautilus.
Senna Nautilus, so going to be Senna carry.
Last movie I saw in theaters was Oppenheimer, which really wasn't even my idea as a family thing. Bro, I saw Oppenheimer front row in IMAX 70mm. It was nuts. I had a bomb literally dropped on me. It was fantastic.
So I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be shocked, but we will see.
Oh, that's adorable.
The role switch, so you'd still have Sajed playing.
That's a massive
Senna
W.
As the support, so they do the role.
Also, Los Return LR Salio. Thank you for the follow.
Level of comfort, it's like if you have
what the fuck are those prices? Those are New York City movie theater prices for the best movie theater in the United States. So it's I promise you, I'm not saying that a movie is entirely worth 33 bucks there, but it kind of is worth a $33 price tag.
His trusted picks, the Victor, so another control mage going to be grabbed up by him. 0 and 2 so far in the LCS though is the Victor.
How much will drop? I mean, it's gonna be hard to tell because
shields, so really nice against both the
Mondays will like the fact that the first few series are on a Monday, the viewership numbers are gonna be so skewed, and people are gonna use it against them that I just don't. I don't think it's gonna change that much.
2,000 shield break right away.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly.
About 100K, 120K. That's my guess.
It's funny because I talked about maybe
whenever we get to like the important matchups later on.
Tommy's just going to do it into Victor, which is probably just an even easier matchup.
Probably even better.
Because Azir doesn't really have, it's harder to get into Azir, than it is to get on the Victor. Victor has a lot less mobility, so you can.
Hey, I've stuck up for the KC fan base a lot. A lot.
What they're going to draft alongside.
So it goes both ways.
Can be great with Senna because you have that support from the Senna.
Do I find myself seeing movies you otherwise would not because of A-List? Yes.
Yeah, I love Senna
without a question.
When there's more people that can be in front of you to just get max efficiency out of RQ. So far, I've been a big fan of DSG's drafts. I was a big fan of the confidence of the Blitzcrank. It ended up that literally any other champion probably would have been better than the Blitzcrank
I know
in that specific game,
Yankos is going to cry when I say this, but give me the Sejuani with the Yone.
Like, oh, Blitz, okay. Yeah, and then
a Sejuani Nautilus frontline? Bro, nobody's dying.
Seraphine right now, but they're going to be going back in on the Nautilus.
Never mind.
And it will be fun, definitely.
Never mind.
I like the draft so far from DSG, but there's a lot more consistent DPS over on the other side. So you are going to have to be really on point with your engages. When you are thinking about
the Gwen better be a ban for
Sentinels and a Yone to put out DPS compared to that of a Victor and Yunara, it's not really too comparable.
It's like the most you have AD mid, AD bot.
Is they're targeting a lot of these AD junglers that have already been taken out.
It has to be a Gwen ban. That feels like the most appropriate thing you can ban.
Some of those AD junglers as well as the Vi on the other side. So 7 AD junglers now taken out of the pool. There of course still are things like Lee Sin and some of the kind of less popular options. But everything that Hambach has played so far, the split is banned.
Yeah, and some big-time target bans flying out at Kryra as well with his Zac pick.
Oh,
which he's
God.
Played
Ivern.
in
Yes.
Tier 2, but
Hey, we
Ivern
called it.
hasn't been
We
good.
asked for
So
the
he's
Ivern. We
already
got the
dipped into
Ivern.
his
No
pool. This is
shit.
one of the things he does. When you're talking about him kind of looking up to Inspired, like part of that is also the other picks that Inspired would be able to pilot. Kryra has been able to pilot as well.
Hell
I've been
yeah.
personally playing a good bit of Ivern in solo queue as well. He's in a very strong state. I don't know if this is the best spot for him, just because they don't necessarily have.
Give me the tree, baby. Look at the scaling on DSG right now.
Relatively low damage jungler, but it's very good with Yone for sure.
That's what I was going to say. Is a lot of the people really love melee pairing. Some of the strong melee solo laners pairing with it. Wukong, one of those junglers that was kind of
Patty P, thank you for the follow.
From the pick ban is going to be grabbed up. First time the Hanbok will have played it.
There's Kennen, so they're going to do the Kennen Gwen trade.
Is going to have to blind his
This is
top laner.
absolutely a
It's
Gwen
going to just be Kennen,
on
so he's just
DSG
gonna
side.
Throw down the Kennen
What?
blind. Is a really powerful laner. The question is, does Castle have something cooked up as an answer into it? You have to kind of get a bit more spicy if you want to go for it.
Huh?
Oh, we're getting Nasus coming out. This is actually
Huh?
so I'm excited to see what the option is going to be from Castle.
What?
So sometimes against these ranged top laners, people think, oh, aren't you going to get bullied super hard as Nasus?
We have a Nasus on our screen right now. What the? What is happening? This is amazing. Look, I'm sorry. If you're a Rat fan right now and you're looking for like a team to find, like it's got to be DSG, no? Like everything about this is entertaining.
Different options you can go, and I will also say I play a lot of Nasus. I think it's really fun. If you do not get slammed in the early levels by Kennen, Kennen stops hurting you.
Yeah,
like, you get to like Merc Dreads, you get enough sustain
and you
for your
lifesteal
passive.
so much with the simplest
Bro,
passive in the game.
I'm loving every single second
so
of this.
passive
You're
paragraphs,
kidding
man,
me.
For these new champions, and the second part of the passive.
Man, I made the popcorn at the perfect time. Holy crap.
Applies with your
past 15 minutes, you enter the third stage of the passive, which has a 17 hit passive.
God
activated
damn.
When your opponent
That's awesome.
has an infinity edge.
The Nasus is so straightforward. I love it. Lifesteal.
Commit them so hard, but that's what I think makes it fun. I don't think they're losing their
fly into melee range, smack you
their
down
guest
with
slot
his
status
key.
anytime soon.
And the Ivern helps to bridge that gap, and he is playing Aerie, so it's not going to be Comet. Aerie can't miss. When you're playing specifically against Kennen, the Aerie can be better because
that is so
if
cool.
Kennen E's when you Comet, the Comet misses. So Aerie can't miss.
That is so
I am
freaking
expecting
cool.
at least a 3 points E. He is starting D-Ring. This is a pretty standard start. It's really good into a lot of range matchups. People think about Nasus
right,
as
come
a
on.
laner, but I think they kind of fundamentally misunderstand the champion in some matchups. I don't
Get
expect
into
him
a
to be
team fight
full
except
E.
with
I
Ivern
think-
Q. He
I personally
doesn't. He
think it's
just
garbage unless your
ghosts
team is,
and
like,
runs up to
super
him.
Squishy. But I do expect him to have a strong laning phase, and from there just go into standard Triforce stuff.
Now,
I really like DSG this year, man.
the only thing
Just
that I
the fact
can't
they're
figure
already
out
way
is
better than
like,
they were last year, but that they're already pulling out these pocket picks.
I mean,
so
if you
early
get to
in
late
the
game, it
best
just feels
five.
like
So we got
OP
Nasus top and Ivern
for
jungle,
DSG.
which is just perfect. You've been playing a lot
But
of
can you
Nasus, I've
get
been playing a lot
through
of
the early
Ivern.
game?
This could be us.
Maybe we learn from the best.
This could be us if we wanted to lose horribly.
Remember
in
Nasus
this
mid? I
game
do.
on the LCS. Emily standing by with DSG's coach Ido. Let's talk about the picks.
Oh, that's
I do wanna
tragical,
talk about
Hawk.
the picks, because Raz and I were spitballing. We were like, okay, what are they going to pick to counter this Kennen? And the answer was Nasus. So talk to us a little bit about
give me
the
the thought,
confidence
Ido.
you have in Castle and just overall your team to be able to play out this comp.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of scaling, so it's pretty easy to scale. Anyone can do that. But when he said, you guys know what I have to pick here, when Kennen got locked in, and I said, no, I really don't. And then he said, Nasus, I look at him, we don't say anything. He says, dead ass. So then I say, all right, Nasus it is, that's fine.
All right, dead ass. We got Nasus.
A boy of my own heart.
Does.
Oh
It
man,
should
how
be
do you not
actually a
love
pretty good
this?
counter. The other thing I did want to ask is how the team was feeling.
The only thing you have to
Obviously,
say
guys
is
took
dead
a few
ass,
risks
and that's
in
enough.
Draft, specifically with the Blitzcrank in game 2. Did end up
Can the
taking
caster be a little
loss,
bit louder?
so
Let me know
what
how
did
this
you
volume
tell
is.
them before going into this game?
Yeah, we just had a lot of unfortunate things happen. We're not really too caught up on last game. I think we should still keep looking for the fights that we want to take. Even with this comp, like we
What
aren't
was
really
that
great at fighting
interaction?
early. But that doesn't mean we should roll over and give everything over. So just making sure that we're still confident in what we think is a good fight, what looks like a good fight, give what we have to give, and not really thinking too much about last game.
Okay.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We'll throw it back to you guys at the cast.
Flash has to come out.
As Call Me looking to try to get aggressive here
Or
on
it
Dark
doesn't.
Wings with Kryra. He had been getting bullied pretty hard in this 1v1. So Kryra, you have that super fast clear on the Ivern, and these drive-by ganks are great.
Yeah, absolutely. Only using one smite,
His Q,
still
he
full clears his
Q,
jungler,
1 blue,
6 camps
8
in the
wolves,
time
then
that it
Q2,
takes
then
Hambach
8
to kill
okay,
5.
interesting.
So that
Good to
allows
know.
him time to have one free turn. Since there was such insane bot prio from Sentinels, he knows he's going to end up taking top crab, gets a gank in the meantime. Really
What
helps
happened game
Call Me a
1?
lot in that lane,
Game
and then
2?
still
Oh,
manages
wait.
to get his own win.
Huhi is baiting them. Hambach was behind them, and Huhi was walking forward,
Flash
pretending
out.
he did
He's fine.
not know
Get
that
those
he
stacks,
could get
baby.
engaged on. Lions hooks in.
Get
so
those
he does
stacks.
lose
There's
his
10
flash for the
stacks already
exchange.
on Senna.
It does
Hell
mean
yeah.
Hambach has a pretty delayed base, though, and now
Oh, he
he's going to
flashed
flash
in. Lions
has
is
no
dead.
flash to Jed, trying to keep him alive, but he's not going to be able to do it. You have to think Hambach gets
This is
the kill.
insane
Has arrived.
stacking,
Can
though.
they chase them down and get something back? It doesn't look like they can.
Never mind, he
And
only got 2.
Lions falls for
He only got
first
2.
blood. Hambach picks it up.
Huhi played
Okay, good. John had
well
it in
these
chat.
last 2
Thank God.
games.
Thank you, John.
Context switching as well between the Seraphine and the Rel right there. Having the flashless Nautilus for the re-engage in what was a 2v3. I think DSG wanted to kind of keep it interesting since Kryra was deploying out the bot lane, and they thought maybe they'd be able to bait it, but he ends up getting that turnaround earlier. So the beginning of this play has the flash being burned, and DSG actually, this is great, right? Hambach's recall is going to be greatly delayed, but
I mean,
then
just
with
well done.
Ivern in the bush, they're thinking
Well done by
that they
Huhi.
should stick around, and Huhi just does a really fast play to end up getting the kill onto Lions.
This is what I mean. You don't, other than like some trades, you don't want a lot of.
Not there yet. When
you don't want a lot of
moving
kills
forward into
in
that
bot lane.
brush. Ivern's still halfway down the lane. If you wait 5 seconds and then you walk up and you get flashed
goal
on,
is just to get to
when
100
Ivern
Senna
shields you,
stacks.
Yeah, you
That's
win.
it.
You stomp that. So. Not a great game 1 from Lions, and I think a pretty big misstep there in game 2.
Yeah, I have not picked it.
And
I'm
we'll
not
see
picking
how
until
he's
after
gonna be able to
lock-in. I'm
do
using
going
the
forward.
entirety
Castle
of
so far does have 3 points
the
E
first
as
3
expected,
months.
and is going to be
to
working
figure
towards
out-
the
Hey,
Merc Treads.
sniper.
That's also very expected, and I think he's going to be sitting pretty. I mean, you outscale the Kennen hilariously hard in the side lane, and he's almost level 6. And generally on Nasus, if you get to level 6 without dying, you are feeling really comfortable.
Yeah, I love
Nasus is
from Ido as well.
already up
That's
CS.
how draft works for a lot
About
of
to be
teams as
level
well. You
6.
just-
Oh god,
you
this
do a
is like
trust fall
not
with your
good.
players a
Oh,
lot of the time as some
wait, did they
big
get a kill
damage
here?
goes down onto Rahel.
Rahel incredibly low.
No, they
So
don't.
Jed elects not to flash for it because there was still the barrier available.
I can't
on
believe he
Rahel,
didn't
so
flash.
didn't want to
Bro, I would.
die on anything
Maybe that's
silly.
why I'm
Hambach
plat.
in the area,
I
so
100%
Rahel
would
has
be
that
flashing
barrier.
for
Gonna
that.
try to barrier bait potentially, see if they can get them to go for an aggressive play again. But this time DSG not going for it just yet. Lions does drop that
Nice.
vision ward in the river. And will be able to keep himself safe as Kryra is clearing down.
Not gonna
We'll
lie.
see if Kryra wants to come
C9
give a little
dumps
bit
on
of
watch. Hey, I
reinforcements
get it.
down here on this bot side. As you can see,
I
Hambach's gonna
don't,
go back to
you know, I
base,
don't
notice he
expect
cannot
people to like
contest the
just
scuttle.
immediately
as long as
like
they
like
keep
who
Rahel
I'm
low
gonna
like
like.
this, it could be a good
You know, if I
time
give
to
people a
start
reason to, then
Drake
fine.
as the
But,
Ivern
like-
team. They have mid prio, they have perma bot prio, and they'd want to get that Drake stack starting. Ivern definitely a slow Drake taker, but he can still take it solo. So looks like he's just going to be able to pick this up, likely uncontested.
Yep, should be able to grab that. And all this scrapping on the bot side, something that
Sentinels
sometimes
might
kinda
be up,
goes a little bit ignored
but
is that it's really nice for Senna because you're
this
grabbing a lot
is
of
really
souls.
good
So already 20
early.
souls here, 6
Really
minutes
good
in,
early for DSG.
is going to be a pretty nice
They scale
base
and
for
they're in a
Sajed.
good space for that.
Especially when you're playing
And
AD
Castle as
carry
well.
on Senna, it's a lot harder to get the souls than it is on support where you're kind of just doing nothing but harassing. So Sajed doing a very good job
I
with
can
that.
promise you it's not C9.
And they're off to a great start. Also always nice when you can come and reinforce the jungler on some of these dragon takes and various camps because you get a nice injection of souls there too. Picks up 2.
Yeah, first Nasus top since 2017 summer by some
2017
and
summer?
As Castle
Oh
said,
god,
you
that
know,
was
to him,
before I started
he
watching full
had
time.
to do it
Wow.
in this situation once the Ken was
Thank
locked
you, thank
in.
you.
But to pick it with the Ivern actually does make a lot of
cool.
sense. I do completely agree.
I
If
feel like
he's
the
able
teams
to
watch
lane
this year
this
fly
well,
DSG and C9.
I don't think he's going to have that big a
for the most part.
problem with teamfight access based
I
off
think
of
honestly
having this
every
Ivern.
team,
He might
barring
even look
like
for an all-in here.
2, who happen to be
He's gonna go for it. He
eliminated,
does have the ghost, so
are
Impact has
fun
to
to
be
watch.
very careful. If you ever waste your E, especially because Impact is not playing phase rush. He took Ares, so he's trying to actually contest the
Oh
lane.
god, that is a decade ago.
If you
Holy
waste your E,
shit.
you can easily get withered, ghost, pop ulti, and just run him down. I was a little surprised that Castle actually just playing it very defensively. I think he was nervous that Hambach was in the bush. Otherwise, I think
Alright,
he walks forward and
Castle's
just
already got Merc
stacks the
treads.
cannon, right? 'Cause the
This
cannon's
lane
got
is so
many
over.
stacks, but in that case, just used his E, wanted to play it safe. As Lions trading here with Huhi and Sajed able to help him out there. So the trade goes pretty
Yeah, this is
DSG
a
favored,
problem.
now up to 26
Oh god,
stacks.
this
and
is like
Hambach will have been
already
working on
as
that
long
board
as
over on his
the
Raptors.
game state remains as is and
DSG
doesn't
should
like
be well aware of
snowball
where he
out of
is, as
hand in the
Calmy's
next
just
few
been kind of
minutes.
getting harassed constantly in this 1v1, but is up CS, so going to be pretty happy about how things are going.
They're looking to make a play on Cryra's blue buff here with the bot Prio. We're going to get Cryra's ult out just to push him out of blue. Surprising teleport, actually, but it is just Huhi with Spellbook. Cryra would just love a little bit of time to channel on this blue, but we might see a brawl first.
Lions
keep stacking. Don't worry about fighting. Don't commit too much here.
Daisy getting focused
just
down.
keep stacking.
Back in. It's Sajed gonna get jumped on by Hombok, but Hombok does not connect. Now
that's not good.
They're committing everything, but on these tankier members, can Cryra survive? No, he cannot. He goes down. Call me trying to get over here and help them out, but he's zoned off there by Darkwings. Lion hooks to the wall, flashes out. Sentinels win the fight.
Nah, beautifully done right there by Hombok. Knows he has level 6. Getting the Daisy out early rather than mid-fight was the signal they needed to actually
I like the stacks. He's at 31 already at 8 minutes into the game. Like, that's a lot of stacks for Senna.
It's just full send because they're actually going to be able to win that 3v3. So Hombok with the fortunate kill early to get the first one, and now with this second kill is starting to take control.
Hombok on this Wukong,
showing off some of their experience here, utilizing the pressure well. They have some of the most experienced players as far as playoff games are concerned in the league. You look at how many Impact has played, how many Huhi has played, and then over on the other side, the only one who previous to this series had any playoff experience was Lions. The other 4, it was all their very first playoff games. Of course,
as long as Wukong doesn't keep getting these picks and making life miserable for them in the mid game, they're fine.
Over on that side, and that can be something that can really help you when you come into some of these higher pressure matches.
Yeah, Huhi especially coming up clutch with these engages.
Keep scaling. You don't have to do shit. You got first dragon. That stalls everything. You don't even have to fight the next 3 dragons if you don't want
Glacial
to.
Augment, as well as Resolve secondary for the extra heal and shielding. He's got.
If you get a chance, fine, but you don't need
since
to.
Your items, you build so many of them. You end up getting to like your 3 and 4 item power spikes very quickly since you're kind of building all support items. And he's probably starting with the Redemption as well, which I think is pretty strong when you can affect the map from kind of like pseudo-global. Cryra's been playing the Pantheon Nocturne, just throwing a Redemption down from the jungle.
He doesn't, but they don't really contest side lanes. They just brute force in the mid-game and force every objective. Never fight that they can.
In towards the Q-Max, so he's just going to be going for that Triforce after pit stopping for the Merc Treads. Doesn't have the craziest amount of stacks yet, but it's not the easiest to lane as Nasus in the early levels. And of course, as you get more points in the queue, you pick up more CDR.
That's not good.
It gets faster and faster and faster, and you can really start to accelerate. So we'll see how he can actually perform.
Not that they needed to, but I'm just saying, like, those 3 Void Grubs are going to be tough to deal with if Sentinels does get ahead and can start poking down some of these towers.
There's the W from Victor. There's the stuns that are going to be coming out in the knockups from the Wukong, from the Kennen, from the Rel. There's a lot of kind of annoying things. But that being said, even if you just kind of get down your Wither on Rahel, that is such a significant DPS loss for Yunara, who is pretty much purely auto attack based.
Did he get? Yeah, he got the gold.
I think a lot of this game is going to come down to whether or not Sentinels
1,000 gold lead on Sentinels
clean
right
engages, because they have really powerful tools with the Rel, Wukong, Kennen, not to mention the ever-expanding Victor ultimate if they can get the one-shot, because the Ivern and the Senna are never going to be that
stacking up pretty
tanky.
well
so
right now.
Those are the targets that they're really going to be wanting to try and one-shot. I do think the scaling is in favor of DSG, especially if those players can stay safe.
Yeah. Senna at 35 stacks still, so she kind of stalled out on stacks over the last few minutes, which means that Sentinels is doing a good job of not fighting as much.
If you can get back onto those guys and knock them down, that's fantastic. But if you full send it and you are going through the Yone, through the Nasus, and you don't insta-kill them, well, that's going to be tough.
You don't have to fight this dragon.
What they're having to deal with here. As you can see, the role quest complete there for Castle, who pretty much doesn't care about anything Impact does anymore at this point. Really, the only limiting factor,
not have
and this
to
is
fight
kind of one of the weak
at
points
all
of these kind of Emax builds, is you spend a lot of mana. So Castle sometimes is just going to run out of mana. He's going to have to base and push that out. And that can be one of the difficulties.
So I don't drink any soda, so I'm not of any use or value there, unfortunately.
So Impact now has TP advantage, and that means that DSG has to concede.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly, that's fine.
It is going to be traded for some camps
like,
on the other side of the map, so I think overall DSG is okay with
Castle
that,
just
when
absolutely
you have the redemption
smurf
completed
this
on
top
Ivern,
side.
that's one of your bigger power spikes. I think it's just the fact that Wukong is on Triforce.
Oh my god.
And that's a big way to lose the game as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, Castle also
so you ain't gotta do
really
shit.
getting Impact
Don't worry about fighting that. You're fine. You're chilling.
Because now they have already secured that dragon.
Don't worry.
But it is always scary.
Relax.
If they decided to TP down the Kennen and you don't get an incredible fight, Nasus pops ult and kills your tower, right? And that is something that you always have to worry about, the amount of damage Nasus can get done in the side lane. So Castle now
That's fine.
feeling really
TP
good,
top
up
for
400
impact.
gold on a champion that pretty
That's
heavily
good.
outscales. Going to be close to his Triforce and has that supporting
38
cast
stacks
that will
for
help him,
Sajet.
not
It's
just
slowed
the
down a
item, but
lot.
Also the Senna heals and shields.
But that's fine.
So he's going to be pretty powerful, you have to think, this game. Darkwing's been doing a good job just harassing Calmy, but it's never really turned into anything more than just kind of a bit of annoyance.
Castle getting poked out a little bit. I mean,
if we're seeing
he's got to be
Nasus
close to
Ivern in Game
Triforce.
3 of Fearless, I really hope this
Can't
goes
have
5.
exhaust.
I don't know what
Instead
DSG
of
would
the
have
team
left
against
in terms of the end of the Fearless
Cassante
series.
Ornn, Game 5.
I mean-
Cassante jungle, Ornn top, let's go. Oh, we decided to unban Azir. You
They're
get that
trying to
too.
exhaust the Nasus, obviously.
We can bring up the court.
But as for the other side, I think there's so many moving
But
pieces
no, I
that there's
agree.
just
I mean,
no
it's fun.
point.
And Castle's
to a
always one
certain
of those
extent.
players. I've talked to him a little bit about picks in the past, and he loves solo queue data. You know, some players think win rates mean nothing in solo queue. Some players are saying, ignore it, it doesn't matter at all. I play what feels good.
Crier's getting
Castle
all of his shit
loves
stolen
going
right now.
And looking at the data and seeing what
I didn't even look. I
the
mean,
niche
I know the
items and
kill
counter picks
discrepancy
are,
is
and
pretty
he
bad,
loves
but a
prepping that
CS
stuff. I think
check,
he's really into
even
it,
in
so
top,
he
even in
believes a
mid,
lot in that.
pretty much
And
even in
so,
bot.
you know, it would not
But
surprise
jungle
me
is
to
like a
know
30
statistically
CS
this is
gap,
one of the better counter matchups,
which is a
and it's cool to have players
problem.
that have the confidence to bring this stuff out, because I do think it's underexplored. And I think combat summoners as well are pretty underexplored as far as top lane this season. We got
This
to see
gold
Photon
lead is
doing it a little
quickly
bit, bringing out the
increasing for
Ignite Cannon,
Sentinels
the
right
Ignite, Renekton, I believe it was another game. And so he's done a couple different things, which is kind of fun to watch.
Very cool. 273 on the Nasus stacks so far. We got
I don't know if that's a good
42
pace
on
for
the
Nasus
Senate.
or not.
It's become a little
I
bit less
couldn't tell
spicy
you.
of a lane since they started losing. And Huhi's up here.
Yeah, Huhi can be a bit annoying, but not enough damage, obviously, to take him down. I mean, if you fully
Bye-bye.
commit there,
It's
he
not
is
that
just
big of a
gonna heal
deal.
up. You can
Wukong
also
is
see
accelerated,
Impact
but Ivern
is
not
going
very
in towards
self-supported.
gunplay
Okay.
because he knows if you don't have some sustain, he's
Got
just
it.
going to slowly lose the side lane very heavily to the Nasus. So his option is, all right, I
No
go
TP
gunblade.
on Nasus,
That
so he's
is
not
a
gonna be able to
trade-off,
go
though,
back
but
to
it's
this
not like
lane
there's no cost
easily.
to that because you're not as powerful in team fights, I feel, as we're going to see Hambach going in on Calm.
Okay.
Gets a nice little chip of
No,
damage.
that's fine.
But Darkwing's
And
had
bot
quite a
lane-
ride with the TP, so just going to take that
Now
chunk
the
of damage
43
and
stacks.
be happy with it.
Some Ivern side effects as well, just the easy double buffs on the mid laner this early
Slightly
on
under
into the
pace,
game.
but I
from
aim
the
for
buff sharing
300 by
passive.
15.
Also
That was
gonna be
before the
annoying
change
for
of the game
Darkwings
starts.
to deal with
Okay,
since
good to know.
he was winning that lane against Calmy a little bit. Doesn't seem like he is anymore. But I'd say that Kryra is definitely in a defensive jungling pattern right now, especially after losing that blue buff fight about 7 minutes ago to Hambach. So staying out of the river.
Okay,
really just trying to
again,
keep his
another
camps
neutral
on
objective
cooldown
going over
and
Sentinel's
waiting
way.
until they
That's
hit a few more
fine.
power spikes. They know they have
You
to
can give
stay
it
on
up.
here.
It's no problem.
For as exciting
Nasus is
as
20 per
Nasus,
minute.
Ivern
Okay.
are to us for the novelty.
So he needs to be
I
at
think they are
400 by 20
equally as
minutes.
boring in terms of their play pattern.
Yeah, they definitely can be. And I mean, you're playing Nasus Senna, two champions with infinite scaling, right? So if the game goes slow, you're fine with that. The question is always, do you have target access? Because in theory, you can get 10,000 stacks on Nasus and then never hit anyone die, right? You know, it's unlikely, of course. But there's still a lot of scaling power on the other side, too. Yunara Victor, really powerful carries in
We're
those
talking to
late
you in
game
the live
stages.
chat?
Lots of CC and disruption here.
What do you mean?
for
I have the
Yone as
chats
well as for the
overlaid.
Nasus. And Sentinel's slowly building up this gold lead, and yeah, it's
I
great.
can see 'em
You
all.
can scale, you can stack, but if you fall too far behind, it's not really going to matter.
Or do you mean like in like the
And
actual like
it is closing in
broadcast
on that
chat?
2,000 gold lead. Is Calmy getting a pretty nice trade here. The barrier is going to get popped. He actually committed to it, and the redemption almost finished him off.
Dead.
Now the
Bye-bye.
Sentinel
Snipe.
knocks him down.
Get
Rael
wrecked.
did not react. Did not flash out. And what I thought was going to be a quick little trade ends up being a kill.
Uh-oh.
And now Castle
Uh-oh.
popped the
Nasus
ulti here.
time.
Willie goes for it. Not just yet.
Oh, there's a
Hambach
Wukong
coming in.
there.
Now gonna pop the
No,
Castle.
Castle.
He is in the 1v2.
No.
Can he make it happen? I don't know that he's going to have the damage, but he is getting impact quite low, slowing him down. One more Q might do it, but he
Good try.
doesn't get there to finish
try.
the job. Impact barely survives as Hambach bails him out, and they get a kill on the Nasus.
Oh, man, that was
Hambach
almost such a
getting
positive play for DSG,
really,
but Hambach,
really far
is
ahead.
there for when Castle gets bored. He could have just continued.
The
to
entire
kill the
gold
minions,
lead is in jungle
but
right
he
now.
thought that was
Jungle
a time
diff.
to go in.
Nothing I could do.
No eyes on the Wukong whatsoever. So
3-0.
Hambach in a position to carry this game right now. 3-0-0 on the Wukong. Watching this one more
Is that
time,
the
though,
Philippines flag,
you
Alexander?
can see Rahel was feeling very confident
How
because
we
they
doing?
kind of had Calmy in this 1v2.
I apologize. I do not know
but
country
then
flags all
when
that well.
He gets pushed out, he goes for a powerful trade. And here's these pseudo globals, right? The redemption at first.
Bang.
I think he thought he was far enough.
Oh, he tried to RE. He died on the R cast. He tried to RE. That's what happened. So
yeah, his R's on cooldown now.
Yeah, so he tried to actually RE
Uh-oh.
there, so that's why he didn't flash.
Wukong, what are you doing, brother?
Actually catching Hanbok. If he goes down, that would be
What are you
punishing,
doing?
as he has a big bounty. Who he gonna flash over the wall with Hanbok? But can they continue the chase? I think
Uh-oh.
they can. Now the team.
Oh God, Sentinels, bye-bye. This is gonna be bad.
But there's the route over on a Hanbok. Hanbok getting focused down. Castle almost knocks down Huhi, but he's gonna get CC'd.
No way.
Wukong gets into the Herald. Can all of them get out? It looks like they just might be able to do it.
No way.
They're trying to finish off with a smite, but they couldn't. And Sentinels get away with no health. I can't believe DSG killed no one.
It ends up being a really good trade because they got plates on the mid lane as
That
well.
did
Sure,
not
it
just
cost the Herald,
happen.
And they get some counter jungling.
Oh, good sidestep.
Okay, he
Hanbok
has redemption.
very low.
He short
Oh
the
my
redemption.
God.
And Hanbok gets out.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
tough skill shot to hit
no.
there. That redemption didn't
No,
actually
Kryra,
land it.
no.
He misplaced it pretty badly. He just needed to put it behind him and try to force him into him.
Oh,
Calling in some
man.
trouble on the side. Will be forced to use his
Yikes.
Double soul laners here from Sentinels going to be pushing up. but
This
at
is
the
not
same
good.
time,
This
farming
is
some
like
plates on top
this is
side, so
quite a
Calm
few
being pushed
things
back
in
to
a
base.
row not going their way.
I feel like they probably could have killed him, maybe with that redemption, but not going to be able to do it, unfortunately. And got to be a frustrating moment there for DSG. It looked like they were going to get 1 or 2 kills for sure.
All right, Dragon's up.
Instead,
I
they
think
get
pretty much.
none.
I mean,
And
you
they're
got
also not
Sentinel,
set
but
up
yeah,
with
that's
this Drake
down.
again, so it's probably Infernal Drake going over to Sentinels.
That's fine,
There's
though.
no redemption. They burned a lot of their summoners in that extended fight top lane. But call me.
This is the one that you knew was going to go down as well.
There'd be
No
very
reason to
late on
panic.
this fight if they decide to engage on it.
Yeah, Call Me missing most of his abilities there, unfortunately.
That's fine.
So is
Nothing to worry about on the Dragon front.
trade. Once you get Blade
But
King, as
beyond
well as
that,
these upgraded Berserker
bit of a
Greaves,
problem.
Can be quite powerful. Let's watch this fight one more time. It looks like they had Sentinels cornered.
Everybody
So
should have wrapped
Castle's
around the
cutting
other
off
way.
Rudy Darkwings, but then Lions and Kryra kind of commit to trying to finish off Hanbok before he gets in the Herald. So once he's in the Herald, you're kind of not doing anything. I'd say if
Yeah.
Sajed and Kryra had all in on the Victor
That's
earlier,
not good.
maybe they get one of those kills. And if they do a little bit more damage to the
Hey,
Herald,
Alex, thank you, man.
they could get this kill as well. The extra chase is the one that cost them because I feel like if they deploy
Imagine the
down
gold
for
swing.
Drake
Oh,
now,
dude,
maybe they can
it'd be
control
ridiculous.
it. But Kryra takes the plant over. Nice sidestep by Hanbok. And then Kryra just doesn't place redemption deeply
Yeah.
enough. He could have
Oh, that
cornered
seems
him
bad.
most likely
That's
to get
not
that
good.
kill.
Ugh.
And deep breaths for Hanbok,
Tragic.
protecting that bounty on
But if you're
Wukong.
DSG,
Yeah, I
you're
feel
still
like if you
fine.
just
Like,
put
take a
the
deep breath,
redemption
relax.
fully below, so
You're
like the
chilling.
top lip is just barely touching him.
Don't
he
freak
can't walk
out.
down or he'll probably die to the redemption. I mean, he basically has to flip it and say, I hope I don't die to the redemption. Because if you stop, you just get auto to death because you have no health. So I do think that was a misplay from Kryra. Hanbok opening up a pretty big lead here now and is going to be happy about his position in the
I mean,
game.
Hanbok's
Call Me
lead is
has been
decreased. He was at like a
relatively quiet on the
1.5k
honest,
gold
and,
lead earlier.
Getting involved here and there. Sajed, though, up to 55 stacks. 432
432
is
is 20, so now he's
he is
picking
getting
it
to
up.
that frightening point where
Only
if he connects
55
onto his
though for
targets, he's gonna
Sajed,
get
so
a
it is
ton of
slowed
damage.
down massively.
He's not going. Oh, he's not going for it. Rahel just flashed. That was a
Yeah, I
misclick.
did. Yeah, he
that
did.
was a misclick for sure, unfortunately, as Rahel now going to be minus splash. And
Okay,
they saw it, so
sure.
They could full send on him. Yeah,
Why
Castle's not
not?
going Sundered Sky or anything crazy. He is gonna be going in towards the Spirit
Hey.
Message second, taking the more kind
Been
of
there, brother. I get it.
And also
I get
he's
it.
up against 2 AP soul laners, so makes sense to just have a little bit of MR and really delay this game a bit
Yeah.
through split pushing.
The thing is, if Hanbok dies,
It
it's a
feels
problem.
like DSG has been making a few misplays and Sentinels has
DSG's been
capitalizing,
making
especially when
misplays,
Hanbok has been in the
but
right
DSG
position.
is very much still in the
But
driver's
even
seat,
with
in my
all that,
opinion, so far.
1,000 gold and 1 Drake. I'm still feeling like the Senna Ivor Nasus probably has it.
Yeah.
It's just hard to say, though, because we see these combinations of
it's
champions
not.
so infrequently in pro play. So if the coordination of Sentinel's hard engages can just one-shot the Ivern and the Senna before the fight extends, it's not going to matter. But it just feels like with the Locket from the Nautilus and just a little bit of burst protection, if you can get through to the
come
first
on.
redemption and the Ivern shields and the Senna heals start kicking,
That lead is
it
dropped
feels like
now
they're
to
just gonna be this
to
unstoppable
1,000.
machine later in the game.
There's one of
Susan's
these
gonna
other
be a
things
problem.
that
Oh,
people
Susan's
obviously
gonna be
think
a
about the
massive
weather a lot,
problem.
But there's a lot of armor shred on the Nasus E, and then there's Black Cleaver armor shred. And
Like, Hanbok has not accelerated his lead, which is the big problem. There was like this, there's a position where it was good because it's like, okay, you know, he's, what, 2-0 at that point. He's got a 1.5k gold lead. He can accelerate it and really snowball this game out of control before the scaling happens, but now,
Sentinels are here, all 5 members. Call Me gonna try to ult out. In comes the redemption as well.
Can you
That
live long
Senna
enough, though?
shield,
I
trying
don't
to keep
think
him
you
up.
can.
Lions flashing back with the locket, but he's getting knocked down.
That's not
And there's
good.
Another kill going their way.
Oh
The
no,
TP
this is a
arrives,
very
but
disjointed
Castle
fight.
is just getting focused down. He's in the middle of the entire
This is a very disjointed fight. That was not good from DSG at all.
Won't be able to do it. 3 for 0 for Sentinels there. How much more can they get off of this?
They're getting
I'm rooting for
that was a
DSG in the
beautiful
series.
play there by Sentinels. The first sign that something
That was
amiss
not pretty.
was both soul
I think
ladders
you just
walking
gotta
up the
like
bottom lane,
at this situation
together.
you just let him
Then
die.
Huhi Hambach get the perfect flank, and DSG I think tries to salvage a play that
Castle
wasn't
TPing in
salvageable.
there
Senna's
is
so
tough.
far away. Call Me burns everything, and then by the time Castle gets here, he is 1v5.
Yeah,
sure,
that's
the
just
Senna,
not-
Ivern wanna help,
not
but
good.
if they step too close, they end up getting engaged on. So all the tempo has been in the favor of Sentinels this game, and they're the ones making the plays to turn the
All right,
game in their
just
favor.
relax.
Yeah,
Get
nicely
Senna
done.
to
You can
100
also see
stacks.
that Rel interaction, Shattering Strike on the Ivern Shield instantly on Call Me. Broke that very quickly. As Lions gonna have to hook back to the tower.
Sajed,
taking
live.
some damage
Please live.
there from Rahel. They do have a lot of sustain. I mean, you saw it looked like Call Me was going to get one shot, but then Redemption landed, Locket came out, Senna's shield. You know, all of these heals came through.
Here we go. Come on.
But was not enough. They were not putting any damage back on the other side. And then it's like Nasus arrives, 500 stacks, great.
Oh, this
but
was the graphic that
CC,
somebody
CC,
pointed out about it,
CC,
saying
not gonna
that
be able to actually get
playoffs
enough
started. No, it's
cues out
playoffs
to really
live
do
at the
anything.
Riot
Now
Games
Sentinels
Arena
feels
starts
like
on
they
the
are
20th.
running away
That's
with
what
it.
it was.
Posed to grab this next dragon.
Surface
And
Fang
the fact
incoming.
that the
Is
Yone
that
and the
going to
Nautilus
finish
were
out here?
gone pretty much
We'll
before
see.
the fight started, then all the Sentinels cooldowns are going to be cycling back.
I mean,
So,
that is kind of
for
a
as much as we
goated
talked
item
about
against
the
this
potential
DSG
scaling
comp.
of DSG, if they're not finding any 5v5 windows, and Sentinels is always the one striking first and always has a number advantage.
All right, here we
going
go.
to win the
Big
game.
fight.
So this is the most organized I've
Big,
actually
big,
seen
big
it.
fight.
3 seconds before Infernal.
Oh, that's big.
Onto Rahel. He pops the R, dashes back. Can they get in on him?
Ult off of Rahel.
He
Just
let
wait
the
it
ulti
out.
expire.
You're
So they
fine.
force that out of Rahel, and they know he
Yep.
has no flash for a while. So I think DSG is going to try
And yes,
to
we are in
contest
the closet.
potentially, but it looks like they might just be too slow.
Nah, just fight it.
In onto
Win the
Huhi.
fight.
Hui's going to get one shot. The
There we
shutdown
go.
goes through, but will the fight be won? Impact is getting so much
Castle's
damage
still
down.
alive.
Castle tries to drive, gets in on Rahel.
Rahel's
They
still
can't finish
alive
him
in the
off. Call Me
background.
trying to make something happen, but he misses on the Q3.
Look at how
Hambach
big this
flashes
Victor
out,
ult
and
is.
now it's just Kryra and Sajed.
My
That is
God.
Victor from Arcane. That Arcane Storm was massive as Sentinel survived.
Thought they had the
and
pick on
win
Rahel,
the
but they
fight,
didn't.
Even without the flash or the ulti on Rahel.
That might have been the last chance for DSG. They finally got their 5v5.
Not good.
But they were probably just a little bit too far behind. And the
Not
executes
good.
and the empowered Victor ultimate just continued. So yes, they killed Huhi on the backside. But let's think, like,
see.
Sajed
Yeah, they-
doesn't do
I mean,
that
they
much
melt
damage inside
Huhi,
the game.
but-
You can see Kryra and Call Me have to kind of both flash out of this. So it's like a Senna who's zoned by Impact and Castle who's in the middle of 4 people isn't enough to get it done as Victor and even in all
Yeah,
the
Impact
Sumara
is zoning
are
very well
free-hitting.
in these fights.
It's just too much
It
damage.
the same thing happened last
Too
game
much
with
damage.
him on
When you fall
or
this
the
far
Nar versus
behind as
Kaisa
these comps
matchup.
that are reliant on heals and shields, often you don't get enough rounds of them out to actually make anything happen. You just kind of end
2
up having
souls?
situations where
Fine.
they're just getting
65.
burst through. You can see the Hex Optics C44 is done now for the Senna. So
Yeah.
it does have the additional damage based
I
on
do
range,
agree,
which is
John.
obviously great for
Nasus
Senna
needs to be
because you get
split
all the
pushing
stacks,
and
which
really
increases
diverting
range.
pressure
You're
and then
almost always
TPing
getting
him
the
behind the
maximum
kill.
bonus from that. And Sajed was hurting Impact to be sure, but it's just been tough. I mean, Castle has been kind of like very slowly winning in the side lane. He took down the top tower, took down the bottom tower, but he's never been actually threatening tier 2s. He's never been able to make anything happen in
You
the
had the
5v5s.
counter pick
Impact is
Nasus.
just
You need
kinda
to be
going in,
maxing
throwing
this
down
out,
the
and it
ults,
does
CCing
not
them
feel
up.
like it's having
and
that
everyone
level
kind of
of
focuses
impact.
down the Nasus before he can do much.
Yeah, not to mention the Serpent's Fang is clutch for Hambach. He's had such a good game from the original kill that he found bottom lane to the invade he did on the blue buff. And now, because he
DSG
has
comp still scales
some
very
gold
well,
to burn,
to be clear.
Normally, a Serpent's Fang on Wukong this late in the build would make you too squishy.
Still scales
but because
very,
he's so
very well.
accelerated, I think it just
But
allows him to continue to snowball.
you just need time.
And in terms of, like, we have heal cut items and shield cut items. To me, Serpent's Fang is just the most broken of them all. Like, not only does it reduce the shields by 50%, it will
Nope,
then
that's
reduce
Baron for free now.
other shields that get applied by
Hold out
50%.
on
So
Yone.
it's
They
the best
what are
of
you gonna
all
do?
worlds
How are you gonna be able
in
to
terms
contest?
of cutting down the shielding that's going to be coming from Nautilus, from Ivern, from Senna ult.
Yeah.
It really empowers their team fighting.
I mean, Hambach's on 3 items. You look over at Call Me, he's on 2, right? He's not even
Sajad's
close.
dead.
His TPs are going to be coming in
he
here
got
to
out
reinforce.
somehow.
Nasus will
I
arrive,
wouldn't have
as will
TP'd
Call
there.
Me. So that's double TP spent now.
Double TP.
Feels like DSG is going to have to get something. Otherwise, Impact's just going to go set up in the side lane. I mean, they did get the ult out of Rahel. They got the TP out of
That's
Dark
not
Wings, but
good.
now it is TP advantage for Sentinels. So Impact
That's
can go
really not
and
good.
look to set up a push in the side lane if he wants. But right now, he's considering, can I find an angle for an ulti here? As Huhi thinking about going, has his flash available. Hombach may have been caught
Wait.
on the side.
There's no flash.
Did he? Oh my God, he's gonna die.
Actually finish him off. Castle is in there. He's gonna try to turn it around, try to finish off Cryer.
Hombach didn't die.
He actually surviving. Comes the Sentinel ulti. They do get the kill. Call Me though, getting focused down on the side. Sajed is not even involved in the fight. Now he's gonna arrive as Castle's going
trying.
forward with
Nos
the
is
ulti.
okay.
Don't throw
This
the
is
wither down
the
on
power of it.
Darkwings.
Don't
Call Me tries to go
overextend.
back in. Sajed
Darkwing's
goes forward.
dead.
There's the flash hook, and it's a
Nos is
massive
just
shutdown.
walking
Castle
forward.
gets it.
Look at that. There he is.
DSG come up with a huge pick, and they're gonna get Baron very likely off the back of this as well.
Oh my God.
Slingshot. They're going to be even in gold after this.
He brought
Baron.
it back.
It all starts with
Castle for every fight that you lost or that
So they
lost
see
earlier
one
on from
window,
overgrouping.
they just
Well done.
all commit to
Well
it, burn
freaking
everything to try to
done.
get this Wukong, because if they don't get burst, that's when the heals and shields can really start turning on. Getting that shutdown
Great
at the start of
pick.
the fight means there's not enough damage to one shot.
And then
the
look at
big
Gnosis
Nasus,
just standing
who
here,
then sits in the middle
1v4.
of the
Can't
team.
even do
Watch this flash
anything.
hook from Lions. They know they need to catch him. Flash barely tags him with the lollipop on the hook. Gets the shutdown for Nasus. They get those kills. That is critical.
I'm
knows
sorry,
this
man.
game, they
I feel
slowly
bad,
built up
Golden
the
Blue.
lead.
I feel bad. I don't feel bad, but I do
In a
feel
position
bad.
where it felt like, okay,
Like,
you're finally in control.
tragic,
That has
but
given
what can you do?
Such an injection of gold for DSG. Out of nowhere, there's the IE done for Sajed. He's now ahead. There's a
Oh,
third item
he's
completed
got
for
Hex
Castle.
Optics and
then
IE
the
now?
GA is gonna be
Yes.
coming soon for
Done.
Call Me.
Frozen Heart on Castle. who now has
Sajed's
a
about to
lead
do
on
a
Impact,
disgusting
and the
amount of
four
damage
item
in these fights.
Senna, with soon to be 80 souls, is turned on. This Infernal Soul fight
Still only
at
80
in
souls
50
at
more
30
seconds
minutes
is
is
suddenly
wild.
game deciding. It had seemed over. That pick on Hombach, who played so well this entire game.
Look at how quickly
might
this
end
game
up
feels like it's
costing them.
swung.
And the series might even swing on this next team fight. 1-1. Winner goes 2-1 up. It felt like all the momentum was in the side of Sentinels.
All right, come
but
on.
DSG might have just pulled it back.
Impact
Close
does
this out
get the
clean.
tier 2
Call
top,
me.
though.
Get
He
out
has
of
the
there.
TP advantage, and Call Me doesn't see anyone coming. He's way over pushed. Call Me's just going to die for free, it feels like. Are they even going to try to get out? Uses the ulti, flashes.
Oh, he flashes for it too.
Losing the soul
Call
unbound,
me,
but who
no.
cares? You wasted your flash. You're
No,
always gonna
brother,
die there.
15
Buys
seconds
a
until
little bit of time for
Dragon.
them to get some damage down on this tier 2, but Sentinels played that well. Impact didn't even use his TP. Took a tier 2 top.
Oh, no.
Against the Baroned up team.
Call me.
Now you're down a member, and you're probably just lost
No.
soul off that.
Down Yone, only down Wukong flash alt. Does GSG have enough strength to win a 4 versus 5?
All right,
Impact
all
should
eyes on
maybe get
Senna.
flanked
Senna
here,
has to
but
deal
DSG
a
goes fast
ton
by
of
work.
damage.
I mean, Impact will be behind them. He's going to TP in. Are they going to try to turn on the TP?
Turn
Can
on
they
TP.
find the route they're going for?
Yep,
They
there it
time
is.
Well. Can they burst him down? But he comes
Oh my
Flash
God.
trying to get some damage
Yeah,
down.
that's
But everyone,
problems.
DSG is just getting melted. Hui incredibly low, but the Dragon Soul has been secured. Sajed sent packing and
Oh,
Castle
call
cannot
me.
survive the damage from Rahel. Just like
Ah.
that, the pick on to Call Me may have thrown away this advantage that they got back. The Yone
No.
is down. DSG try to find a turn onto Impact, but they can't burst them down thanks to a great counter engage from Huhi.
Absolutely crazy game. We're back. It's over.
I mean,
We're
they
so
threw.
back.
I get
It's
it. You
so
throw
over.
everything
Right
at
here,
Impact
you
here.
think
It
maybe
makes
they'd find a
sense,
pick
but
onto Impact, but Huhi really delays any burst that would
Oh.
fall through onto Impact, and Hombach
That's so
smartly just
tough.
finishes the soul. Says, you know, however chaotic it gets, the soul is forever. Make sure they have that Infernal Soul, and all of this was just
Now
set up
it's gonna be
by a
tough.
macro misplay by
Now it's gonna
Calmy,
be
overpushing
really,
the bot wave
really tough.
before the Infernal Soul fight. I think DSG might have been strong enough to turn the game. It is still winnable, but
It's winnable,
the
but, like,
thresholds, the burst
Gnosis
thresholds
needs
now,
to be split
with the
pushing.
Infernal Soul and the items that Rahel and Darkwings are building
You need
up,
Gnosis just
really put
perma
Sentinels in
pushing on the
driver's
side
I
lane.
mean, it's going to get tough now.
His
That
TP's back
Infernal
up.
Soul is a lot of extra damage. Again, we talk about thresholds a lot when you are playing these healing and shielding comps, these sustain style comps. If
Come
you
on.
can hit a certain threshold of damage, they can't get out to the
Come
second or third
on,
rotation of
boys.
shields
Close
and
it out.
heals, where those
Let's
comps
go.
really start to become problematic. And now it just feels like with the Infernal Soul, with the gold lead again, they probably are just far beyond
Okay.
that. Call Me.
Oh my God.
And get smoked in that trade. This Yone has not really been able to find much of anything going on in this game. Has the empowered recall and completes the IE. So now he will have a lot of damage threat. Rahel getting chunked
Sajed
up
at
pretty
92
heavily
stacks.
there.
He's
Has
about to be at
careful. You still
100
need to
with
respect the range
Hex
from
Optics.
Sajed.
This
Who is
is
closing in on 100 stacks and is still on 4.5 items plus the boots.
Still a very strong Senna.
Yep.
That's going to be a problem the whole game unless Sentinels can get the one shot on it. So a very strange game. As we mentioned, we don't get to see much kind of late game
Come on.
Nasus Ivern. I'd say the Yone has been a disappointment in this team composition. It hasn't created that much pressure. It ends up getting
Yone's
picked
done
off.
nothing.
We
Oh,
could be one fight
Hambach
away
with a
from the game,
flank.
as Hambach has a flank.
Hambach has a great flank in onto Lions. The TPs are going to come in to try to reinforce.
But Sajed doing some decent damage.
Over on a Huhi. Lions are by.
Oh, look at this. Oh, look at the flank.
Trying to get Darkwing down.
Call me redeeming himself. Oh, Kennen on the flank.
Impact King. He's king of the castle. He's going forward here. Trying to knock
Sajed fighting Impact on the background. He's got him. He's got him. Sajed's got it. Bang.
That's big man on.
There it is.
Castle gets the stacks to pay off. That Nasus hurts.
It's a game of inches.
Oh my God.
Final auto as Rahel kills him.
No Baron, no Elder, no nothing up.
Fight, they could lose the game, and we're seeing an absolute barn burner right here. Lions
I didn't even pay attention to what happened at the bottom of the screen. I was entirely watching Sajed the whole fight.
To get killed by Hambach post flash.
Bro, look at the work that Castle's doing. Oh my God.
This entire time, Impact tries to get the assassination, and this is the real story. Dog versus Victor and Yunara, and he takes down Rahel. Absolutely crazy game.
Yep, that is.
Bro, they gotta stop showing Golden Glue. You gotta stop outing my man like that. He's just sitting here trying to have a good time. Y'all are making his life hell.
He is so strong. And you even saw Rahel had, a canceled auto or two. It's very hard to not mess up in these late game fights when you are withered and you lose so much attack speed, plus the frozen heart. So
he went rapid fire on Senna?
This attack speed aura where you're losing 20% from that, and then he has max wither now, so that's
an
additional
fine.
75% attack speed slow, and so all of a sudden, that just changes the math on
No,
these fights
the big thing in this fight,
and
no
when so
flash
many
on
tools
Senna.
were used before Castle arrived,
All eyes on
those are the
Senna.
fights
If they
where
get
Nasus
on
can really
her,
excel.
I mean, we're in a
It's
one-fight
over.
game now. Even with the soul, we can see it's possible for GSG to win fights. They kill Baron relatively fast as well, and Impact is on bot lane.
Or sorry,
so they might
Runin's
just
Hurricane. Did
try
I
and
say
force
rapid fire?
them
I meant
in.
Runin's Hurricane.
They're gonna try to get
I've
this
never
TP
seen
very loose.
Runin's
They see
build
him
on
that ward, so
Senna.
they see him moving up now, and they're trying to
Okay,
hunt
they're
out
trying
from
to
a
zone
sort of
it.
flank location. He's gonna be
Keep
TPing
your
in to
eye on
join the team.
Impact.
The Baron
Somebody
down
needs
about
to
half
mark
HP.
Impact.
Calmy looking, does land the knockup onto just Huhi.
Baron shred.
Gonna have to snap back, but they're looking to try
Okay.
to just finish this.
Nice.
Sentinel comes over the top. Look at Hambach. He's pushed out. Hambach can't join
Free
the
Baron.
fight, so they lose the
Keep
Baron.
going.
There's the root over
Keep
to
going.
Huhi.
There you go.
Gonna land on
Straight up win
Darkwing.
it. There we
Darkwing's in a lot of
go.
trouble. The first kill goes the way of
Money.
DSG. Here comes Castle. He's stunned up, but not for long. The CC is going to expire. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Sentinels. It's a triple there for the Senna, and it's Castle crushing through the
Scaling, baby. Come on.
DSG, and they just won the game.
When we talk about infinite scaling,
Senna was
apparently
barely
it's actually
touched.
infinite scaling
She was
through
almost
the
never
Infernal
touched in that
Soul.
fight.
They just
That's it.
5v5
Oh,
start
hell
the
yeah.
Baron and then annihilate Sentinels to go
That's
up
a
2-1
backbreaker.
in this series. Sajed in the end ends with 7 kills
Castle
on the Senna,
dead-ass
and they're gonna
Nasus,
go up
baby.
2-1
Come
the
on.
series, Azale.
Sajed and Castle, the scaling well and truly online. Nearly
There
800
we
stacks
go.
on the Nasus, nearly
Hell yeah, come on,
120
2-1.
on the Senna. A deathless game for Sajed and Castle, even with all that CC. In the
That's
late
awesome.
game, they couldn't burst them down.
Huh.
And once he accessed the backline, he just crushed
That fight was
them.
so cool.
What a
I want to go.
turnaround,
I
and
can't.
what a
I
series
don't want
we're
to.
having.
Infernal Soul doesn't matter. Early game.
I just want to watch that last fight real quick.
Land the knock sort of flank location. He's going to be TPing in to join the team.
Like,
The
look
Baron
at-
down to about half HP.
Oh my
Calmy
God.
looking, does land the knockup
Wait for
onto
it.
just Huhi.
Impact's coming on the
Has to
side.
snap back, but they're looking to try to just
And they just Hambach's down so
finish this.
low.
Sen ult comes over the top. Look at Hambach. He's pushed out. Hambach can't join the fight, so they lose the Baron. There's
Done.
the root over on a Huhi. The hook is
Yep.
going to land on a Darkwing. Darkwing's in a lot
Look
of
at
trouble.
Sajed's
First kill
autos.
goes the
Look
way
at
of
each one of these
DSG.
autos and
Here
how much
comes
he's doing.
Castle. He's stunned up, but not for
Bang.
long. The CC
One
is gonna
auto's doing like
expire.
like
So
a
are
fourth of the hell.
Sentinels. It's a triple there for
Now you give him the test.
That was
if he's
nuts.
right,
That
you go
oh
again.
my
He
God.
said, you know what I have to pick here, right?
Yeah. You know what I have to pick. I was like, I don't.
Oh my God. All right, really quickly. Patty P 17 and Pontus Gabriel 17. Thank you both for the follow during that last game. What a game. Holy crap. And we still got more.
Then plus the barrier. I think. So,
Sentinels tweeting like they're one win away from international. Jinx them. What'd they tweet? Let me find this. Hold up. Let me see.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Cannon can TP anywhere. Yeah, Cannon's still not here.
I can look Victor. Look Victor. Okay, no. Cannon is far.
Alright, I'm just tweeting that up. Bro, I mean, this is one of those games where if you're Sentinels, I don't think you're too upset because, like, look, you had your angle back into that. Granted, it was call me, chucking it, but, like, you did some right things. If you're making an adjustment for Sentinels, like, if you're trying to, like, figure out how, wait, it's a best of 5? You're damn right it's a best of 5. We ain't done. That wasn't even everything. We still got more to go. But no, okay, so if you're trying to fix this for Sentinels, I think the biggest thing is, again, like, keep picking scaling for Rahel. I think, like, an early, like, either a Jinx, an Ophelio, something like that. And just invest resources into it. The biggest problem with that game was it felt like all the kills kept going to Hanbok, and it's like the Wukong eventually fell off.
I thought until there were a few fights where he went in a little deep.
I just think Sejed is playing practically perfect when you consider the fact. Oh, 100%. Like, if we want to talk about the two biggest gaps in this series so far, Huhi's gap is, like, really getting the better of Lions. And then Sejed is currently, like, kind of getting the better of Rahel so far. Oh, don't paste the tweet. Oh, you're going to get timed out, but that's fine. You'll be back in 45 seconds.
You forgot to pay off. Your insider trading is not working.
Last week.
But, like, honestly,
wait, did they really?
Elements of the game, because I want to break down certain aspects of this game to see.
Hold up.
Oh my God, it's actually just playing the fight.
I need the.
Well, let's see if we can showcase like some fun parts from DSG's perspective, because there was at least a few. This one was interesting. So this is where you can already see the gold lead that did not look good.
Oh, they meant like one series win. Oh, it's DSG. Fine. It's fine.
So that one sucks, but at this point,
Lions is literally tired.
DSG is starting to push through mid, and their goal is
first best of series I've watched from the LCS this year, and it's not letting me down. Bro, I'm telling you, the LCS has been a banger for a bit. Like, it's just been fun to watch.
You're seeing them heavily push for mid and have all 5 members in the area.
Love to get Lions off anything with a hook. I mean, I would like to see him on, like, I want to see Lions on an enchanter pick. Is that the link? I appreciate it. I just have to, I can't let links through in the chat because otherwise they start getting spammed and bots come in and it's a problem. So, like, I want to see a enchanter hyper carry like Sejed Lions call. Now, to be very clear, before people see that and be like, "Oh, you're asking for a fucking Zeri Lulu," I ain't asking for that. I'm asking for like a Soraka Felios type thing. Like that sounds to me more fun. I think genuinely, Drago, every region is fun to watch in its own right. You just have to find the enjoyment from it. Because there are going to be people that watch the LCS and be like, oh, this isn't the cleanest gameplay. Who gives a fuck if it's not the cleanest gameplay? It's our players, and it's a ton of fun to watch. And that's what matters to me. Like, as long as you were entertaining me, then we're fun. You're asking for... Oh, God, no. It just sucks that Moist Critical's team Shopify shows. I mean...
But then you have an Ivern shielding you, and you have Senna healing over the top. And then
they built the roster.
And then also doing
that's all them.
Because you've been stacking souls the whole time that you've been stacking Q stacks.
That's all them.
Then you start to feel powerful because you're like, oh, this giant.
All right, what do we want to? Is there any champion that we want to see next game that like there's pocket picks, or like any players pocket picks that we really want to see next game?
So many big Qs, big bonks at critical times. The fight that is after
Timo, I should have expected that. I should have known that comment was coming from the jump. Like that. That's my fault for not seeing it. Kryra Zach. Ooh, that'd be fun.
Footage of them locking in
Zeri, Lulu, Lucia, Nami. I see we like masochism around here. Got it. Also, Vinsmoke, thank you for the follow. Real quick.
It's actually good, no? Yeah, I think it's really good here.
Suggest Sever. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. One game I saw from Shopify was the Malphite ult. No, yeah. Yeah. That was a good time, wasn't it?
Now he's like, you know what? I'm never gonna second guess.
Now I'm curious to see. DSG's been red side every game, right? I'm pretty sure they've been red side every game. They were red side in this past game. Were they red side in the game before? Yep. Red side in game 2.
vocal about how important.
And red side game. Okay, DSG's been on red side every single time.
Now we see the confidence in Castle pulls out the Nasus, massive difference maker, especially with
Clip
the
that dead
Sentinel
ass.
and the
I
Iron.
mean,
He's just proven that Kennen is not a safe blind. He just proved that one thing.
I want to know who picked blue side, red side. What happened here? Come on.
Decided by strong scaling. Like you're seeing mistakes happen from back and forth, but it felt like the stronger scaling squad.
Who would have guessed the stronger scaling comp wins? That's been the case in Europe and North America now for a bit. Seen you on shorts and YouTube didn't know you had to Twitch? Yep. Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. They're the three. DSG chose red? Of course they did.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only.
Which means that first pick went to
Holy smokes.
first pick went to Sentinels and they chose, I'm assuming, for well, they could have picked either. They'll probably pick first pick if I had to guess.
It's devilishly good.
Moist Critical yelled, "No, what the fuck are you doing?" Considering they just got back to playing LoL. Come on, man, tell me this go-to champ. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
We do have 7TV for some Twitch chat emotes. The fat or wizard fat cat thing works around here. I don't look, I got too many things going on to make. Home until right around like 11:30 tonight. Bet it sunrise by rough. Okay, I was gonna say for a second there, it sounded like the Marshmallow song. I couldn't remember. Sade, thank you for the follow. Top 3 fruits? Oh, this is gonna piss people off. Oh, why would you ask that question? All right, the number 1 fruit. I don't care what anybody says. Is cantaloupe. Cantaloupe's number 1, apples are number 2, pineapple's number 3. Said what I said. Crazy pop. So that's where we go. Hey, there we go. And congratulations. Tough, so you can do it full time. I'll be honest with you. I don't care to stream full time. That doesn't sound fun to me.
Game 3. And remember, even though this is just
Part-time? Sure. I would love to be able to quit my quit the golf job, like a secondary job. That'd be fun. Honeydew over cantaloupe? Absolutely not. No, cantaloupe over honeydew all day.
Either they'd be first and go to first hand, or they'd be second or
Ready to
third
follow
and
DSG,
represent the
or
LCS
do they have
in
negative
Cup.
points since they're a guest team? I just don't think culture match. It's a fit for me personally.
To clinch that, especially DSG with what they
I just don't get that vibe. Cantaloupe is a fruit that I haven't liked, though. I've been told the more I try. So my one fun story about cantaloupe, which is not fun for me, but fun for you all, is my senior year of high school, I remember it was like a Saturday that I was just at home chilling, and my mom just bought like this a really ripe cantaloupe. It was really good, really sweet to it, sweeter than normal. And I ate so much of it that I was sitting on the couch like 40 minutes later, and apparently too much cantaloupe will make you shit yourself, and I definitely shit myself on the couch. So there's that. So just know, you can enjoy cantaloupe, but you got to know your limits. There is a limit to how much cantaloupe you can eat in one sitting. Apparently. Oh god, no, I'm not trying to put more salt on it. Nah.
And try to deny it. Yeah, I mean, Talia's still a very strong pick. Interesting as well that Sentinels picks first pick.
But yeah, that was
doesn't take blue, they take red.
That was a really awkward moment where I'm just sitting there on the couch, like chilling. I think like on my phone or like setting up my like college laptop or something like that. Literally went to let out a fart, and it was not.
Different preferences.
It was not.
Has been
I just sat there. I was like, did that really just fucking happen?
Such a popular duo, a lot of laning power, but also, especially if they have low engage on the other side, you can kind of just walk forward aggressively with the Nami E. We know there's Vi though, so there's definitely not low engage. But
Corky Nami acceptable? Yeah.
You are
kind of a boring bot lane, but I'm fine with it.
And all of a sudden he Valks
Shadow Fiber.
There's all the follow-up CC. It can get very, very scary.
Kind of acid. Yeah, I learned that the hard way.
Want to go here.
I learned that the really hard way. Ooh, Misfortune. I like Misfortune. Okay.
Almost always is then going to be paired with some sort of hard CC. People having that lockdown. So, you know, with Rela,
favorite LCS player, I would probably go APA.
Something like that could work.
Yeah,
it's definitely
Leona,
APA.
all going to be options for Huhi. They don't necessarily have to pick it now since they would have.
I love that immediately John adds Khan in chat, because for those of you that don't know, Khan is a consistent viewer here. You might remember like Wrath of Khan on Hotline League. He hates Misfortune with a passion for whatever reason.
There's been a lot of MF already in the LPL specifically, but no surprises as we get deep into Fearless.
Favorite player from LCS all time?
Yeah, and I mean, with this kind of combo, I mean, Nami
probably
is so
still
squishy.
APA.
If you get tagged by any part of
probably
the
APA.
combo, and there's an MF ult over the top, you're probably just dead, right? You're going to get locked up by the Zenith Blade into the stun.
Mundo.
The Mundo comes out. I think this is going to be the Kryber pick here for sure.
Yeah.
As Kryber did great on this last week against Lion, was able to win in game 3 with that. You know, got to the late game against Inspired, playing that Xin Zhao.
How are you gonna get through?
Just get outpaced.
How are you gonna get through a Mundo with Nami healing?
Such a monster in the late game, and has the ability to absorb a lot of the CC as well with the passive.
How exactly are you gonna do that?
Yeah, DSG definitely seeming to have a preference towards scaling. I also think with the acceleration of gold that we see in the game and how big objective.
What are your vibes about this series so far, just tuning in? I think it's going to be a 3-1 DSG. That was my prediction before it started. I'm sticking with it now. Definitely some looser moments from DSG as we've kind of gone on here.
Seconds instead of every 30. You talked about crystalline overgrowth.
Also,
gold. There's shutdown gold. There's so much gold and experience that
it looks like Nakia. Like that's like how you read it. But Nick Foray, thank you for the follow.
I wonder if Darkwings would
but it feels like DSG got exposed a little bit.
To play like kind of dive, maybe.
But they're taking their punch as well, and they're improving.
But the only 2 picks remaining that he has played so far this year that are still up are the Casio and the Galio. Syndra going to be banned away, and on the other side we have this focus up towards Castle. When you're banning the Gwen, to me that's saying I want to play a tank, and it will be interesting to see if Impact is just going to say, all right.
Just got back. How did DSG win that third game? So you see, Call Me like threw it into Sentinel's hands, and then Sentinels threw it back.
This late in the series, based off what we've already seen, Silas ban means
SEN DSG versus the field after the series. I mean, I still think DSG is like the second best team right now based on current form.
Could also open up a Galio pick because Silas would be really good in the Galio.
What's with the Renata hover from Sajet?
Also a great
like he does this pretty much every game.
High AP ratio on that can be quite strong. But yeah, no, it does feel like that could be
yeah, DSG's pretty favored so far. Fizz? Oh no, the Fizz would have been so fun.
We'll see where Call Me wants to go. He's going to go aggressive.
I really don't like the Ahri,
which is another pairing that we used to see a lot of with the Vi. So another denial.
So it's a pick away,
that has gotten a lot
less so than like a pick that kind of goes.
You can stay pretty safe again. if you ult in on the Corki, he valks back, you could be too far. You ult in on the Ahri, she ults back, you could be going a little bit too far.
Do it.
So gonna have to be
do
careful
it.
about that.
Also do it.
Wants to go. This would be a cool scaling pick. Not sure if we're gonna get baited or if it is gonna be locked in, but
yeah, there we go.
I think it's actually a really cool pick.
Okay.
Be very careful about the cage, and of course, it's not the same like follow-up CC.
Shout out to my 100 Thieves fans that remember whenever River and Quid pulled out the Shaco Vigar.
Follow-up damage, and if you get caught by that as a Corki, as a Nami, as an Ahri, you are going to get one shot.
Ahri is going to blow up this game.
It combos really well with the Leona as well.
And the Zehen.
Covering the Zehen, so that's going to be Impact's pick.
I want a game 5. I'm sorry, I want a game 5. I don't care. I'm sorry. I want the game 5.
Goofy if you get ahead on the pick. It's not necessarily the type of champ you normally think Impact would excel on, and he has to blind pick it into Castle, which makes it a little more difficult. But overall, I love the picks that we're seeing here in Game 4 Fearless.
Yep, Zehen will be coming through.
You guys might not like what I'm about to say.
Somewhat similar to
but
Aatrox,
here's
which
the thing.
Impact has played a lot of.
I've watched enough global LoL esports to know or to like see these types of moments where where you pick something that feels a little bit off the wall, and it's purely because you kind of ran out of ideas to a certain extent, and it just like it goes wrong so quickly. This feels like one of those games where you look at SEN and be like, oh, this draft's so cool, I want them to win it, and then at the same time they just get absolutely booty blasted this game. Terribly so. And like those unique picks don't really kind of like come to fruition for anything.
You're gonna pull that up potentially.
So that's I'm gonna stick with my gut telling me that. So I'm gonna say as much fun as the Sentinels roster or the Sentinels like draft is, and no matter how much I want to see a game 5 as a result of that, I'm gonna say DSG does smash this game.
Their first really tournament in the LCS.
That's
just LCS lock-in. Being able to
it
go
feels like one of those moments to me.
Both these teams looking to make an early splash at the start of 2026 in LCS.
Going to be exciting. A lot of pressure on them. And yeah, you know, you look at the data.
Why is my gamer tag ShyKnock? Because I'll type out my last name in chat.
Into Zehen.
Okay.
And at least in solo queue, it is.
I just typed it out. That's my actual last name, and it's pronounced ShyKnock.
He wants to go, and it is grasped, so I think it's going to be AD. Not playing phase rush or anything like that, but should be exciting to see this one coming out. Call me. I don't think I had a great game last game on the Yone. You know, was able to find some effect later on. But I also feel like Lions has had a kind of uncharacteristically weak series. I feel like he's been having a good split, but hasn't really been able to find a lot of success.
The fun thing is, if Sentinel scales,
also on the Nautilus, I don't think he was having his
trying to search this. Oh, I know. I know. I feel bad.
I actually love this.
But
we'll see though.
We got there.
Is
it Polish? It is Polish, as a matter of fact.
If he actually misses any experience. Because Hambach very quickly just moved down. Impact is going to try to get between him and try to zone him off some of his XP. But it feels like Castle has this timed out really well.
I've only ever had three people get my last name right on first try, like without me like asking them. One was a bank teller at Wells Fargo who was from Poland, and the other was a staff employee at Hershey Park who was also from Poland. So they saw it and they just like knew, and they're like, "Oh, David ShyKnock." I was like,
early on in the game, not worry about
how do you know that?
And Castle just doing a solid for his jungler early on in the game.
Sajed?
Yeah, Sajed.
I don't know if you need the flash there.
They used cleanse and flash. You know, they were losing the level 2 rush.
Not good.
And that is pretty punishing. Sajed could have maybe just retreated a little bit earlier. They clearly thought they could contest for level 2, but then Huhi just knows his limits, pushes forward. Castle having a nice trade there, and now Sajed in some trouble. Huhi taking a ton of damage. Huhi might just die. Blind's gonna try to flash forward and finish him off. Auto won't do it because of the early potion pop.
Didn't get him.
Can't finish him off. That was close though, and now the sustain.
Good
is
try.
Really mattering here for DSG. We'll see if they can stabilize and
close,
get ahead.
But
and the wave's pushing away from Rahel, so Sajed might be able to push in on Huhi. That's Biscuits are insane. It's healing faster than the auto attacks from Nami. Otherwise, that would have been first blood over to DSG.
Sajed's up both health and mana. He could take trades if he wanted
on
to.
the side of DSG, if Rahel can keep the wave here and Vi could eventually path over, it could be huge. But considering the delay that happened to Hambach early, he's probably unable to pull that off. So full, taking in the
Castle?
big picture,
Okay.
DSG
Fine.
almost prevented a possible
4
bad
Horsemen
play
with
ball
Greg Arnold.
the early
I
play
did.
from Castle.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
When they were talking about like New York and all that.
Yeah, so Huhi just takes so much damage by going in there, but pops the early biscuit
So
and
close.
health potion, has them both running.
Well, we got to go back to live as Call Me looking like he is
Oh, good
probably
flash.
dead to rights. Nice flash.
Oh,
though, and
good
now the
charm.
connects. Kryra arrives here. Can they get something more? Darkwing's being put
But
low.
don't overstay.
But Huhi there to
Oh,
body
Call Me
block.
might be
In
dead here.
comes Humbug, and now it's Kryra's turn to try to body block as he is
Nope.
the passive ready.
Fine.
So much ado about nothing. No one will go down, but Sentinels
Fine.
trying to continue their push forward. They want to be able to fight for this scuttle. as
One
Kryra
ShyKnock on
quickly
4
clears
Horsemen.
out the
Nah.
ward.
And Kryra really wants to double
I don't
connect.
have
He still
anything
has
to offer.
Smite, but the inside track
Like
is there
a
from
unique perspective or
Impact.
opinion
First,
there
I
on
mean,
that.
this is really risky, but they do have the Ahri coming in. They're going to
What
fight
is this
for this.
fight?
It's grabbed there by Humbug. Castle, is he going to go to the wall? Lands the stun onto Impact, and Impact flash the wall. He does.
Oh my god,
Humbug will
all
get pushed
sums are
out.
just
Kryra
down.
not gonna be able to
All
get
sums are
anything
down
more.
everywhere
At
in
least
every
they get
lane.
The summoner off of Impact.
I mean, Kryra still hasn't based, neither has Hambach. Huhi stuck around. They can potentially punish this. with Leona.
Gonna be able to land
Kryra?
this. Now comes Darkwings, and Kryra has no passive. Kryra might just be dead. Even if you flash, I don't think you're getting out of this one. That's first blood going
What?
to Humbug again. Even with that great start that they had, Kryra
Okay,
feels like
sure.
got a bit too aggressive, gets punished pretty heavily.
I'm
Feels a little bit like
I'm
that
so
Pantheon
lost, but
game
having so
really
much fun.
Tried to push the early game power on Mundo, which normally doesn't happen, but because they delayed early,
This is
they
getting
thought he could
so
double crap,
messy,
misses the
so
smite
quick, and I
there,
love it.
And all credit actually to Huhi.
Mundo
sticking
went
around,
exactly where he
waiting in the
pleased.
bush,
Mundo wanted to go 6 feet in the
getting
ground. He
surprise
went exactly there.
re-engage onto Kryra's Mundo, and Hambach again with first blood.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, like I said, Huhi, I feel like has been fantastic, has been outperforming.
Jed
Yeah,
even
again,
with
he makes
Rahel
a
right
roam,
now?
Makes a difference, right? Goes through mid lane, gets a good chunk. They can't kill Call Me, but he says, you know what? I'm still full HP. I'm just going to stay.
Yeah.
And makes the difference in the fight as well. Down on the bot side, he's still actually even ahead in experience over Lions. So Huhi, Mr. Worldwide, has been making it happen.
Mr.
and
Worldwide.
has been, I think, a really
305.
big reason that Sentinels has been as good as they are. I just feel like this guy is consistently finding really strong engages. Feels like he's really happy with the team and performing well.
He is. He's always spoken really highly of the team whenever we've had him on interviews, as well as on the Sentinels podcast. He
poke.
loves playing with Hambach, thinks he's got a lot of potential.
Nice.
Doing him a solid in a lot of these early games as well. Hambach playing with Huhi.
Impact
that
on
support
carry
jungle
champions
synergy
is
already
interesting,
getting
though.
pretty strong
Never really
between
been
the
his
two of them.
thing, so.
Looking good, and I mean, Huhi, we touched on it, but he's had a lot of great engages. He's been fantastic on these engage champs. When I think
Yeah,
back
right. Picture
to
me with the
last
Kodak.
week,
Or
he was
better
finding
yet,
engage
go to
after
Times Square,
engage,
take a
you
picture
know,
of
in
me
this
with the
big
Kodak.
win that they actually had against
Took my life
TL,
from negative to
I
a
think
positive.
he was a
I
huge
just want
reason
y'all to
for
know
it.
that.
Constantly, it felt
But
like he
tonight,
was the one
we enjoy
finding
life.
Yon on these
Pitbull,
flanks in the
Nair,
Nico game.
Neo, that's
Then
right.
also in this Recon game, he came out of the side brush, had a beautiful engage across multiple members. You know,
Now I
from
have
TL.
Pitbull stuck in my head,
That
and I
was a big
cannot get
upset
it out.
win. You know, when we looked at the preseason rankings, we had TL
What's
as
the power
aggregate
ranking of
number
LCS
one,
teams
and
now?
they
C9
fell to the
number
lower
1,
bracket
everybody
in
else directly
playoffs,
below them at number 2.
Thanks in part to Sentinels, who put him there.
It's really been a crazy LCS lock-in tournament when you think about it. Lion and Team Liquid both sitting down in the lower bracket, meaning only one of them can actually make top 3.
Impact does count as a carry
even
champion
if
for
they
him.
win their first lower bracket match, they both have to win.
How do you
in
think
order to
LCS
face
will
each
do it
other
firsthand?
just to
We'll
make
worry
it
about
into
that when
top
we get
3.
there.
So a lot
Let's worry about
of
who
fun
wins the
League of
LCS
Legends coming
first.
up
No
in
sense
the
worrying about
LCS.
like the
We got
international
Saturday,
stuff until
Sunday
we get
this
there.
week, and then the last 2 weeks are Friday, Saturday,
Lot
Sunday
of stuff to
conclude
talk
these
about
playoffs.
domestically.
Well, he's gonna get
Oh,
KC.
that's not good.
Hambach is here.
Bye-bye.
There's the Q. Can he get out? It doesn't look like it. Great CC chain.
Bro,
from
Hambach.
Hambach and Darkwings.
We gotta be
The
giving
Cade
these
sends it
kills
all
to the
up, and
to the
Hambach
carries.
knocks him down. Huhi now on the bot side. Zenith Blade follows in, which drags him along the Valkyrie, which does a surprising amount of damage, actually.
Credit to Darkwings, though, just landing the
Imagine if
stun
both those
with
kills went to
no
Vigar.
assistance,
Oh.
making it very easy for Hambach to come in.
He's built like that.
And get this 2-0. You play enough
Look at this.
Vagar.
Walks up, presses E.
I mean, let's see. Call Me was just.
Boom.
He thought with the extra boost he'd get from his W, and then Hambach just immediately punishes, which is very
Fine.
smart. It's weird. Hambach's 2-0. But I feel like this is
Top
all
3 and
been set
lock-in
up.
even
The
matter?
first one,
It
Huhi.
does, because
The
second and
one
third place go to the
from
America's
Darkwings.
Cup tournament
Looks so
against
stressed.
Brazil and get an all-expense paid
stressed, man. Your team is
2-week-long
already
boot
exceeding
camp over in
expectations.
Korea. So every single one of these games matters. The winner of this immediately locks top 3, gets a boot camp pay for. That's $50,000 on your P&L saved.
But when he walked up to the cage, he didn't have vision of the vibe. So you can't just, react too heavily anytime he does.
Like that's nuts. Like that, I don't think people understand. Like that's arguably not just as important as winning the trophy, obviously, but like it is up there with it.
Down 20 CS already. And,
for like the Skies, too, like they're operating on a minimal budget. That is. Like that is life changing.
Tempo going for blue buff hasn't really gotten anything over the top, but he's maybe going to have
2 and 3 gets on as well
the whole time. Trying to think about why Golden Glue would be so stressed. I do feel a little bit like there's still that feeling as Castle's just burning his ult to get the wave in, that DSG is this last place team from last year, and Kryra mentioned this in the interview as well, just like, the people who put us last. Oh, they don't watch us, they're new and they're DSG, so they must be bad. But I do feel like even when we were making predictions, like this week,
DSG players are getting paid the same as I mean, they're getting paid more, but not
right because they lost so much.
A manager at McDonald's probably
I would also say, I can understand Golden Glue feeling
I don't know
like,
what they're making
really win this. Call me might be
Call Me's dead again.
Oh, he gets stunned by the cage. Yeah, flashes.
Never mind.
Didn't want to use the flash or the ult early. Ends up having to use both.
New Yorker Dark
think
Wings.
about it from this perspective. Golden Glue basically got to have his
I'm
pick
down
of
for that.
He took the players from DSG.
But I just like DSG.
DSG then took the quote-unquote backup players, from Tier 2. And if you lose to that team, doesn't it just mean that DSG did a better job kind of building their team?
Individually,
So
I mean, it's just the nature of our players, for whatever reason.
We have to pick over their team.
It's a complicated answer that's not really worth like
now we might lose
spending
to the team
extended
we stole
time
the
on
players
right now, but we can talk about it. Like, hop in chat sometime that like we're not talking about games, or like we're not on game day, and we'll talk about it. Because it's a very long and complicated answer.
That does mean he used his smite, so Kryra doesn't know if he has another charge or not, and Hambach will be sent packing, pushed back, so yeah, I think it adds a lot of stress there, but Rahel taking a ton of damage on the bot side, does still have the barrier and who he has the spellbook heal, so not an easy dive or anything crazy.
First item, Bloodthirster for Rahel.
Darkwings, though, is going to be happy scaling up. Looks like 97 stacks on that passive already, so he is scaling quite well on the Veigar and is going for that Roa, so kind of a full scaling style build. It's always interesting when people get into the death cap on this because, death cap
are there PR restrictions? No, there's nothing. Players can post whatever content they want.
As well. But sometimes when it comes out in pro play, people take so long to get the death cap because they're going for more utility items and defensive items and stuff.
Gold lead, 700 gold lead over the Sentinels. Slight lead. Castle up pretty significantly in CS, even in jungle. Call Me slightly ahead, but obviously the assist going to Darkwings being pretty substantial. Bot lane pretty much even.
That led to the DSG comeback. So again, now having this early gold lead, going to have to try and not have any nerves. I was watching his player cam right after that loss. He really seemed almost the most dejected on Sentinels, so he is in a position to have a good game.
Dragons up in 53 seconds.
He's had some great starts. Even in
I'd
series
imagine DSG wants to fight.
I feel like Hambach's early game is undeniably great.
No world where they don't want to try and fight
a lot of the early games. And remember, LCS playoffs are going to be live at the Riot Games Arena. Starting next week, we are back on stage, so if you want to come watch some LCS action, see some fun games like this, it's going to be really fun next week, so definitely buy your tickets now, and we will see you there.
It's way more complicated
something we
than
touched
that
on in the previous games was kind of the discussion of like,
after Dragon Fight when there's a lull, I will explain
Tabbies
it.
are great for Castle,
we will talk about it, and I'll explain it real quick.
But then you look and you see how much CC there is between Leona and Veigar and all this later, and it could be hard to move later in the game if you get hit by any of the CC, so we'll have to be on point with the counter strikes to be able to
Call
avoid
Me
the
kind
Leona
of zoned
queue
out of the fight, but everybody else able to fight in through bottom.
We know the Renekton game as well. He was getting chain CC.
The dog is pulling for DSG because they pick Gnosis, therefore dog for dog.
He is prepping for lane. Second Drake being up, and with how strong Darkwings is, Roa to just a lost chapter.
Okay, Ghost.
Looking in River like he wants to make something happen.
Or phase rush,
goes
I
very
guess.
early, so wants to threaten with the cage here, but Call Me is behind him.
Oh, this is a pincer.
Oh
no, Call Me got popped.
He gets burst down.
That was not good.
Double bubble comes out from Lion.
But Sajad's going to be able to get at least one.
Sajad going to Valk over the wall, gets that kill.
Is he going to be able to get two? Oh, Sajad's in a really bad spot.
Focus down Hambach, but they don't have the damage it looks like.
No, that was crazy by Call Me. That was crazy.
But Sentinels are up 5-1.
And I kind of feel like that was always how that fight was going to go. Call Me
just
to be
sent it.
sacrificial for his team, but the burst is so high with
like,
Leona, Veigar. Call Me doesn't realize he's on top of a ward, but it's just alt
not good.
into Veigar. He's always going to be
Okay,
one shot
so to
there.
explain the content
Maybe
stuff, since
DSG
we're gonna have a
thinks
little bit of a
now
gap
that
here.
that's happened, we're ahead of BMF, we could probably win the fight, but they lose the trap.
Ooh, never mind. Wait.
Solo kill. That is an
Oh
ticking,
no,
a
that's
solo
not
kill, excuse
good.
me, as
This
Huhi
game
was
is
there, does
falling
grab
out
the
of
kill.
control
So he
real
jumped
quick
out
for
of that
DSG.
replay. He's going to get
Real
taken
quick.
down. Castle had been doing great in the 1v1, but Huhi gets up there.
Okay, but to explain the
and
content
makes it
thing,
happen.
so
As compared to
obviously,
the Huhi in that
like,
previous fight,
I'm not going
Calmy
to speak
goes
on like
in with the ulti charge.
prior
I think their call
generations
is,
getting
hey, maybe we
popular,
can
because
just
obviously like
one-shot
Beerus and Double Lift, they
Huhi
benefited
before
from like
anything
the game
happens.
just being
Huhi
larger.
flashed the
But when
charm,
franchising
and then all
happened,
of the CC comes
the
out,
thing
sure,
was
your Ori dies for
players
free,
stopped doing
come
as
back
much
to life,
content
Hui's up on
because
the
the
top side.
real or like
5
what they
out
were
of
trying
6
to do was,
KP, he has
hey,
been
it's better for me to
everywhere.
focus on my
Watch
play
this
and
now
play better
one
because it will
more
give me
time
an
as we
even
really
bigger
get close to
salary.
close.
Like players were getting paid $1
Looks like
million
Castle
a
was
year
going in
at
for
the
the
high
trade,
ends.
but Huhi
So
arrives
they
with
stopped
the
streaming,
Ignite.
stopped doing
I
like
kinda
any
feel
sort
like
of content, and
Impact
like
was
really
good
focused
in
on
that regard.
getting their
Yeah,
highest
I agree.
paycheck possible.
You know, when we came out of the replay, at
Teams
first I was like, oh, it's a
were
solo kill.
doing
Then I saw that
content,
the Leona,
but
and I'm like,
as
oh, it's not a solo
players
kill. And then we
stopped
saw the replay,
doing
and you're like,
content
it was actually kinda a
individually,
solo kill. He
people
just ignited for an
obviously
assist,
started
but
caring
actually got
less
the
about
kill.
them, and it
Good job,
became
Huhi.
more about
I
the
mean,
results
Hui's
because
put in the
players
work.
like were like,
Listen,
yeah, judge
he
me by
deserves
my
a kill every
results.
once in a
I
while.
want
He's
to
put in
win
work this
international,
series.
and then after
He's playing great.
2019, obviously like
Though Impact
we
probably
didn't have
disagrees.
international
You know,
results
Impact
to
wants
show
that
for.
kill.
We just didn't.
been
And then the
losing the game
salary
the whole
started
time,
falling off.
really
People were
used
like,
that
okay, well
goal.
now I need to
It's
play
incredibly
more to
crucial.
protect my high
Got
salary.
counterpicked, I'm getting smacked
Team
around,
content started
I'm about to
dropping
solo
because
kill
players
this
just
guy and
completely
get
cut off their
punished.
individual content, so
Well,
nobody
that team
wanted to
gets
watch
more
the team
gold.
content
That's
and
what they
see
always
more
tell
of the
me when
players
those
that they
kind
could
of plays,
relate
you know?
to.
It's the assist gold.
And then
Yep, Huhi is back
it
up
just,
here,
like it
and
kept
Castle-
snowballing. It was a perpetual
not
snowball
gonna have,
of just like
Bertrand,
those
of
two
course, you
things
know, does
amalgamating
need
together,
these
and then
heavies
teams
for this
like were
1v1,
losing
but
money,
potentially
so their
could be
content
some
budgets went out the
punishment as
window.
there's
So
the
we
grid
stopped
return
getting
and
team
the knock-up,
content.
and Calmy
We
is gonna get the
we
bad
had
news
already
that
lost
Humbug
player
is here,
content,
but nicely
so we just
timed,
had
gonna be able
nothing
to
left
spirit
then, and
rush
that's how you
Calm
end
to
up with
safety.
exactly where we are now.
It is again Ari with
The
no
reality
ult.
is, if
Calmy
this wants to
struggled
get
last game,
fixed,
and I feel like the
teams
Ari
make
not off
content,
to the
and
start
some
that
of
you
it's
want this
good,
game either.
but you need players to
Getting
really go
heavily
out of their
targeted.
way to understand
DSG
that you
opted
have
to
to make
counterpick top
content
lane
and be
instead of
consistent
mid
with
lane.
it. And not many get it.
They're going to be able to get much done to Impact.
Yeah, they chunk him low, and Nami is in the area.
And
but
it's a hard pill to swallow
you
of
don't
like,
know
hey,
how
you
long
got to
DPS
start
actually
with your
be able to knock
videos
him
getting
down. If he
100
just
views,
ults,
and then
gets a bit of a
slowly
heal,
work your way up,
he was
just like
stacking
the
up that
rest of
passive,
us
but
that are
Humbug is
content
in the
creators
area
do.
now too. Remember, Calmy has no ult, so they will just back it off, but they were able to proc that crystalline
I
bulwark,
disagree
get a bit
because
of plate
promotional
gold.
is purely merit
Still,
based.
the gold nearly
I mean, that has
2,000, excuse me,
nothing
nearly
to do with what was
3,000,
just
as
said.
It is now
but
2,800 in their lead. Alti going to get let rip there on a Sajed, and if he stays around, there is potential that Hambak could knock him down.
This game definitely
Unless I
looking
missed
a
a
lot
comment,
harder for DSG than
which I might have. I don't
even
know.
game 4 where they're even game 3 where they fell far
Put a
behind.
content
just 'cause
stipulate.
I
You're
don't feel like
starting
they
to
have
see
the same
C9 now
level of
streaming
scaling
contracts
that they
included
would've
in
had.
theirs.
The Vagar as well. is
But
just
you
looking
have to push the envelope on
exceptional for
content. You
Dark
can't
Wings.
just turn on stream
Hambak
anymore.
off
You
to
need to be an
another very
entertainer.
good
We have
start. And then Impact as
evolved
well,
in terms
who
of
might have
content
been
very
counterpicked and might
rapidly.
have fallen pretty far behind.
And it's
hit
like
his
doing the
training force and is
2016
looking very
method of
strong. So,
streaming just ain't gonna
you know,
work. You got to go
too
really
early
out of your
to
way to
call
like
it, but
provide
we're
an
definitely
entertaining
more
stream,
likely to have
be
game 5 than
personable,
not.
build a
It is
community,
looking
and
that
go from
way
there.
for
Like
sure.
it
I mean,
takes
Dark
a
Wings,
lot
you said
of
it's scaling
effort.
really well.
Trust me,
182
somebody that
stacks
makes
of
content, it
passive,
takes
so
a lot of
free
effort.
AP. Has a Swift March, which I really,
But-
really like. Move speed is so valuable on Vagar because it's all
So
about
hard to
being
root
able
for
to
a
get in
faceless
range,
corporate.
actually
Yeah,
get
I mean,
down
pretty much.
that
That's
cage onto
the big
people.
reason why
And
like
it is, of course,
Disguise is
playing
fun to watch
the
because you
Summer
have
Spellbook, which
like the
can be
liaison to
extremely
this is you have
valuable as
content
well.
creators creators
now
that
was
help
sitting
fill
on the
that gap,
cleanse, so
but
that's
we're
gonna
working
make
on
things a lot
bolstering up
harder for
our
DSG,
creator
as
network
even
here
if
in
he's kinda
North
flexing
America.
on you can't just one-shot
We
him
don't
with a
have
charm.
anybody like Kadriel
And
or
Rahel,
Yankos.
when you
Like
hit
a
that
lot of our
BT
former
on
pros
MF,
don't
all of a
stream
sudden,
and don't
you
make
just kinda own
content.
the mid lane. You can just
So
kinda
it's on
heal up
those of us
after
that are
all of these
outside of it
trades.
trying to work our way in.
So we'll see where DSG wants to take us to try to claw their way back.
Yeah, this is it's a pretty crucial part of the game.
All right, let's
when
focus
you're
back on the
sitting
game.
with this
That's enough of
3,000
a
goal lead,
distraction
and
from
everyone has bounties.
that, at
Yes,
least for
you
me.
can
You guys can
snowball
keep
the
talking about
game,
it if you want, but I want to focus back
if you
up.
make that one mistake and give away bounties, it can
So
very
top
quickly
lane, 17
fall out
CS
of your
lead for
control.
Castle.
So Sentinels definitely in the driver's seat. But I'd
Hambach
say,
again with the
compared to
gold
previous
lead, which is going to
seasons,
be very important to
the
make sure that
game's a
he
lot more
again
volatile
pushes
in
this,
stage
what we
than it has
did
been in the
not
past.
see
It
in
really is.
game
I mean,
3.
we had a couple times
And we go from
last
there.
game where it felt like, oh, there's the throw. This team's going to win. Or, oh, they made a great play. They're going to be able to come back. And it would kind of bounce back and forth, back and forth. So we'll see. Who he was, of course, spotted on
All right,
vision up on
Calmy
that
is
top
safe.
side. But if he does lock down Calmy could be in a lot
Dragon's
of trouble.
up in 35
He is playing
seconds,
Merc
and
Treads
you have
himself,
both
so has the upgraded tier 3
Dark
Merc Treads
Wings with
to
no
give him a little bit of
TP.
shielding to help survive against that CC. But
And who
it's
he
just
up
always
top.
so tough. You know, when you get behind on the Ahri and you're going defensive style build, as you are with these Merc Treads, you just don't really have a lot of oomph behind your damage. It's like, who are you supposed to be going for?
Okay.
I mean, DSG playing really aggressively around these Drakes. I do feel like this might
Castle
be
didn't
one
get
where
it.
they would just try and concede. They almost got that turret down bot lane. But
I
with
mean,
Herald being put
you're down
in mid lane by
3K gold.
Sentinels, seems like it's
Your
probably
comp doesn't
too tough
scale
to
absurdly
defend.
well relative to Sentinels, so it's going to be tough. Oh,
back.
good
He's gonna
ult.
lock down Kryra. Great timing
Not that
on
it
the
matters.
W, though. Absorbs so much of that MF damage. Helps to keep him alive, but Mundo with no ulti is kind of useless.
Zahen.
In fact, trying to stack up the Cultivation of War does use his ult. Castle still has his. Maybe that's the edge. That lets him
I mean,
fight.
G2 tried to become a North American team whenever franchising began back in
Overall, that would be
2018.
good. They're going to give up the Drake, but at least they're trading it for something on the other side. Call me getting some plates. Castle actually is spotted by Darkwings. Might end up falling here.
Ooh,
oh no,
block the
Huhi,
flash
not great.
Q from Huhi. The stun does not land.
No, this is the
Darkwings
only
can't
series
finish him
today.
off. So yeah, they do lose the dragon. They get some plates on the top side. Are gonna
Tower
actually
for top
finish off
side
that
or tower
turret.
for
So that is
Ari.
really nice for them.
I mean, it's
And
not
we're really
bad,
pushing
but at
that
the same
mid
time,
wave.
you're
So
now down
tonight, a couple
3.4K.
minions,
This is
but still,
spiraling
it's
a little bit out of
3.4K gold
control.
lead. It's Impact going bot to grab a couple more plates. Nearly 4,000, as it does kind of slingshot back and forth based on the camps and minions getting picked up.
Yeah, and Impact also looking to be able to clean out this bot lane turret, thanks in part to the really delayed recall from Castle. So nice plate sequence by Sentinels.
Even Fnatic
dropping the
applied.
Herald mid, clear out space, clear mid turret, clear bot turret, also clear Drake, and they only end up trading back their own top tier one. So Golden Blues
Aye.
hopefully not as stressed as
There
he's
we go,
been in the
Castle.
previous games.
Keep
now
going.
they're sitting on a 4,000 gold and 1 Drake lead.
You can see the Actualizer has been picked up now there for the Veigar. And
These
we
team
know
fights are
Veigar's
just gonna be
burst
hard.
Is terrifying, so can be quite powerful, and it's also
I
one
feel
of these
like I don't
champions
know
actually gets
how
a lot of
you're.
benefit out of the secondary part
You got to
of
be able
the
to
Actualizer,
burst
which is
somebody
the
down
basic
because it feels like once
spell
Darkwings
cooldown
like
reduction,
presses
which is
ult,
really,
somebody's
really
gonna
nice 'cause you get
die.
multiple rotations out there, but if you catch
Somebody
them on the
absolutely dies on
the
this team.
Actualizer with the QWR, that's a ton of extra damage all at once.
It's definitely for the old school players, you know, Deathfire Grasp reimagined rather than having to press DFG on the player. You just get to press
Pretty
and
good
have
trade.
DFG on everyone.
Oh.
DSG is pushing
I don't
forward
know
here,
about
trying
that
to
one,
back.
Rahel.
Kryra does tag Rahel,
Oh,
who
why
was
would you
put
guys
quite
not press
low.
up further?
Doesn't want to commit.
Try and get the
anything
slasher
more.
barrier.
And
Rahel
will be put
fine.
low, but has the BT, and we'll just go heal up off the Wolves as
4K
Darkwings takes
gold
down
lead
that tower
again
up on
for
the top
Sentinels.
side. Again, he just utilizing the pressure that he has, you know, really moving around the map so well. Lions on the Nami obviously don't have that same ability.
Ooh,
Sajed
not
getting
good.
a Q
Sajed,
from.
bye-bye.
Beautiful combo coming through. Can they
Oh,
finish
no, he
him off? Not
lived.
just yet.
No, he
Kryra
didn't.
is there as well. The
Not
cage
good.
to come out defensively does keep Hombok safe.
Oh,
and now
bye-bye.
Kryra gonna get locked
Yep.
down. Kryra does have the ulti, but it's
Game
gonna be
5,
too
baby.
late.
Here we come.
Can't even get it off.
Here we come.
Sentinels grabbing another kill there on the turnaround.
And it's 20 minutes where they can just turn
Yeah, it's just
immediately
Darkwing
onto
still has
Baron,
ult,
so
by the way.
they
He
might
didn't even
make
ult.
quick work of this game. Already up 5,000. Will turn to about 6.6 if they get this. Death timers are
right, come on.
relatively short, though.
Can they do
Calmy
anything
in the
here?
Lions here. They know they have to try something. Calmy's going to go in.
Oh,
does land the
that
charge, but
was-
just on impact. And he has to flash right back out.
Oh!
Going in, four-man counter-strike. Can he get
Castle,
something
that
out?
was
Bubble
great.
through. Rahel is going to be shut down there by the Ari. Calmy on the run here.
They stopped
trying to
it.
get away.
There's
Charm gonna
no
side
way.
up. Hombok is coming in behind him. He's going to go for the TP out. Can he get there?
Oh, he
That was
TP'd
so
out.
close. Looks like he survives unless he burns down to the red buff, but he's going to get out. Nicely played there.
There's
by
no
Calmy.
way he got out.
DSG solo laners making a game-saving play. Wow. That went from
Holy
5K to
shit.
still a big lead, but they erase some of the gold lead. They defend the Baron, and they get out.
And they got the bounty off of MF.
Castle, that was goated.
That must be so
Oh
frustrating
my
for
God,
Sentinels
bro.
right now
What
because you
in
feel
the
like you've done
world?
everything right there. You try and land the haymaker
That was
at the end,
disgusting.
completely overexpose yourself, get counterpunch back, because the beginning of this play,
Bang.
absolutely beautiful. They one-shot, effectively one-shot the Corki once the double-up comes through from Rahel, and then just a sniper that Huhi has become here on the Leona.
Bang.
Dead center on the ultimate. I just wonder if they overestimated their
Watch
damage.
this
Remember,
Jax.
Baron's so tanky right
Flash,
now.
Counter-Strike.
Really nice in out at the start from Calm.
Bang.
And then
Right
a
on the
three-man
two of them,
stun
or
while
three
the
of them.
Baron is free hitting.
Oh.
Just allows them to get some damage. It's crazy that Calmy gets out without dying at the very end of it, though. Hombok used his Q, so Calmy immediately starts teleporting. And
That's disgusting.
Queue back up.
That's
That was really
disgusting.
smart. Great call from him.
Oh.
And just so well played there by Calmy and Castle. I mean,
7th or
Calmy
8th?
goes
Yeah.
in,
Yeah,
gets some
he was.
spells out, gets
I
a
think
chunk
I had
of damage
impact
down.
below.
And then as soon as the cage came out from Veigar
Did
from
I?
Darkwings,
I don't know.
Castle just flashed it and gets a counter-strike on everyone.
glad he's
gets in
proven
the
me
midst
wrong.
of that whole team. And gets them some much-needed gold back. Castle, the only one with an individual gold lead on his team. And a lot of pressure on him as a result. You know, he had counter pick. He's the only one with the gold lead.
Yeah.
You really want to see him having a big effect if you are a fan of DSG.
Still 3.5k gold down.
Yeah,
the heroics were great,
scale.
but
Hasn't really
again,
been able to get many
Sentinels still in a very, very good position.
Still, Sentinels completely in the driver's seat. 30 seconds until this next Drake. DSG, last Drake, they were able to trade something back, but all the tier 1s have been taken away, so less likely they'd be able to take one now.
Now comes the hard part. How do you get, I remember from Worlds 2022, the idea that we could never get a tier 2 tower. Trust me, I did not forget.
On Castle and Kryra, so maybe not the time to fight, but they're positioning. They have 2 items on Jax now.
All right, come on.
Castle has that TP shield. Will they try to force a fight with it? The Grim Return going to miss there from Impact. As some good poke coming out from DSG. The Corki's been landing some damage onto Darkwings as well as Huhi, who has been chipped down a little bit.
Counter-Strike down, back up.
Use that Counter-Strike defensively, and that TP shield from the roll quest will be expiring here pretty darn soon. Kryra as well as Sajed just trying to chip away, trying to get them low before the fight would break out.
Good poke.
Pretty good poke just from Mundo Cleavers. They have the sustain advantage with the Nami, so Castle's hoping that Sentinels try and push a little too far through, and then he can get a flank engage, but Impact doing a good job holding
Starting
that
up this
push.
Dragon's risky.
Yeah, and they've lost control of the mid wave. So
all right, be careful. Sen might send it here. They see Corki mid lane.
And now comes Hombach going
oh,
into the
no.
a bullet time over the top, and he's
surely
gonna fall.
Impact, or Castle.
Castle trying to turn around. Sajed trying to get involved, but he's going to be exhausted, and he's got to run for it. Castle's going to get knocked down as Hombach goes on
Saw that coming from a mile away. The second Corki walked back.
Your Corki's on
why are
the
you going?
And they didn't back up.
Absolutely. Sentinel's very coordinated, but that is basic stuff where Call Me struggles
like, watch.
Up continuing here.
Yeah, he just
it's clear as day that Sentinels just needs to go in. So they try and still fight a little bit on the back end, but with Call Me being one shot, they're never going to have a chance in this fight. Castle ends up falling as well. They lose the Drake, and that's just, they lost the standoff.
Not good.
They lost control of the mid wave, and they didn't back up soon enough, Azale.
Not good.
I mean, it gets really, really tough, and I didn't actually catch who autoed that blast cone that knocked the Ahri back into the cage.
All right,
but
come on.
That goes the other way as well, and now it is going to be Impact knocking down.
Stabilize a little bit. It'll be fine.
5.7k, the gold lead. DSG does have some scaling, but
he
have
missed
been
the charm.
stalled quite a lot here. Impact,
but I think they kill him though.
Down, trying to turn around.
Yeah, he's dead.
Maybe look to stack this up. He's going to go for a TP play himself, but this one is not going to work.
Good try.
Tries to make his best Call Me impression, but this one is not going to succeed, unfortunately for him. So dies and loses his TP.
By the way, I don't want it to be lost in this series that Call Me is getting gapped by Darkwings.
If they accumulate over time, but
Darkwings having a hell of a series, improving
as a team. The bounty going over to Mundo.
One hell of a legacy for himself,
when Mundo hits level 16, he can get really
good series.
But there's still a lot of damage and heal cut already completed
in a world
on
where
the side of Sentinels.
I think a lot of people weren't picking him as favorite
Mundo
in that
Ultimate,
matchup.
Because it has just such a change at rank 3. So, at rank 3, both the healing effects are increased by an additional 5%, but you start getting bonus HP from everyone that's around you when you activate it. So, normally
on top team, treating official games as scrims to practice.
This has an additional effect.
I mean, there's only so much you can do.
Which is why
if they want to treat it that way, they treat it that way. But when I'm on stage, I want to win the goddamn game.
Items, is mostly focused on that armor for now. And I think rightfully so, as Veigar obviously not the highest DPS champion, but does have a Void Staff already completed, and means the death cap is going to be pretty delayed.
Okay. Oh, Call Me.
There is Call Me. Now you see him, now you don't. He is not.
But this is a good poke. This is really good poke so far.
Hombach interrupts the leap strike. Castle incredibly low, but still alive.
So Jed's putting in work. Oh no, he flashed forward. He couldn't get it. Oh, this is going to be bad now. No.
They are going down like fish in a barrel. Darkwing.
Game 5, baby.
Kryra is running
Game 5. Here we come.
For a play after their mid laner gets picked, but they just can't make it happen.
And Sentinels just have absolute tunnel vision.
We kind of called it.
Call Me every time he's on their screen.
We called that Call Me is calling for a Game 5.
At the start,
unfortunately.
And you could see DSG thought maybe this is the time we can return it, but they're trying to retake space where they have absolutely no vision. The spacing between the Mundo and the Ahri is just too small. So it allows them to go for the squishy target.
Yeah.
Yes, some nice damage gets
Sajed was so close.
Sajed crits for hell a couple of times.
Just a little bit over.
On that flash rocket, even if he gets it, that's a one.
I mean, even if he gets it, he's dead.
Instead of a 0 kill fight. So 4 of them end up going down at the end, and
That's
Sent will
fine.
get the Baron
All right,
into
let's
full
go.
control of the game.
It's a great
Come on.
sidestep by Rahel. Right as Sajed flashes forward, Rahel
Can
just
still
kinda
win this.
sidesteps
Call
to
me.
the side,
You just got to hit that
utilizes
charm.
That passive with the strut, the additional moves.
Hey, Ben
Pops the
Franklin, how
wall,
we doing?
gets out, and Hambach now nearly a 2,000 gold lead. Both his carries on the
Oh
bot
god,
side have
this
an
is
over
ballooning out
2,000
of
gold
control.
lead.
And the
He
scaling
has the
advantage
GA,
goes
so
to
we can
the
kind of just full
the
send it on
Vigar.
Sajed, who feels like really the only kind of consistent damage threat that they have whatsoever at this point. Impact just kind of running things in the side lane at this point is level 16, and DSG are really falling out of this one now,
Okay.
down about 9,000 gold.
We could see a Zoe
Feels
game.
like it's about
that feels
time
like
to
a
start
Dark
thinking
League
about Game
champ.
5.
Absolutely, that's likely what Ido is thinking about in the back. How is he going to prep Game 5 draft?
Oh
in
my
this Fearless?
god.
Because Call Me is half dead again.
Oh, I thought he was going to ult
One
him.
Vigor
I think he died if he
Put down
ulted him.
about 20-30% before the heal from
God
the came
dang.
through. And that wasn't even a Vagar R or anything like that. Was the activation of the actualizer. But is looking for
Oh,
that
here we
now.
go.
The TP going to come out here from Castle. Can he
Here we
find the
go.
angle? He's spotted already. Lions gonna try to
Vigar
look
cage
to
is
the
down.
wave, doesn't really find anything. He's
Ooh,
gonna get
Castle with the leap strike.
Great
Wait a
fail,
minute.
But it doesn't matter as Calmy's going to be able to get the first kill on the other side, though. Sajed falls. Calmy's trying to run here from Impact. Darkwings, Impact, as well as Hambach looking for
Okay.
the Hambach is low, but still has the GA, and now the Cultivation of War is
Castle's
next
able to stay
Impact
healed
is
up.
gonna be fearless, has
That's
that
fine.
revive ready. Won't need
Not
it, though.
fantastic, but not
Grab
horrible.
Another inhibitor here. It was a good attempt from DSG. They did kill off Raul, who had
I
no
mean,
flash, but at the end
well,
of the
you
day,
know, hey,
doesn't really
it
change
works.
much.
Yep, love to see the effort. They're not just going to slowly bleed out, but at this point, it's a 2-for-1.
You know, an
Mountain Soul
11K
is gonna be
gold
up in
lead
20 seconds.
with a Mountain
Darkwing
Soul.
still scaling. 374 from that passive. Death cap not completed yet.
pretty.
If it does complete, it's just going to get even more
Not pretty.
absurd for this Vagar. How much AP is he sitting on pre-death cap? 878. With the Baron buff and the Elixir, so he knows these are crucial fights, but I don't even think this Soul is
Did he even use it? Okay, now his ult's
Probably
up.
not, but
Okay.
hey, you know, may as well, just pop everything you can for this fight, because realistically, if you get the Soul, well, how does DSG come back? They are looking for one-shots, and then you have Mountain Soul on top of that with the 10,000
Yeah, I don't know how you
gold
win
lead.
this.
It gets
If you're,
almost
I
impossible. You
hate to
have
say it, but I
think
don't know how you
to be
win
able
this
to
if you're
find a
DSG.
way back into this game.
Darkwings
Sentinels,
is
have had their kind of
half
share of ups and downs
like
throughout the
he's
series, but this
two
is
full
their best
components.
game, I
He's
think
one
it's fair to say.
complete item away
I
from
think so as well.
one-shotting Aria
Hambach
core
has
key in
played
every
excellent
fight.
these last two games, aside from one mistake on the Wukong last game. Otherwise, if they don't throw that lead in Game 3, they could be thinking, oh man, this would be a 3-1 for us, but it's going to be going to that Game 5. So they're going to have a lot
My
of
eyes are
momentum
going to stay on Vigar
going
this entire
into
fight.
This Game 5.
I'm not going to look at anybody else.
Calmy's got to shake it off. The Yone game was shaky. This game has been pretty disastrous for him.
Oh, Jack
on the
calling him
Ari,
out. Okay.
because Hambach Darkwings have just been so good in the 2v2, despite the language barrier that we know exists between the two of them. So right now, Mountain Soul, 2 inhibitors down.
Okay,
Sentinels
Jack,
not taking
I
any
respect it.
unnecessary risks.
Call it out.
If DSG extend or try and clear some vision, I can see Sentinels going for a fight. But otherwise, we might be waiting these 2 minutes for the next Baron.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try to sit back. And I mean, if you're DSG,
That's fine.
the only way you win this game is maybe you get a random Baron steal and or an Elder steal or something.
I mean,
right, to
if
try
you
to
kill
equalize,
Darkwings,
but
it's still
gonna be
doable
incredibly
in my opinion.
difficult. And I've got to give credit where credit is due. I thought Sentinels might be the team that would struggle more in
Oh,
a
this is
late
not a
game
good
fearless
position.
situation. But they have been looking good. Castle tries to
Oh,
sidestep
good.
the set
Impact
play,
coming
but
in
now
behind,
to
though.
pop the stasis as that ulti comes through. Lions gonna
Yeah,
let the
that's
ulti
a
rip
lot
here as he's
spent.
a bit nervous from
That's
the
a
engage
lot
coming
spent.
through.
Doesn't want the Leona to be able to get in range to ult them. With 2 waves of supers moving in, they're trying to play
Here
on
we
this
go.
bottom cannon.
This
I
might
think
be
they're
it.
strong enough to try
Final
and use
wave.
without Baron.
Where's
Darkwings
Darkwings?
just TP back.
Who's he gonna hit?
And the actualizer is ready, so we'll see if he can get a one shot.
Okay.
If he can set that up, would definitely be able to burst someone down in a hurry.
1,044
Darkwings.
AP.
1,044
and an
AP.
actualizer, So, come on, Darkwings. Let's see it.
That's like a QR one shot from full, pretty much.
Oh my god.
But we are going to have that Mundo passive, keeping Kryra safe thus far.
Come on, Darkwings,
But
do it.
now you
One
have
shot
them
the
tripling him,
one shot the
and,
Ari.
the walls are closing in. We'll see if DSG can find a fight to delay the game a little bit. There's the cage coming through. Calmly going to look, does find the charm, but it's just
Okay.
on the Hui. Bubbles there to follow. but
Darkwings
really, who
still
cares?
behind,
That's
just poking
the
him out.
Leona you've landed your damage on, and Castle now getting chunked down there by Impact. The minions coming in
Okay.
there. to
Oh,
go
look at that
There's the
MF
bullet
ult.
time across multiple
Oh.
members. Castle's in the back line, but
Castle.
Rahel
Yeah,
has
it's
the
not gonna make a
barrier.
difference.
It's a double kill
Yeah,
already
that
for the
went
Vagar. How
bye-bye.
much more can they get?
Oh, let's get a
Sajed
penta.
flashing back. It's a triple
Give me the
for
Vigar.
Vagar.
No, don't be a wimp. Go for the
Botlings in
penta.
base. Darkwings is not going to get a penta, but he is.
Oh, you win. See, that's why I'm not picking you to win this series. Real players would have went for that.
This series is absolutely delivering. The teams are neck and neck. In week 1, it was a 2-1 series.
All right, there we go. Game 5. I think you got to go for that. If you have a possible penta angle for Vigar, you got to go for that. Come on. Like, again, Hambach is going to get a lot of credit for getting the early leads, and I 100% agree, but... Wait, how do I?
Commercial. Before we go to commercial, we have a special rendition of Silver Scrapes on the stage. I believe it'll be Mark taking it away.
All right, Vancouver! You know this song. It is tradition. I want everyone to get hyped, get involved, and sing along with me. Bee woo woo, boo dee doo, boo doo doo, boo doo woo, boo dee woo, boo doo doo, bee woo woo, boo.
That's our LCS commissioner right there. That's our LCS commissioner, baby. Come on. Come on. That's the man. Also, holy shit, Roxanne. I got to go through these. Let me...
Player of the game.
Wait.
I think there's a lot of...
Let me bring this down a little bit. Roxanne, thank you for the 10 community gifted. Holy shit, thank you so much.
And the early Cage that just barely still got the stun.
I hope you're excited for our watch party finals over at OS. And by the way, I think we haven't hit it yet, but we are very close to breaking the viewership record on this co-stream. 1 the game before it gets it? A. Yeah, Darkwings absolutely deserves that. 100%. Better jungler this series. I love cry. Oh no, but I think part of what enables Hambach to play so well is that it very much is calming, kind of like getting caught out in many of these lanes.
On the Vigar, but the big thing for me was not only was Darkwings performing well individually, but the difference maker for Sentinels, we had set up how, okay, because of the language barrier.
Oh man, have I ever seen the mini documentary on the guy that made this song? Yes, and I also saw he actually reached out to me whenever like he individually reached out whenever they announced the orchestral version, because they basically like cut him out of the rights on it. And it wasn't Riot's doing, it was the labels doing. I forget where he said the update was on it, but there's like AI used in the song as well. It's like,
I feel like we're really, really good. We have some Huhi B-roll here as well. Hambach on the Vi is like Huhi and Hambach worked well together.
My friend Christine will come along. Trying to go some others too. Nice.
He's sticking around, and then Huhi,
should be a fun time.
He made the decision. He stayed around. He defended the jungle.
Should be a fun time.
And then, you know, him and Hambach,
I feel like a bunch of mid laners will have a great read on damage threshold.
Like,
I mean,
cages were insane.
yes and no. I feel like mid lane is like the one champion pool that I haven't quite figured out in terms of like the relative power strength of both individuals and the champions that they play.
It was incredible, and I think that was always going to be the question.
Oh, let me get a prediction going for this one.
Darkwings and Hambach
in Twitch chat.
And Hambach, we're super on point together. The fact that this goes
Game
to
5.
I mean, you guys. All right, you guys.
Who you got?
You guys expected it.
How many people expected Game 5?
Okay, calm down. But we'll
SEN,
see how the result ends up picking
DSG.
up. But, like, that was very.
All right, you got
I wanted to talk about
5 minutes
of this game
to get your predictions
showcase
in the
examples
Twitch
of how
chat.
Back and forth it truly was. Like, I'll start with this play first.
I am
This is
still.
where
Damn
you
man,
may
he seems
not
like
see
such
it.
a
The
cool dude.
context here is,
Yeah,
as
I
you
did
can
it.
see,
It sucks.
you got, Rahel that's incredibly low.
I'm
He got
sticking with my
completely
gut here.
blasted in
Okay,
mid lane, so
I
he's
know.
trying to revamp an HP.
Call me
based
like
off of his
I
build
know
set.
this
So
is
he's
being
like,
a
okay,
bit of an
I'm gonna
issue.
try and defend.
If you're gonna link
This
something,
turret.
it's gonna
We will
block
see,
you in
but
chat.
I need some help. And
Oh
guess who
god.
comes in
Yep.
for the help? Hambach. He channels. Q gets a flash
You
on
got timed
towards
out,
and lockdown
but
on
let me pull
Corki.
this up.
This is something that we love from Hambach is that snap
Yo,
decision
call me.
making, recognizing that
You're
he can
up
maybe
against
find an
an
angle. He
American
finds that
player.
angle on Suggest.
You're
He
Korean.
Qs out immediately.
Bloodline-wise, you should be winning already.
Yes, then we go for Kryra. Kryra is dead. Guess what the call is?
How you gonna let a white boy slap you around?
Because the white boy's got motion.
Where yes, even though the call
That's
is
what
more
he's
fair,
got.
Calmy has been having a pretty tough series. He himself finds
The
an
white boy's
incredible
got a little
flank
bit of
here to be
finesse
able to
in him.
give
He's got a
themselves
little
chance.
bit of the sauce.
A makes it
He's
difficult for
clean with it.
Rahel. The
Alright, let him have
three-man
it.
E from Jax makes it super easy.
He
to then
doesn't
pick
put
off Rahel.
raisins
They
in
get
his
over
fucking
there.
potato
Tommy's
salad.
Like, all right, I'm
That's
TP.
what he doesn't
I'm
do.
gonna emote while I'm doing it.
Alex, thank you for the follow.
That was really cool to be able to see that back and forth. Then I go towards this play. And this
He ain't
one
even
just
what
kinda-
I know, but
this one
it's
made
toast
me
saying it,
sad
so I'm
for
going with
DSG.
toast words.
Because you had eyes on Rahel sitting here, or Hambach sitting here, and maybe that gave them that false confidence because they want to check that bush and walk straight in. I'm gonna pause it here because two things happen.
Yeah, look at this.
First of all, while they're
Look at
walking
this.
in,
Oh,
Kryra,
no.
with that magic shield, is supposed to tank everything. You can also see a little critter here on the side, Darkwing coming in from a flank. Let's play it through.
I bet he spices
Kryra
his chicken.
backs
He
away,
definitely does.
Vi gets a Q on
He
towards,
properly
the
seasons
Ahri,
it 100%.
Gets cage, gets popped immediately, and then it starts with a really good
I bet he
fight
knows how to
from
pair a good
Sentinels,
side
and
with
I
it
feel
too.
like this one just took the
Not
game
just potatoes,
in
but like a
Sentinels' hands.
good
So,
cornbread
A,
and
very
mac and
back
cheese.
forth. I feel like that's the
Oh,
story
we're
of the
making me miss
series.
college
And then
so
B,
much now.
some
Oh, I
mistakes,
miss being
some
down
angles,
south
you see
for
them, you
like
go for them, those are
tiny
two in a row
portions
where
of life.
Hambach finds
And
them,
that
and then
only
he's able
tiny
to get
portion
them
of
away.
life that I
That's
feel
why
very
voted
confident in saying
Hambach,
that
but you
is
can see
fucking
those angles
fried
from how
chicken
Hambach
Wednesdays.
and Darkwings.
It was fried
Yeah,
chicken,
Sentinels looking
macaroni
very
and
good in that
cheese,
last game.
mashed
So,
potatoes,
if we
cornbread,
think that DSG
and a dessert of your
can
choice
come
in the
back and win
cafeteria.
game number 5, Emily,
Oh.
we both did predict that.
Bro,
that
it was
for
the
a 5-game
best day.
series.
It was
I
that
think
and
maybe
pasta
playing more
Thursdays,
to
where they do like
Castle
create your own
earlier
custom
into the
pasta,
game
where I
might
do
be a
like
way for
chicken,
them,
Alfredo
to have some
sauce,
success, 'cause
penne
I
noodle.
think Castle has been very good, and he has that confidence.
Oh, I'm making
that we're
myself
talking about when he's
so
like, "Give me the
hungry right
Nexus,
now.
I want the counter pick."
So
And in
hungry.
This game, he was playing very aggressively and doing quite well.
Is that what
in
I think
lane
it is?
phase as the Jax. He was the only one on the
Is that-
team
what
with
the-
an early
hold
game
up.
lead. You know, in the lane matchup, but then
Psychotic
after
Weeb,
bottom
did
lane
you just
lost,
do what I
and
think you just
Huhi
did?
roamed up to the top side, and they got the kill onto him. It all kind of came crashing down.
Is that a
So we'll see.
$50
Maybe they give him another
super
counter
chat?
pick or something. Maybe they could play a little bit more, you know, towards
DSG
that side of the map.
Bro,
Because
first and
I mean, it's a
foremost,
choice between that or,
thank
like,
you.
bailing out
What
Huhi,
the
because Huhi
fuck?
started out
But
the series
thank
performing
you.
well. But since then, you know, the Yone game
I'm
was
with
rough.
you.
This game was
DSG all the way,
very,
but
very
dude,
rough, so he's gonna have to bounce back.
thank you
I'm
for
gonna
the
have to ask
super
you
chat.
guys.
Oh my
Appreciate it,
god.
bro. Did my replay just like, did anything change for you guys to vote for Sentinels? even this perhaps.
That's insane. I'm sorry. I've never received a super chat like that. I'm sorry. I'm stun locked a little bit.
With Sentinels. I want to hear from the casters. Take it away.
Raz, you're sticking with Sentinels. Fine. Fine. Good for you for not flip flopping.
I'm sticking with DSG. That was my initial prediction, and I'm not a flip flopper. I stick with my gut.
You know,
and also anything Rocks, thank you for the follow. Oh
DSG
my God.
with their preference of first selection. They've decided for first pick instead of second pick here.
DSG won with first pick. Wait, are they going blue side now?
He's staying with Sentinels.
And Grimothy, thank you for the follow. Here we go. Game 5, baby. Come on.
It's 2026. He's not going to flip-flop ever again.
Come on, DSG. You got this.
Statement. Yeah, very
By the way, that's pesos.
Right, well,
that's
we'll
who gives a fuck. Who gives a fuck what it is? Thank you. I'd like anybody that gives it could be a penny. I don't give a shit. Thank you. Like that. I'll be appreciative no matter what it is.
You don't drop to the lower bracket where. Yes, I know.
This is not a message for people to be like throwing out super chats either on YouTube, okay? I appreciate anybody that does anything like this or ever even subs on Twitch or wherever it might be. But don't worry about spending your money on me.
You get slammed in the lower bracket, and then your playoff run is
y'all just have a great life. I appreciate every single one of you that does, to be very clear. But
it's pretty narrow, potentially, depending on how much those teams are able
make sure you prioritize yourself first at all times. Here we go, draft time.
Surprises in the bans so far.
This Game 5 draft music low-key kind of hit.
Azir's been banned the whole series. Aurora's been banned the whole series. Talia's been through a few times but unpicked, but is banned in this game. So we're really going deep on Darkwings and Calmy's pools.
Yeah,
oh my God, what do we even go mid this game?
Obviously has been played a lot as a counter pick to Rumble, and Rumble has not yet been played, right? So, could also be potentially a protection ban for Rumble, and then DSG has to decide, all right, well, do we just want to take the Rumble?
White boy with
traditionally in this series, Castle has been
going
to
me win your points.
He has been waiting and delaying.
That prediction, by the way, for those that don't know, it's 65% DSG with 4.4k channel points put up on them and 2.4k on Sentinels right now.
But DSG does have first pick.
I hate
so DSG,
the fan. By myself and my 15 years of watching League of Legends with a standard.
Also tried to send 50 to double lift and he was confused.
I mean, have the first pick.
Yep. I apologize that my prompter was giving me the right information despite my instinct saying the other way. And that does actually set up.
Watch jump back to watching the LCS after you know LRM established. Hey,
I was thinking would set up a first pick, but why would you ban?
We're happy to have you here, and it's a banger Game 5.
Yeah, I guess maybe they can go
Alex,
Galio.
don't worry about it.
Seriously. That's more impacty anyway.
Varus, baby.
So maybe
I love Varus.
I don't think
love me some Varus.
Galio as an answer, or
unfortunately, it's on Sen's team.
First pick the Rumble, and then we take it away, and you can't do the Aurora, which would be more of the Castle style. So this is going to be interesting. Xin Zhao grabbed up early as the AD junglers. We've worked through a lot of them, so that does become really kind of prime real estate.
Oh my God,
yeah,
Roxanne!
I mean, the fact that Sin is up this
another
late,
$50 super
and then
chat.
DSG just says, "Okay, we're dropping
Roxanne,
our Kryra jungle pick for later."
Jesus Christ, you all
I would think for sure.
And we got the Sajed.
We'll see. I mean, Bard and Devaris always really strong. Lions, I don't think has had a good series, and Bard is a high execution champion.
Roxanne, you're the goat. You know that. I mean, you know that. I don't even have to say it, but you know
you have to go Galio.
Oh, okay.
Over on this DSG side, there's no true setup yet for
dinner.
Castle. And I think Equalizer without really good setup can be tough.
That pays back the flowers and everything for Valentine's
over the top, but it's not the same as like a Rel or Nautilus or whatever.
Currently, it's just lane push, but there could be some funny business. We could have some funny business.
It ain't gonna be Fizz. There's no way.
You could jungle Rumble, and you now have a Galio sitting
Golden
there.
Glue came up as Sen.
When
did Golden Glue come up as Sen coach? They didn't buy the 100 C slot, but they were given the slot, and they just decided to.
Silas banned
they
once
decided
again.
to keep it there.
They're really targeting Calmy, I think, quite successfully in these last few games in
keep
draft.
Him as the rollover,
as well
even
as
though
in
none of the players are obviously
and I mean,
rollovers.
I have to credit Darkwings. I mentioned the last game, but I thought Darkwings and Impact were going to be the ones that were more easily targeted. But the Veigar was great last game. We'll see how he performs here in Game 5.
I'm liking the Silver Bard Rumble angle so far. Need some more CC in my opinion.
I think both Darkwings and Hui really playing well this series has made a difference to bring us all the way to Game 5. More mid lane bans coming through as Syndra is going to now be targeted. And the question is, where will Darkwings go? He already brought us something new thus far. Jace, who has been getting through a lot of the series.
But I think really good bans by Sentinels there. The Jace is would be such a good pick for Calmy right there. It's denied.
It's also interesting, too, because if they think Darkwings is too pinched, he can just play Galio, right? Like, you know, in a worst-case scenario, we're like, I don't know what to play. You can play Galio. Syndra's going to be banned out. Cassio's going to be banned out. So he has to show us another new pick, because every champion that he has played, unless he is going to swap that Galio to mid lane, is going to be gone
I mean,
already.
she's going to need to take a shit after
We'll find
this,
out where he wants to take us. Varus, obviously, a really high priority pick in general, but Wei makes a lot of sense. I do think control mages are the
Wei is good.
for
I'm
Darkwings.
really
so
liking Sentinels draft
Call
right
me.
now.
He has counterpick, but what do you have left here to try to really turn things on their head?
Renata, I think, is a good pick. Renata Sever's great.
I don't know if he's performing at a level that I kind of really want to see it from. Diana
Oh
would
wait,
be
no,
interesting as
Diana
a jungle
jungle?
pick. It's something that hasn't been played a lot of, but that would be giving
Okay,
yourself
I'm not getting
quite a lot
baited
of
by
AP.
this anymore. We'll wait until everything's locked in.
So curious the way this draft plays out. The Hwei is something that we've seen from Darkwings last year.
Tristana mid.
Tristana mid to
Double
balance out the
marksman.
damage.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's great into Hwei, though, with the
Ah,
range difference.
Yeah, the range difference, and also one of the interactions that it makes it really, really tough, because I used to play a lot of Tristana mid, is
knock wave
anytime
off the
you actually
table?
go
It
for
is.
a rocket jump, he can just
Knock
fear
wave
you.
has been off.
Because there's no dodging the rocket, there's no dodging while you're in the rocket jump, right?
Sejuani
So I
with
think
no
that can be a
melees.
difficulty, is sometimes you can get pushed in, and generally speaking, like, Trist has been nerfed mid quite a few times, so you kind of have to have push and win out early, or you can sometimes just get whittled down. So I'm a little bit worried for Call Me on this, but it is going to give them some
Rumble's
really good
melee?
scaling. You have
Sure.
super consistent
One
DPS
melee.
here between the Sivir as well as the Tristana. It gives you double AD threat against the Gallia, who wants to be kind of anti-MR.
Okay,
And it's going to be Sejuani to give them their
man.
hard engage. So
Oh.
Sejuani, we are assuming going to be in the jungle, and Rumble top. Who he
I
could be able to
like
grab
DSG's
another engaged
draft.
champ.
Or sorry,
feel
I like
Sen
Sentinels
just has
draft a
an easier
lot
draft
better.
to play. You send
A
in Rakan
lot
and Xin,
better.
Galio ults over the top, and you have two really solid carries.
They
Or
definitely
DSG,
do.
yeah,
They
DSG
won
it
game
faces
4, so
promotion
they're the ones that
relegation
are
no
sitting with
matter what.
momentum. But the Rumble
There
that
is
has
no
been
way
banned
for them
all
to get out of
series
it.
Did fall into the hands of Castle. We'll see if he can get anything going early on.
I like
Not to
Sen's
mention
draft
just
a
the
lot
big game
here.
5 picks, like the Sejuani, something Cry was always been successful with in lower tier leagues. But he's going up against
I
Sin,
just
who's
don't.
like a, that's a game
I
one
don't
fearless
like.
jungler. So
From
a few
what
power
we've
picks
seen so
definitely
far
making
this
their way
series, I
into game
don't
5,
like
which
Call Me on
we kind of joked
Tristana.
about when we had that crazy Ivern Nasus
Prediction
game
on
3.
voices, my
The game
night.
5
I
will
mean,
then actually
yeah,
feel more
you did. You
normal.
predicted the Sivir.
Versus Cassante.
Rumble
That's
versus
the end of the year.
Galio.
Yeah, it's end of the year. It is not at the
Exactly.
beginning.
I mean, Xin Zhao, Bard, Rakan. One of the things I do think kind of quietly is cool about Fearless is it shows you actually how many viable champions there are.
Calling
Right?
it out of
When
his
you can go to a
yes,
game 5,
but he
have
also
all the
helps.
bans
It
come
also helps
through,
him get
and you're still
into
like,
his.
hey, it kind of just looks like League of Legends.
Kind of
Actually,
both.
there's actually a lot of really good champs.
Yeah, none of these champions would you be completely shocked to see even in game 1 except
All right, here we
maybe
go.
Tristana this year.
Yeah.
As we're strategically
Here
building suspense with
we
a pause
go.
early on in the
I
game.
don't-
We'll have to see
Oh,
who
and
called for this
oh.
one in game 5.
So one of the players is not yet back from the restroom, so just waiting for the
Oh,
players.
they're not back from the restroom.
I don't know. Maybe they picked and then tried to run and
Is that
tried to
it?
get back
That's
in time.
insane,
Maybe.
no?
I do that in solo queue. They just like us, you know. You lock in your first pick, you lock in your pick, you run to the.
There's
bathroom.
decreased time between.
Who was it?
Whatever.
Supports are in chair. Oh, Sajed, my man. For what it's worth, this is fair. Game 1, Rahel was gone, so
yeah.
each team's AD carry
They're
gets one.
equalizing the bathroom breaks.
There we go.
Yeah,
I
that is
mean,
fair. All
That
is
should be added to the rule book.
yeah, exactly. Every time they
drinking
take
too
one, you
much
get
water
one
at
too,
that point.
You know?
I actually hate that because I hate delays,
Yeah.
Azale.
Never mind. Take it out of
Yeah.
the rule book.
The rule book should say no bathroom breaks once
Yeah.
you enter Champ Select.
Capital punishment for
Oh,
bathroom
yeah.
breaks
Oh,
in the
Jesus.
LCS. That's what we support here.
Definitely some legality that I think creates the need for these pauses, but I'm still
I don't
against
think
it.
we need to. I don't think we need to add that
It's not-
technicality.
It's
now,
above our
Azale.
pay grade. He's the one that has to decide if capital punishment for bathroom breaks is appropriate in the
Mark,
LCS.
depending on his ruling, we'll take it to Gavin Newsom. You know, we'll see if he
Oh
approves.
Jesus, we're bringing Gavin,
The food
and
chain.
just like that,
From
congrats,
us
you
to Mark
pissed
to
off
Gavin
half
Newsom.
the
That's
Twitch
That's
chat
generally how we decide our rulings here at the LCS.
in the funniest way possible.
But we got a game 5, and it's been such a fun series. I'm excited to see how it
Too much
actually
coffee,
finishes.
now, so
Right?
Dad
Both
needs to
these two
take the-
teams, so much on the line. America's Cup
And where do
qualification,
Cleveland Browns?
as well as maintaining their spot in the upper bracket to try to make it all the way to first stand. These teams would really love to be able to do that, but I feel like DSG has already just had
Tons.
such a better split than people have expected. Even if they were to lose here, they have had a great show.
Those that
with
know,
a team
know.
that has a lot of young players. 4 of them, this is their first ever playoff series.
4 out of 5
over on
went to the
DSG
bathroom.
side,
Hey,
and they are
Group
going
P,
5
we believe in
games,
those.
Of course, over on the
Here we
other
go.
team, we do have people that are having their
Here we
first
go.
series as well. Humbok and Darkwings had never played
Come
any
on.
playoff games either, so that is really cool for a lot of
Promotion
these guys
relegation
who
were
get
the
experience, and I
LEC.
feel like a lot of them are showing up.
The LCS has
Humbok has
one
improved
slot available for
incredibly
promotion
since
relegation,
week
and it
one
happens
when
to
they lost
be
to
DSG.
And I
It's
don't
the
think
only one.
we necessarily knew the whole story of Humbok when he arrived on week 1, because the week 1
All right, here we go.
between the two
Everybody's
teams
got the
was
right runes.
Kizno subbing in for Kryra, and we think, oh, Sentinels has their whole team, so they're going to be more coordinated. But Humbok
Won $1
had
million
just joined the
on
team,
Polymarket with that news
and
match.
I learned that he hadn't scrimmed in a year.
Oh,
because
God,
he
yeah.
got subbed out of his Tier 1 team in LCK.
Yeah, they probably did.
Was the 6th man, so wasn't scrimming
Bro,
with the
C9 versus
academy
Fly
team,
tomorrow
wasn't
should
scrimming
be
with the main
cinema.
team. So it made sense that he
I cannot wait.
was having issues with coordination, but him and Huhi have been so connected in the latter
Just
part
got back
of
from
these
Valentine's
series.
Day dinner,
He seems
came
to have
back for
good
Game
early
5. It's
game
good day.
every single
You're
time,
damn right it
and
is.
He's going to look to have one more
Welcome
to win this
back.
Game 5.
I'm very impressed by Darkwings. I mean, yeah, he did come in a little bit at the end of last year, but like, you know, he subbed in to a DSG team.
They
that
still
was,
yeah,
like,
they
the
could
most
win. They could go to
steadfast,
Worlds
you
and
know,
win
at
Worlds
the end
and
of
still
last
get
split.
relegated from the
Him or Hell
LCS.
came in, you know, really did.
Yeah, I
make
got
pretty
DSG
big
in this Game
changes
5.
on that roster when they subbed in. They were really able to step things up, and you know, I had questions about how he was going to perform, you know, in this team. A lot of coaches that I had talked to had
All right,
the same
Call Me. You got to get the
questions
better
as
of this
well. I think
matchup
he's
early.
been very, very good here against Call Me. And
I'm also curious to
earning
see
his-
with this Tristana
his
mid.
spot,
Is he going to go
definitely. He's
Hex
looking good.
Optics first?
Yeah, he
Or is he going to
definitely
go
holds his
with
own. I think has been the better mid laner so far in this series, but Game 5
I think
can
Hex
always
Optic on
change
Trist is really
that
good.
story. So I'm excited about the performance of both of these teams, because especially when you have these teams who, for a lot of people, were either middle or bottom of the pack.
Also, I'm not a big fan of the Fireman
It just creates
Tristana
for a
skin.
very
I don't know if anybody
exciting
else
league.
feels
When they
that
play
way,
against
but
each other,
like
they
one of
always
my
seem to go the
least
distance.
favorite
I
ones
mean, it
with
makes
the
it really
animations.
unpredictable. You know, a lot of our power rankings have been pretty off. You never know what's going to happen by the end of the split, but it's been a lot of fun to watch thus far. As Impact looking for a trade here onto Castle, and we'll
nice.
proc that phase rush and just walk out. So I actually really love this new Galio skin. I think it's actually pretty sick.
I love it, except, I mean, I love it because I'm going to play it. I just don't actually think it's that readable compared to other Galio skins.
Oh, Jat.
Is
I don't care
harder
about
for me to see,
readability. It
not
looks
to mention the,
awesome.
The spikes on the wings look a little bit like Aurelia ultimate going off to me. I imagine pro players now are completely used to it because it's such a cool skin and I see it picked every single time. But man, it looks
that
super
skin
cool.
is
I'll give you
awesome.
A little bit pay to win there, you know?
I wonder how many. Okay, here's what I want to know. I wish there was a way for me to track, or a way for us to know how many people just bought that skin or are going to buy that skin in the next 12 hours because it was specifically discussed on the broadcast. Like, give me the NA purchases of that Galio skin over 24 hours compared to the prior 24, and I want to see what
When it first
happens.
came out, but people get used to those pretty quick. So, you know, I definitely think pro players are going to be.
Those
seeing
are
a lot
stats that obviously Riot has. We don't
animations
have access to, but I would love to
so
see
not
it.
too big of a deal there, as top lane looking pretty even. Really across the board, things are quite even. We just have full clears from both junglers. And
Also,
then, really
give me
just
my
kind of trading
hashtag
of
code
farm
esports.
around here. Only thing
Or
we
my
haven't touched
just
on yet is
code
where Hell, of course,
esports that
is
I can
gonna be
buy
playing
skins
on
and a
Hit
portion
Paris.
of the
Makes a
money
lot
on
of
that
sense.
skin
It's gonna
goes
be
to
that
my team of
high
choice.
DPS build,
Or
you know, you have to
creator
be
of
able to
choice.
get through that Sejuani, and they want to have that consistent damage as Galio is.
Oh, look at this.
bringing that.
Nice trade.
Yeah, I could definitely see it going both ways, because if he
Nice
had gone
trade.
lethality,
Over
he'd
under
have the
20
range
purchases?
advantage on
Over.
both the Trick
Easy over.
and the Sivir, but definitely
Get
it's
feared.
better against the Sejuani to have the attack speed. I think this is one of those games where he could have gone either way.
Yeah, fair enough. Both of them are quite strong, and that's that interaction I was talking about. When you rocket jump in on the Trist, you are going to get feared, and generally that means you're going to get hit by 2 spells, which is going to be a proc of that passive. As Kryra is over in the area, but
Castle,
gonna have to flash
too
out
far
because
up.
Kalmbach was there first.
Okay.
Lions now here on the invade. Should have been spotted by
But
that
they're
ward, though, as he
pressing,
walked
so
in
it's
the brush.
fine.
So Kalmbach, I think, is waiting for impact and seeing, can I get over there for a smite steal? Who he has now arrived as well as nice sidestep there from Lions.
no.
Will be able to go over the wall, but Kryra
Not
gets in
another
trouble.
early
They're gonna
death.
Just continue the chase here. Will impact flash forward? He uses the taunt. Can't really catch too much, but does get the
Oh,
bar, and
he gets
Lions
him
now
out.
Flashing out. Not going to be able to
Wei
get
gets
away.
a kill. This
First
is
blood
disastrous.
Grabbed by Darkwings, as these invades are just not working out
This
for
is the
DSG
second game in a
whatsoever.
row now that it has not
Yeah,
worked.
total disaster. They're losing so much off of this. I mean,
Oh,
is
God.
able to push in top lane, but mid lane has to sit. Raptors will go over what could have just stayed a standard full clear game for the
not good.
Sejuani versus the Xin. Kryra, 2 games in a row in pretty much the same spot.
Loser's going to play?
Ends up
I think it's
leading to a
undecided.
team death. So good start for Sentinels, but it's pretty much just Huhi being on top of things, matching the roams and playing defense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this time, obviously, they had Lions, you know, making the
That's
runs. They did have their
not
support up there as well.
good.
But Yeah, it's the same play. They went for the same kind of invade. Last time Carver goes down, this time he does not go down himself, but unfortunately it is a first blood going there over to Darkwings. And again, these kind of matchups can sometimes snowball pretty heavily. As
Calmy, you are flirting with danger,
does
brother.
have the Bard trying to heal himself back up.
You're already down
Lions,
farm.
You know, flashed late. He didn't flash the taunt from Impact.
I think they said earlier.
Ended
Okay,
up
good to
taking
know.
that, got incredibly low, then flashed and died anyway. And that is a pretty punishing death. That's one that he should have had to use his flash, but I don't think he should have died.
Yeah, they likely would have lost a lot of pressure regardless,
Bot lane,
but the death
Sever
adds
really
insult
far
to injury.
behind.
You can see they've
But it's
also
fine.
now gone double call. Something that I think is fine, especially if you're just holding the game even. Like with double 80 carry and a front line, oftentimes you're kind of waiting for the game to come to you, but now they're going to try and make something happen onto Rahel or Huhi. Hard to get a recon though.
Yeah, not going to be able to get much. Lions
Nothing.
playing like Street, so just
Alright,
at least that
Sever's
rock.
going to have to go
Gonna be a
beast
potion used
mode
by
later.
Huhi, but it's just refillable, so honestly,
Absolute
who cares? Rahel going to be rushing
beast
towards
mode.
that blade of the Rune King. And Sajed taking a little bit of damage there.
Bro,
but
there's
it is just
honestly
kind of
not
far
a
best
bad
down on that bottom
matchup in
side. I mean, the
playoffs.
scaling obviously not bad
The
whatsoever.
split.
for
Like, everybody
DSG
feels so
to do
close
these
that
double
I'm
80 carries.
like, it
Looks
genuinely
Calmy
feels
is
exciting
potentially
to
going
watch
in
all of
towards
it.
some Merc Treads here early on, just to try to answer all of the CC as well as the magic damage that is going to be coming out.
Makes a lot of sense. I think they need to be in a defensive pattern though. I'm trying to get in the head of Cryer and why he's going for these engages. It's almost like they're very flippy engages. I don't feel like they necessarily had a very strong lane to play through. Because even if you have the Rumble push
C9
top,
this week or
Galio
next week?
can
I
always
mean,
just
in
move
theory,
through
it hits them this
the
week, but
brush and get to you first.
at least that's what happened with Summer.
I'm not
Time will tell.
sold on it. He doesn't have
First-
stronger
Hey,
dueling
welcome.
than the Xin.
First time
It's
here,
backfired
welcome.
2 games in a row, and I feel like they have better scaling as
Thank
well.
you.
So
Just
it's
got
like
home
a home
from the
run
play.
where
What'd
he's
you
almost
miss?
just trying to ego on him a
A
little
great
bit.
series.
Yeah, I mean, my-
DSG coming
my
out
guess is if
strong.
you talk to him, he would
Sentinels
say,
bouncing
we execute on
back
the
pretty
play
well,
we will,
keeping
we should
us in
win.
the
You
series.
know, 'cause they had
And
the first
honestly,
base from Lions, so I
Hambach
think
having
they
a
feel like,
great
oh,
last
Bard's
2
gonna get there
games.
first.
Hambach
We
and
are quick on the
Darkwings,
play, you
like
hit
the
all
mid
your
jungle
skills,
difference
and
has
then
been pretty
you push it
big.
back or you just kind of win out in the fight. But of course, you miss the stun, you don't actually make that happen. Then who he shows
We
up.
got a
and things
Vigar,
go
we had a
pretty bad. So
Gnosis.
maybe it just feels like, hey, it's an execution thing.
We had
it's
a
the
bit
right
of
play, but
everything
we're
in
not
this
executing
series.
on it, but has happened a couple times in a row, and it is one of those risky moves that can be punished quite heavily. As Impact gets back to lane now, is down to almost 20 CS. You know, a little
Castle
bit of
so
that
far
is
is the
obviously
win
from
con.
the roam, but the same thing happened last game, and it ended up not mattering whatsoever.
Or at least,
Castle
like,
got
the
out to
bridge
a
through
pretty
the early game.
20-ish CS lead in the Zehen Jax matchup, but then Impact was not getting punished more heavily than that. Eventually caught up.
Yeah, Impact has been incredibly solid. Also, based off of the shenanigans that happened to Crom, seems like a pretty easy Drake by
CS-wise, down about
This might be
16
the
for
first
Sajed.
Drake the Sentinels has gotten this series, but the pressure's really on for Sentinels now, invading blue buff as well.
I actually really like
Cryer
this. So
falling behind
Hui, it's kind of
a
a
lot.
subtle play, but he goes behind, he interrupts the Bard recall, and he stacks the wave behind the tower. So what this does is it means that the wave is pushing away from DSG. So Sajid now has no support, and he can't walk up to the wave. So
Oh, no,
his
that's
wave is
not
getting
good.
denied. Kryra is also getting pushed out. Lions
Cryra's
is back
in
now, but like,
trouble.
they are just bleeding minions on the bottom side of that lane. And, you know, it
Not
should be
good.
pushing away, and as you see, it is.
Not
because
good for
all
DSG.
because
They're
of this
getting
little thing that
milked
Huhi did
here.
where he stacked the wave. That's like plus 4 or 5 minions that Huhi made from stacking the wave behind their tower, and then knowing Sajid can't back up.
Not
And they just cleaned
good.
the entire jungle from Cryer. Like, he is fuming at the moment. They lose Gromp, they lose the minions bot lane, and they can't even defend the jungle. So Sentinels, Hambach, Huhi, jungle support
I mean,
synergy
honestly,
has
though,
been
this early game was
completely
very
on
much
point. They
determined by
matched the
that
first invade, repel it,
early
and then
invade
they
from
execute their own
Cryer that they
invade
didn't have to
expertly.
do.
Yeah, there's Calmy jumps in, immediately gets feared, and the ulti is going to be thrown down. He,
Oh
of course,
my
will
God,
survive, but it is tough when you take that damage. And
Oh, and he's
Trist,
missing
it's
CS
like,
too.
Yeah, technically you
DSG's
can go
crumbling.
in for some early lifesteal, but then your first item is so delayed. You do not want to go like BT or Bork on Trist as your first
He also
item. You want to
went
go just crit
magic
scaling
resist
items.
boots.
So these matchups where you're getting poked become very, very difficult because Trist only trades by going aggressive. And when you jump in, you get feared and you just get hit by ulti. It is really, really tough. And in my experience, these matchups just kind of get worse as
Man,
as it
all that
goes on.
shit that I
Of
talked
course, you
about
always have that
about
ability
DSG
to maybe
being
outplay in
like
the team fight, but
the
it's
fakest number
not
2
easy
seed.
for Calmy, and he has had a really tough series.
Yeah, he's got to try and survive off of the life on hit from Call, the Omnivan from
Okay,
Doran's,
fine. Burn
and
the
the
flash.
lifesteal from Legend Bloodline, which is little tiny bits of lifesteal throughout the lane.
Yeah, but they do get the
I
flash
mean, look,
show off
credit
That is very
to
nice as Cryer makes
to
a visit
Sentinels.
into
They
World's
realized that
mid.
they could
And
really
he is playing
pinch
Zeke, so it is going to be
Calmy's
that lower
pull.
CDR on the ulti.
And they
Sejuani's
did so.
often loving
They
these
very much
support
did
item
so.
builds now. And it is quite efficient, right? You know, you get the armor, the MR, the health, the CDR,
missed.
as well as 15 ultimate ability haste, and then you have the AoE slow from it. So it's quite nice. Call me though.
Notably, on hit for Varus, which is
down about half
fantastic.
HP,
I
and we'll
love
have to
it.
go back to base as
I don't think it's odd this game at all.
continuing to
You have a
slowly build that
Sejuani, you have a
gold lead after grabbing
Rumble,
the first
like
blood, and
you've got
even to be
targets
able
that
to
can
cancel that
move.
recall
You
again.
have a Sivir, a Triss. You have targets that can move a lot from your poke.
Sentinels seems to be able to do whatever they want. Yes, Castle.
And there's
can push an
enough
impact,
protection
we know in
with
the first 14 minutes of the
Xin
game,
Zhao,
that doesn't really
Galio,
matter
and
almost ever
Rakan
for the
that
top
you will
players. All the
have
plays are
space
happening
to
through
free
mid
it.
bot at the moment, and that's where Darkwings is pushing in Calmy. And
Oh
another
god.
engage on
Oh no, Lions.
Lions gonna be trying to get out of there. Flashes away, but Hombok just flashes over the Tempered Fate, finishes
man.
him off. Lions picked again, felt safe to walk up because he had the magical journey, but it just doesn't matter. They commit to him and they get that kill.
And that's it, the jungle gone.
Kryra is just without plays at the moment. It's another deep invade, and he's losing his Gromp for the second rotation in a row. Last time it was Blue Gromp, now it's Wolves Gromp. It's going to become a massive experience advantage for Xin versus Sejuani in this game.
Hombok
He's
is
down over 30 CS.
plowing him right now.
That is brutal. Yeah, Kryra is feeling like he is kind of out of it. And a lot of it, I feel like, yeah, you know, it's one of these things where it's just kind of snowballing off of the earlier play, right?
Oh,
But
good
great
catch.
Engage here. Can they actually knock down Hombok? Let's see. Sajed going to be turned around on, is in some trouble, going to get knocked down, pops the ulti. Sajed has to use the heal and does have the spell shield come back up. The ulti from Hombok will expire, but he dashes back in, gets the flash force. Hombok almost gets him with the wind, becomes lightning, and Kryra takes the kill.
Unfortunately, that goes to
Sajed
Kryra.
has to use his flash. They have to use the heal from Lions. They barely take
That's
him
not
down in a
good.
3v1, and now he buys Sundered Sky.
I mean, thank God they killed him. Otherwise, wrap it up. That would have been GG right there.
This is
Because
not
they did.
good.
That's pretty
Not
huge.
good at all.
You got a lot of slingshot experience when you have a big level advantage like that.
Come on.
The kill going over to Kryra, even though it's not ideal
Dragons
for your
up
late game
in
carry,
48. Oh,
helps
Huhi's.
him a little bit
Oh,
stay
Huhi stops
somewhat
his back too.
adequate against
Oh,
Hombok and items.
man.
But Huhi's just going to continue to keep annoying Sivir right here, and Kryra, he still can't really farm.
No, I mean, how fearless is Uhu this game? It feels like it's like the fourth time he's been behind the towers. He's just standing in between the two towers saying, you know what, you can't do anything about it. Like, we know you have no Sejuani help. Good luck locking me down. You're not going to be able to do anything to me. So he's just harassing them constantly. I love this kind of play from
2K gold
where you
lead
really
at
know
12
the limits
minutes
of your
is
champions,
nuts.
but also, almost more importantly, you know the limits of their champions. And when they're missing this Sejuani ult, they have nothing really to lock you down. So Hui's just kind of dancing on him. And
Kryra's going to get his shit stolen, isn't he?
Hombok going to come back in for the invade. The
No, he's
wind becomes
not.
lightning
Okay,
will
thank
miss
God.
the big Krug there, excuse me, the big Raptor there, so won't be able to grab
Dragon's
that, but they just
gone.
go
You
right
can't
back
even.
down
You
towards the
can't
bot
fight this.
side.
You can't contest.
Darkwings is up 900 gold at this point. Calmy is just getting
Sundered Sky,
kinda gapped
and you
in
got
the mid
no
lane.
full.
It's been really, really tough, and it should be a freebie at the Dragon. You have to feel like, because look where he is again. He's scouting everything out. They're not worried at all.
Yeah, still really impressed with Hombok and just the overall synergy from Sentinels in this Game 5. It's been such a hard-fought series to this point.
Again, Hombok's going to
Definitely
get a lot of
mistakes
credit, but
being
once
made in
like
previous
Darkwings
games,
has
but in this one,
nullified Call Me.
The overplay early by DSG into the jungle of Sentinels.
Completely
And since
nullified
then,
him.
it's just been Sentinels living in this bot side. So at least Kryra gets his wolves, but Blue is gone
3K
again.
gold lead in ADC.
And the
Jesus
wave
Christ. Yeah, look at
isn't
that 50 CS
accessible
difference.
for Sajed Sivir, and the Gromp is once again being pressured by
Oh
Hombok.
my God.
This is a crazy game from Hui. I feel like he's just played this so well, constantly in their face.
They have to
He
reset
get it
that
again.
bot wave.
He got the Grump again. Yeah, when the wave is just pushing away from him
Bro,
once more.
Sajed's
Sajed can never
getting
move up.
fucked.
He's down 40 plus CS. This is ridiculous. And it's like, it's
can't-
not like
this
he's
is a
missing CS. He just can't
stomp.
walk up to the wave. Every time Hui's going behind, he's stacking the wave against him, so it's pushing out away from him.
All right, we
And
got to start
Lions
having
is, like, recalling
conversations
him out
about
there to help
Golden
him
Glue
push it
being a
out. They're
GOAT
constantly
coach.
reinvading, so he doesn't feel comfortable to move
Like,
up. It's a
This is brutal.
1.6k gold lead in the bot lane without a kill. Like, this is just crazy. And sure, you have Sivir, you have Triss. Great, you're going to scale, but I don't even know if they outscale, and they're just getting
Jungle CS? I
pumped
know.
in
It's
the early
40
game.
CS
Still got
there,
40
50
kill
CS
stacks
bot
left.
lane.
Like, he's just been sitting there slowly trying to complete a support quest, but he can't do anything. How is the gold only 1,400? That's the puzzle here.
Well, look at top lane.
It's 900 for the Rumble.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the answer, really.
I guess that's it.
Yep,
This
it's
is-
that, and it's the Call Me Call
Ugh.
cashed out. So,
Yep.
you know, you get an injection of gold from that. You have 900 gold in the top
When
lane.
Sen gets
so
so
that
clean,
is
I mean,
kind of like
they
making
look.
it
This is
appear
why best
a
of
little bit
fives are
closer.
great because you can
Of
clean
course,
it
you
up.
know,
Like,
Gaslight
had
is
you?
strong, so
oh,
that
God.
is something
you
that they have
stopped
going for
when
them,
the
but
series is at
again,
like
I
game
touched on
3,
in Chip,
it's a
like, there's not really
completely
that
different
much
look and
lockdown
feel.
for Castle. So you
Like,
could drop
again,
an
if this is
equalizer,
best of
you
3,
hit a
DSG
bar
wins.
onto the Varus, you drop equalizer
This
on
is
his head after
over.
that.
This is done.
You're hoping that Sejuani
But
can hit
now
him
that
for
it's a
something,
best
but
of
there's not that
5,
many
like
tools
the
that can use.
like the
And Ruiz
takeaway from
just
this
first out of
is
the kill,
just
because why
so
not?
drastically
Because that's the
different.
one engage that DSG has.
So different.
I love it.
So Sentinels definitely making this draft look very effortless in its execution, knowing that there's just that one bit of hard engage. Huhi's Recon is kind of checkmating the game, it feels like, so far.
Yeah, I mean, Huhi went for an early Mikhails even in the Leona game as well. Like, he's just grabbing it. It's making sense in pretty much every position he's taking it.
Now people are going to be like, we need best of 7.
Basically one button
It's the
to
only
engage,
proper
and
way.
Mikhails says, nope, can't do that. So that gets
Call
really,
me.
really tough.
Fine.
Rahel is
They
scaling.
slowed
Sajid
down a
has
lot,
had
by
a
the
bit
way.
of time to farm these waves. Now they've moved him over towards mid lane, so
Yeah.
finally he's getting
But I mean,
access to some
it's not
minions
like
here.
Castle's supposed to
And
be
they just
doing
have to
anything
hope, you
all
know what,
that
scale,
significant.
scale, and maybe you can have a big team fight win later on, but Cryer are going to have to flash out and use the
Oh
ult
my God,
defensively.
Jesus.
He's trying to invade to get something back, but Hombach is there, and he's up 2 levels, so there's no way you're ever going to win a duel against that. And Darkwings just moves over, and
Call me as a
now
smaller
all your
sample,
playmaking
babe.
tools are gone. Cryer feels like maybe falling victim to a little frustration when you're getting invaded.
He got the red. I actually think that's fine. He got the red and he's flashing your ult. Yep, because think about what's been happening to his life in this game in the last 10 minutes. He just
Sajed just chilling
in
in
his
the
house
bush.
and he can't get rid of them.
Wait, is
So
it? Oh no, it's not tower.
now,
Galio's
even
right
with no
there.
ult-
Never mind.
Oh, Darkwings
Okay.
got flash.
Oh, oh, he failed the
He did fail the
flash.
flash going over the wall. Tried to
Oh no!
get over, but doesn't.
The
get
white boy
hugging
lost
the
the
wall before
sauce.
He uses the flash and is going to get taken down as a result. They are able to grab that kill, and Castle continuing to extend that lead. And it's Call Me.
Oh man, that's a route right back into it. By the way, we just passed our peak viewership.
Looking to try to knock him down.
I think this is going to be mid turret, which will open up the map even more.
Okay, well,
the
you
gold
know
is
what?
very close, especially after that shutdown went for Darkwings, but I feel like there's a lot of standing gold that Sentinels is going to want to collect.
Oh, this is gonna be ugly.
He is back in his home
Oh,
in between the
no.
2 towers. Now abusing
Ooh.
Castle, but he's taking a
Good
lot of damage
Poe.
this time as he does get hit by a binding. Castle going to overheat, trying to move forward here, going to be thrown into the exhaust.
This
Nice
is a good
sidestep on the
play.
Varus ult, though.
If they
Rahel
can get
trying
there,
to turn
nope,
things around.
can't get
Clara
there.
is here. They won't be able to get a kill,
Alright,
but no
fine.
one falls on either side. It is just a
Tristana's
1K
slowly
gold
getting
lead now.
CS though.
Castle's strength does have to
The
be respected.
lower left corner.
It
You
really
cannot.
does.
Do you
Once
see
they
this
can play
thing on
around
the
Rumble, now that they've gotten
this
him out of
here?
that lane,
Can't cover it
the
up,
game is looking
and
a
I don't
little
like
bit-
covering
I
up
mean,
this
a lot
either.
more
I like the
because it
top
was
right.
really feeling unplayable for
I personally really like the look of the
you
top
know,
right. I don't want it
5
to be
minutes
anywhere
through
else.
15 minutes, it felt like there was nothing they could do. They fell 50 CS behind in jungle and in bot lane.
If anything, I want it
But
on the
now,
top left,
You know,
but
Call Me has kept his CS
top
up,
right
has
works.
cashed in his call, might even be able to get this turret in.
And he is playing against an MR stacking Galio, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a first full item of magic resist. They do throw down
This
the
is a
bar
kill.
ulti. Can they
Should
look for
be.
a play? But all
Nope,
Sentinels are
never mind.
coming. This is looking not good. Call Me should be able to knock down the tower, but can he actually get out
No,
of dodge?
he's not able to get out.
Does have the rocket jump, but that is not going to keep him safe.
Nope, that's
Knocks
fine.
down the
Honestly,
tower, but
I'm
it'll
fine
cost
with him
his
trading his life for
Unfortunately
tower
for
there.
Sentinels, who he grabs
Like,
the kill.
actually, I'm fine with
We'll
that.
see if
That's
they can
good
get anything
goal.
else off the back of it.
He should not have done that, but it's a good kill nonetheless. Questionable Bard ult right there. So not sure what the plan was, but they get the
Alright, come on.
gold on to Call Me at least before he falls, and now Lions and Kryra are at least stopping
Was
Darkwings
that not-
from
I
pushing
think
through.
it
So
kinda
they're,
was,
they're
but-
keeping this game actually very playable. Like if they get to a team fight,
Castle
where Call Me
is
and
the
Sajed are
same.
sitting on
Like
3 or
that.
4
Okay,
items
we
and
talked
hasn't
about
been
it
sold
earlier
yet, they'd
about
still
this being
actually
a
have chance
legacy
despite
series for
how
Castle.
much
He's on the
Huhi
verge
and
of doing
Hombach
it
have
again.
Dominated in the early game.
I think it's definitely possible.
Like, it is
but when I think
entirely
about
on
compositionally, I
Castle
think
to
it's
carry
very
this series.
difficult, because how do your AD carries
carry
get
this
past
game.
the Xin Zhao with the ultimate being active, and how do you find a good engage to burst someone down when there's Mikhails on the other side and counter engage from Hui? I feel like there's probably a very high chance
Yep,
that the
give
Sentinels
this
carries
up.
will have
You don't
a
have a choice.
easier time in the fight. Where I don't know if DSG can get past the Xin.
Oh,
So
they're
I
gonna
think
go for
that's
it.
Really,
Oh,
the
God.
question here is, can they set up Sajed as well as Call Me to have a successful fight?
Oh.
They're going to go for the engage. Equalizer will get thrown down, but I mean,
not great.
it's super late. It's
Yeah.
after the Dragon is already taken. I thought they were going
they're
to try to
they're
fight for it, but
behind.
all 5 are
The
here.
tempo's
Guess we'll try.
not
So they drop
great.
Equalizer as well as the Glacial Prison. Doesn't really get them anything, though, and it is now sole point for Sentinels, and that is going to be a potential Mountain Soul here. And
Not not
just
great.
over 4.5.
Yeah, Sentinels playing with a huge amount
of
game
pause?
confidence as Rahel has paused the game, so we'll have to check on what is going on there. But as you mentioned, very difficult game for them to play. The gold
Not the
it feels like a mirage, the fact that it's like 35K to 34K, because
look,
it's being completely dictated by
let me catch up on some of these while we
It has
wait
been completely dictated
between
by them
games.
start to finish. They're stacking all the objectives.
Grimothy,
which,
Zeus
obviously, when you're
Lewis,
on Soul Point,
Anything
you're on the
Rocks,
precipice
and
of a
Icarus. Thank
massive
you all
amount of
for the
stats
follows.
being injected into your team, which is going to make things a lot harder.
But,
just compositionally, I feel like
look,
they have
I
a lot
don't
of the
think this
answers,
is entirely over
we'll have
yet.
to see can Calmy and Sajed find ways
But you got
to
like
really get
4
involved,
minutes.
or can
You got
Castle,
4
who has this
minutes
massive
to like
individual
get
gold
yourself in
advantage,
like a
really
really good
turn things
position
around
to
and
be able to
maybe,
win
get a good play,
win a
burst
fight
down
at
one of these
Dragon.
carries,
Because
that's
like if
the
you
kind of
lose
stuff
that,
that's
it's
really
gonna
going
be
to take, I feel like, for
it's
DSG
gonna
to
be a
not just
problem.
slowly bleed out of this one. I mean, you have 4.5 minutes until the next Dragon. That is a must-win. I feel like, or your series is probably cooked.
This is always the weird thing.
In
They're
game
not allowed to
5,
talk
still been a
at
very
all.
entertaining
Look at them.
series.
Like they're just
to
like
this
chilling
point.
there.
I'd say throughout the series, it has felt
Very
like
rough. I mean, you
Sentinels
get
has
that whenever you
scaled
draft
a
a
Darkwings
you
has
draft
looked
a
more and more
Tristana
confident in each
Sivir
game.
with a Bard.
Halbach and Huhi have been
If the
very
Bard's
well
not able to
connected early
roam and
game.
affect them out.
On the DSG side, Castle's had a great series. He's had individual advantages in almost every game. Sajed has been able to keep his farm up and team fight very effectively in most games. This game's a little bit tragic because the bot side got
Mountain
so
Soul, Galio, and oh yeah,
dominated.
If they get
and
Mountain
Huhi
Soul,
kept
it's
pulling
over.
the wave to prevent him from being able to farm.
It is
but,
so over.
Still, a lot of League Legends to be played.
So update on the pause. Sentinel's audio did briefly cut out for a second, so they paused, and now they're making sure that that is not going to happen again. So they're investigating and making sure that there's not going to be any more audio issues going forward. Obviously going to be doing those
fair
audio
enough.
checks once more, because you definitely do not want that to happen in the middle of the team.
Fair
fight or anything
enough.
Especially in a series that has been this close.
Nice close up on the
going down
lights up
stretch.
there.
Looked like DSG
Nice.
doing some audio checks as well, just to see that there's no issues on their end. A lot of stress on this team as
Go ahead.
they've. When you're getting
You
choked
can
out
see
like
the
this,
stress
it's
on
very
DSG's
difficult
face, I
game to
will
play.
say.
I feel like that's why we see fights like the last one.
Like just watching some of
wasn't
the
a fight. It was just
looking at some of the
Cryer
player
throwing
cams,
his
they
ult in
look
and
stressed.
Castle throwing his ult in because when you have no agency, you kind of
No,
wanna
obviously
be
the issue's
around
over on
to
Sentinels,
hope
and
that
like
someone
they're not
else
allowed to
has
talk, so it's
some
kind
level
of
of
tough.
agency, and then
So
you're
you end
there
up
in
just
case
like sitting
something
there in
good
like a very
happens.
serious
But
thing or very serious
currently,
mood.
there's just
I'd
nothing good
stand
to
up
be
and
done for
stretch.
DSG.
If
So
you have a
another
pause
update,
like this,
so it actually did also happen at DSG. So it happened for both teams. So they are now continuing to investigate. They believe they have figured out what the issue was. So we should be able to hopefully get that fixed and get back to game very quickly here.
Nice.
But
Let's get back to game soon.
despite the close gold lead, it is a 3-dragon.
Do you guys
lead for
remember the clip of
Sentinels. Has been a
Dokla
pretty back and forth
during
series here
LCS
all the way to game 5
finals
for our first
against,
series
I think it
of
was Team
lock-in
Liquid. There was a
playoffs.
pretty
The
extended
winner
pause,
will
and
go
he
to
just
America's
gets up and
Cup,
starts
will
doing
guarantee themselves
squats.
at least top 3. And
Like
of course,
that's
will
on the
still
like
be
I
in the
think about all the
hunt
time is like
for
you in
that first
series
stand
like this,
berth
if
that
you have a
everybody's really
pause
fighting
here,
for.
Yeah, and loser
get
will
up
get
and
sent
start
down
stretching.
to play either Lion or
Like,
Team
just to,
Liquid.
like, keep
So
yourself
with all
limber,
the parity we're
like,
seeing, it
just,
was surprising
you know,
that Lion and Team Liquid are
stretch
even
out the
in the lower
shoulders,
brackets.
do
So
something.
not necessarily like you go down there and play
Ego.
a team
Thank
that
you for the
is
follow.
weaker or worse. They have performed worse in
Like
the
just
Swiss
get
stage,
like you
but
can't. It's
based
not
off
like you
of
can talk to your
reputation
team.
and scrims and preseason predictions,
So
they're
just
actually
stand
quite
up, get the
strong.
blood
So
flowing, do
a
like do
lot
something.
riding on the last bit of this game 5 because it's either America's Cup or a very hard road back.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people I know that I've been talking to are feeling like it's even scarier going against TL and Lion because they basically have 2 weeks from their last game to their next game, right? So they have a lot of time to kind of try to work through things, potentially fix some of those issues because obviously they played last weekend. They're in the lower brackets, so they don't play this weekend.
If DSG gets the late game, Sen doesn't have an answer for the double
can
ADC.
look forward
You're not
to
wrong.
that.
The double range and like
Darkwings,
the
I
amount of
think, has had
damage
a
that they will
really
be
good
able to
series,
put
and we
out
talked
is
a bit about
good.
top lane. I think Castle's
So you
done great
can
individually.
scale.
Darkwings, I think, has as
Like
well.
double
And
LD,
this is
like
a guy
double
who I think
LDR.
People didn't expect that much from him.
Doable.
But he's been really solid, and he has been able to find.
I
a
also
way
didn't
to
see what did
make some of these
Tristana
less
build.
popular
Let me go back real
control
quick.
mages look
Really quick.
out to safety, nicely buffered on the taunt.
Okay,
Last
they
game,
both
the
win
way has
Untils.
been fantastic this game, and it feels like
Oh,
Call
we're
Me,
back in game.
didn't have a good answer into it.
Yeah, I hope Darkwings has a similar trajectory to what we've seen from APA in Tier 1 because
All right, come on.
Darkwings feels
Come
like
on, come
this
on, come
super
on.
young new player, but he's 25. He played like 7 years in Tier 2 before actually getting his chance, and then as soon as he does, he performs at a very high level. So hopefully stories like his are like, even if you didn't think this is some incredible standout Tier 2 player that must must be thrown in LCS. Once you get a few reps, even without the same champion pool as others,
Galio,
he's been very
gotta start
effective.
building
And I feel
armor.
like we've seen that from
I mean,
a
he
lot of
does.
the players that
You got
have come up,
Randuin's
right?
already,
We're
so that's
seeing
good.
a lot of young players on FlyQuest. We're seeing guys like Kryra, like Kizno, like Sajed, all looking really strong as Ooh, playing this very aggressively. In comes Impact from behind, and Lions could be in some
Oh,
trouble.
good escape.
Is able to use the magical
Good
journey
escape.
to get
Some
back
good
to safety,
damage.
but Call Me
And
is
he's out
now
there.
cut off from
Oh,
the rest
Call
of his
Me.
team, and Impact is going to be able to tank this one up. Call
Oh!
Me flashes back. Good bar
Oh,
ultimate
Lions.
at a time.
Oh,
And
my
now
God.
Darkwing get caught under the tower by a Kryra ultimate. Nice turnaround there. The resets could be coming through. Do they want to jump in on this? Sajet arrives. They're going to try to chase
Keep
down
going.
Impact,
Yes,
who
keep
has
going.
No flash. Rahel in position, going to try to look for a turn. The equalizer comes through.
Oh, there it
Catapult
is. The
over.
equalizer.
He has the overheat there. Trying to knock down Rahel. Doesn't quite have the damage.
Go
but
for
they
Baron.
do get a couple
Right on
kills.
spawn. Get it.
Do they
Get
have
it, get
the
it, get it,
confidence
get it,
on
get it.
Baron? They're going to make the
What
call to
a
try to do it.
freaking
Call
ult
Me is basic.
by
Is
Lions.
TP still on cooldown though, unless the spectator client is wrong. And Castle may have
Oh,
just gone
Castle.
too far.
Oh,
now is
Castle.
zoned off
No,
by
no,
himself.
Castle's fine.
He wanted to chase. The rest of his team wanted Baron, and now
Castle.
that
No,
miscommunication
Castle.
may really cost them. Call Me is back.
That
but
was
again,
Baron.
Castle chased way too far. The rest of the team wanted to go for the Baron. I feel like they could have tried.
I think they could have tried, but it's also an 18,000 health Baron. Double AD carry takes it very quick. That would have been their window back in the game. So I agree with the call.
Castle.
Just go for it. It felt like a small miracle the way this started. Like, Call Me goes to defend this turret 1v3.
This was so
The best
clean.
Bard ult of the
Look at.
game
Oh my
catches two
God.
of the divers, not the turret, which allows the turret to just one-shot Darkwings. And
That's
then
insane.
They have Impact, no flash. Potentially the best play would have been for Castle to not teleport in because he gets the turret bot lane and DSG probably still wins the fight. But once Castle's in, he's thinking, we need to hit a home run right now. They get the shutdown on Impact and could probably have turned for Baron, but that is going to be
Did you catch the
something for their
fuck me?
review. We don't have time to go over that now.
No, we don't at all, but we're back to
Oh.
live, and Impact could be in some trouble. Remember, has
No, they're not
flash,
gonna.
they're
No,
fully
they don't
commit
have
to it,
enough
though.
damage yet.
Kryra did
That's a
use
lot.
the ulti, but
Ugh.
clearly they cannot just punch through this Galio. He is very tanky. He has had the
All
right
right,
wins for a
here's the
while.
thing though.
Really love that
Sajed
Bandwidth
now
pickup
2 items.
For him, doesn't over-prioritize the magic resist. Needed a little bit for the early lane against Castle. Now with 2 crit damage dealers, that's the best tank item he can build in the game so far.
And Sentinels, they want to keep accelerating this game where DSG
You
kinda
need
wanna slow it
LDR
down in a bit because
soon.
you really want to get to the IE on both the Tristana as well as the Sivir. And if they can get this next dragon, get towards IE for both of their carries, that would be huge. But Call Me gonna be able to rocket jump to safety, will be pushed back, and it means that tower top should fall. Of course,
All right,
they're
good.
not gonna have
Sajed's
IE
going
for this
third
next fight,
item,
and that is gonna be the
Last
sole
Whisper.
thing. So this is the one that DSG really have to problem solve for. Can they find a way to make it work here? There will be no flash on
And if
Castle.
he's
There's
going
no
Last
Timber,
Whisper,
no
that means
flash
that
on
Call
Call
Me
Me
does
either.
not have to. Call Me
Gonna
can
be
go
extremely
straight
difficult. I
LDR.
think step 1 is get a lane pushing. I really think Castle needs to be on bot lane, get that pushed in as deep as possible, because you need to have at least one angle to approach the Drake from.
Oh, this is going to be
A little
close.
bit mid to not get more pushed in, but at the very least, being able to take a little bit of vision in river is a positive play.
Another thing that's really big is Sentinels have TP advantage, but Impact, did he overstep here? The reset on that rocket jump is going to allow him to jump again. The Buster Shot interrupted the ulti. Call Me can't go for
Okay,
more,
Call Me
but
playing
he
on
does
the
push
edge.
Impact back and gets his ult. That's actually huge because Impact was the TP advantage, where there was no TP for Call Me
Wow.
or Castle.
Okay,
So
here we go.
That is a really big win in the side lane there for DSG, and it gives them a much better shot now with no Galio ult at this next fight.
No Trist ult as well. Probably got a little greedy at the
Nice,
very end
but
of
that's
it.
fine.
But Castle and Kryra doing their best to just hold vision in the river. They know a lot of this game does hinge on their ability to secure this Drake, but they do have first setup, so Sentinels does have to move into them, which can be pretty difficult.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait for Call Me, though, so they can't start a fight just yet. They need to be very, very careful. They are in a 5v4
DSG,
right
back
now
up just a
until
little
Call Me
bit,
arrives, and
please.
Call Me might be spotted soon. Sentinels trying to posture aggressively with that extra
Castle,
man. Now Call Me
time to
shows
ult.
Castle on the side is in a lot of trouble. He has no flash from the previous fight. Drops the equalizer, but he could be in trouble. Kryra over the wall catches the ulti under
Oh,
an L,
no.
but it's Castle that's down.
Oh,
the
no.
ulti comes through from Lions, but
Oh,
it gets
no.
him nothing. Sajed is going to try to flash into the magical journey, but it expires. Sajed is going to fall.
Castle.
Sentinels win the fight. They want more, and they're going to get it.
Castle.
And now Kryra running for the hills. Call Me pushes mid, but it's a 2K gold lead. It is a one fight, and it is going to be soul for Sentinels.
Total disaster for DSG, but so much confidence
Not
from
good.
Hambach, just going straight on to Rumble, who was flashless and separated from the team. Bard ult is just too
This is
late, and the
oh,
portal
man,
probably
and it's
too
Mountain Soul now,
early. It's
too.
a total disaster there as DSG lose 3 and the soul.
Not good.
It's Mountain Soul is
Not
going to make
good.
things a lot more difficult. That being said, they do have a lot of DPS. They do have that.
I mean, they do.
high
This can
DPS
still go
comp, so,
late,
you
but
know,
like,
it's not doomed.
Castle,
It's
you
not like
gotta
have
be with the
full
team.
assassins and you have no follow-up.
You waited
damage, but it's
so
gonna make
long
things
to
a lot
ult
more
there.
difficult,
Like, should have
as well
ulted
as the
almost
flat armor and
immediately.
MR increase that is going to really benefit champions like the Galio, who is stacking that. So now you definitely need your last whispers. You can see they're going to be building towards that next for Call Me and Sajed, which means IE is going to be fourth or later. And it's a little bit of desperation time for DSG. They're going to overload a side lane and see, hey, can we actually find something here? Does someone step too far forward?
The old Fnatic
one or
brush.
2 kills and then maybe be able to sneak Baron. Maybe similar to the way they won the Ivern Nasus game. Don't have quite the same scaling, but this is the state that they're in right now. At least they're trying.
Are they gonna
for
do it?
creative plays, but Sentinels just needs to make sure their waves are pushed up. Make sure they're approaching with vision.
Wait, this is an angle.
I mean, they keep canceling their recalls. They could get spotted in that brush, and that would be a disaster here, because now there's a lot more Sentinel members on that top side.
I mean, can Call Me and Kryra even get a kill?
No, they
I don't
can't.
think so.
That
Not
they
with- not
wasted
with how close the
so
rest of
much
the
time
Sentinels
in that
team is.
bush.
I mean, if it's clearly just like an extended 2v1,
Oh
you
my
can,
god.
but, they are moving out now, and I think they're going to be spotted here pretty soon
no,
on
that's
that
not
ward
good.
if they do walk that way. I love that Hanbok is also grabbing a Randuin's of his own, double AD carry. Obviously, you have the ulti, which is going to be super effective against them. But also, he is 2K gold ahead. Another game where he's monstrously ahead. And he has like a 70 CS lead to boot, and they are
Call Me, you
starting
better
up
go
the
last
Baron
whisper,
now.
second or
Who he's
third
just trying
item.
to keep them away. It's going to be a slow burn, but once the Varus arrives, it'll be going down a lot more quickly, and it feels like DSG.
Oh man.
They're aware, but
Varus
can they
has
approach?
Terminus.
Yeah, it's so hard for them to approach. Rahel hitting it now, shreds it almost
He misses
instantly.
one. Okay, well, he's going to spot it now, so now they know for sure. They're going to TP the Tristana back out.
I mean, Kryra will just have to blind flash in. If they can get any vision over top,
they're going to delay with the Bard ult. Can Kryra get in and try to steal his way? Call Me's on the side, fighting against Darkwings as well as Huhi. Kryra, does he go? Nice binding comes through the equalizer.
Oh no. Oh my god, wait a minute. Hanbok just chucked that. Why did he go out?
He's shut down by Castle. In comes the Galio ultimate, but it's not timed correctly. Castle flashes and Matt
Hanbok, what did you do?
The safety. Feels like a bit of a comedy of errors there. As the equalizer hit no one, Hanbok goes in and dies, and at the end of the day, it's DSG staving off the Baron here, but not.
And the worst part, watch this Sejuani ult goes wide. Like, goes straight here. Rumble ult wasn't great. Oh my god.
Kryra goes in, maybe it's flippable, but then Hanbok flies out as the equalizer goes in, which I think makes it so, because the Baron resets exactly right there. But then he takes so much damage from Castle's Rumble, just sitting on pretty much his flame spitter right there.
Oh no, Call Me.
Is going to be caught out. Can he actually survive? He's trying to reset the rocket jump, and he does so onto Huhi, and now the teleport's
Okay,
coming
he
in.
got
Kryra's
the.
gonna be in the behind.
Okay,
And
this
they
is
look
big.
For more. Kryra wants to find someone. Huhi has to flash, so they have to go very
That's
defensive.
big.
There
Last Whisper
in
on both.
retreat.
Or not last.
Yeah, that was some risky business around
whatever
the Baron. I mean, I think the turn could have been okay, but there was 2 members from
whatever
Sentinel
the
that were up on the top side dealing with
why
Call
am I
Me. You know, they're
blanking
not
on
with
the
you,
what's
so
the
if you're trying to
component
turn
name
like that,
for
it's
both
just
LDR and Last
unlikely
Whisper?
to work out. I mean, Hanbok goes over the wall thinking, hey, I have
That,
Valley
like,
Wall, but
that
you know,
reduces-
your comms nowhere near. Your Varus can't hit.
No, I know LDR is
it's
the
not gonna
full
work
item,
out in that
and Last
situation.
Whisper, like, what's the
That's a pretty big
component
shutdown
called?
being given over. Call Me now has this LDR.
That
you can see
specifically
that
gives you the
Executioner's
pen.
calling of the Mortal Reminder has
Or
been
the-
finished for Sajed, so surely you would think the
Lord-
IEs
I know
are
Lord
coming
Doms.
next.
Yeah, they both
That's
have
not
their
the
armor
name
pen
of it, though.
items.
Hang on.
Partially because the Mountain Soul needs to be cut through.
Okay, Last
Kinda
Whisper is the
weird feeling now.
component.
Just with the way
Mortal
that
Reminder.
Baron
Thank
went,
you. Okay,
with
Last
the way
Whisper is
the
the name of the
pick happened
component. Mortal
before
Reminder is the
the
green
maybe
bow.
possible 20-minute
LDR is the
Baron
red bow.
from DSG.
Thank you. Okay.
It feels
Whew.
much more winnable now
Thank
than
God.
it did at, say, 10 minutes.
All right,
But
here we go.
Sentinels could still be one team fight away. They know they're on this power spec. They don't want the 80 carries
Both
to get
the
to IE,
both the
so
marksmen
they're
are going to be able to shred
the
here.
Baron.
This is scary, though. If you're in the
If
pit
you can just
against
get
the
time.
equalizer here, Castle is very, very strong. Sajed going to get spotted over the wall, but does have the spell shield. Call Me is pushing mid lane here, so he's going to be trying to continue that.
Oh, Call Me, just don't get caught out. You keep pushing here. This is actually not bad.
I don't think Call Me can get through, and Hanbok also doesn't really take damage from the Baron, so they're really just hoping DSG commits in, and then they can get their
That's
fight.
free tower mid, and Tristana can collapse here.
But now potentially Sentinels could engage to the other side.
This
Some
is a
poke coming
good
through
angle
onto
for
Kryra.
DS.
The Baron's getting low. There's
Nice.
equalizer across multiple members, and the ulti from Kryra. It's
Nice.
gonna be cleansed
Just
off,
stall.
though,
Just
by
play it
Huhi.
slow.
Kryra's
Play it
incredible.
slow.
Lions flashes back, as well as the flash from Sajed, but Sajed falls to Rahel. It's up to Castle and Call Me. They're going to try to get something done here on the side, but they get no kills at all. They lose their bot lane, and it feels like they're about to lose so much more.
Can just go right back onto the Baron. It is a 3v5. Kryra
Kryra's
just
in a
has
lot
to
of
flash
trouble.
away.
He's got a flash, and over on the other side, Call Me's going in. They're going to try to win the fight on
Ooh,
the
Call Me
side.
got
They
it.
get Rahel, he burns
That's
down.
big.
That is has a massive shutdown as Hombach
Bro, you ain't gonna be able to back there. Come on.
Gonna get spotted out. Can he make a great escape? He cannot. He
Okay.
falls. But without the Varus, this is so
Can't
much
do
harder
Baron.
to do.
Yeah, they can't do
Castle's gonna
Baron.
Try to stay alive though. He gets caught on the recall briefly there. Overheats, trying to go in on the Huhi, but surely has no damage to finish him off. And Impact is not going to go down. They're delaying the death. They're just delaying the death.
Yeah, because Elder is going to be up in 34 seconds, and now he's dead for 20 seconds after Elder, and 5 will likely be alive
it's
for
your
this
time
Baron.
to shine,
so
baby.
Sentinels really on
It's
top
your
of
time
the
to
Death
shine.
Timers, even if the game is crazy. The start of that fight, Huhi did incredible to peel the backside of the fight. Kryra's sticking around for some miracle steal, but it's looking tough. This will be Baron and probably Elder as well. It depends how long it
my
takes Sentinels
God.
to reset
Call me
and
when
go
you
down
need
for
him
the Elder.
most. Stepping
Yeah,
up.
it's still 30 seconds until Castle respawns here. They're going to be able to have the Baron buff on all 5 for Sentinels, so instant reset here. And are going to be rushing out of
DSG
base,
does have
spending all their
prio.
gold. There's Randuin's done for Hombach. You can see he's got an elixir in his inventory. He is ready to go, and Rahel working in towards that
IE?
Jack show. So
No,
going to be
no
very
IE on
tanky once
anybody.
that is completed. Just about delaying for Castle. They are going to have time to get him back here. The TP is going to be up very shortly after the respawn, if not right as he respawns. Hombach is going to get stunned, but just no damage there to follow it up.
It's still so hard.
It's
to
only a
kill him.
1.7k
Hombach is
gold
super
lead. It
tanky.
is not much.
Impact is super tanky. They're TPing deep, but they'd have to get onto the carry. So Rahel's no flash. He might be a target if they can find him.
They are split once more. Do they have eyes on Castle?
Oh, this is
Kryra
a
getting
good
jumped down
angle.
once again. He's down 2 levels, remember, here, and is not very tanky. Call me and Sajet. It's really
Galio
all
not
about
close.
them and Castle. Castle on the side. Are they going to try to go for it here? In comes Equalizer.
Oh no!
At the same time,
No!
It cancels everything. Sajet is going to be charmed up. He's going to be.
But they got away.
In trouble.
They still kill
Sajet is gone. They do.
Oh
get
no,
Darkwings.
call me.
Coleman's gonna jump in,
God.
but he just gets knocked up and he gets knocked down.
Lions
That
had such a
Bardolph
good
was
old
playing
earlier
for
and
the
then
other
screwed
team.
that one.
Sentinels
Ah.
crush the fight. We'll see how much more they can get, but the anti-timing there.
Oh,
from
that's
Lions,
game.
as it immunes the equalizer
Done.
damage, immunes the Sejuani ulti, and Sentinels are marching on
Ah,
the Nexus.
I feel
Probably the
so bad.
game. Just a series of unfortunate events for Lions' Bard this game. He hit one
That
nice
is
one in the top lane, but had
tragic.
several go in the wrong direction.
Oh,
For Lion,
man, that
Castle,
breaks
the
your
ultimate
heart.
Defender. This is probably the series, Azael.
This is
Yeah, that's definitely the
looking
series.
like
That's
the series.
done.
Impact
Wow.
taking up the
Sentinels.
towers. Castle
First
can
split
do
in.
nothing. Sentinels
Top
were pushed,
3
but they did not
guaranteed.
break. They take down DSG.
They are going to
qualify for the
Korea
America's Cup,
for their
and
boot
they
camp,
continue their march
and they're
towards
going to the
first
America's Cup.
Whew, Sentinels got to be feeling some relief after that one. They had control of this game
Wow.
5 for pretty much 32 of the 33 minutes. And even at the end, they had
Wow.
the console. It just always felt a little bit strange.
I mean, honestly, player of the game, like player of the series in general, might be Huhi. Well, I don't know. It's between Huhi, Darkwings, Hombach. You probably got to give it to Hombach at this point. I think Hombach just played well, but like, oh man.
A pretty strong series for Sentinels.
Definitely the case. Spam chat.
I think Huhi had a great series too, but I don't know how much of that was like Huhi playing incredibly well and the underperformance of Lion, unfortunately.
Harassing Kryra non-stop after that failed invade. Really good in the team.
Oh, that's tough.
Everything that Sejuani wanted to do. I feel like Huhi has just been
That's
throughout this
tough.
season for Sentinels. Agreed. Lounge, what do you think?
That's so tough. You gotta feel bad.
Depending on what you guys voted.
But good for Sentinels. Great for Sentinels. First split, going international. Good for them.
And it was really great to go back and think about that.
Good for them.
We had with Huhi after their first win, where he was like, "Yeah, Hombach, he's kind of this crazy
Damn.
guy."
Jungle Math. Oh, 100%. Yeah. That, look, that was like clearly.
I feel like again, we saw that today.
Nerves come in later,
From Hombach
and
who I believe
it's just unfortunate. Like, these are the moments that separate, like,
I wonder. Hey, where you go? He's just dropping his stuff off for long term.
let me swap over here. I mean, it's tough because, like, this is one of those moments where if you're looking at Castle, like, there's a few plays there where, like, nerves clearly have it, like, clearly play a part. Lions, unfortunately, like, it is what it is, but, like, hey, credit to Golden Glue. He settled them down well after they chucked that game 3 and brought them right back into it.
Maybe even 2.
All right, let's see what the interview says.
cute.
Yeah.
First of all, a full 5-game series.
Yeah.
Are you still got energy? You tired at all? How you feeling?
I mean, I feel a little tired, but I think, yeah, actually, David, who is our like performance coach, like has helped us like stay hydrated and like keep the energy up. So I think I'm actually feeling okay after game 5.
Damn, good.
Nice.
That's good to know.
One thing that we've talked about and kind of set up at the beginning of the day is how much you guys have evolved as a team from like series to series to series and even game to game. I know communication has kind of been a focus, talking to your teammates. So talk to me
100%.
about specifically your
But the
communication
ADC
with
matchup really
Combat today,
didn't
'cause it
matter
felt
all
like
that
this
much
is the
this
first time where
series,
I was like, oh my
unfortunately.
gosh,
It was
these
just a
two are, like,
mid-jungle
really
battle.
clicking.
Yeah, in practice, we did have some problems like communicating and stuff. Kind of like not being on the same page about what we want to do for like crabs, dragons, stuff like that. So yeah, just like through practice, we've just been working on it, and he's been talking to me like more like directly, and like I'm responding. So that's kind of what helps the communication.
For morbid curiosity, just kind of talk about being in a situation where was the team speaking in like full Korean and you were just in the middle of that? Like not today, but just in general in practice.
Yeah, I'd say like 60% of the comms are Korean. So, I've been learning some Korean words though.
Okay.
Chanchani means slowly. So when I hear that, I know what to. Yeah, I know what. To do.
What's the?
So you're saying that a lot to Hanbok.
What were you saying in the Veigar and Vi game when you were killing Ari over and over and over?
You could say Bali Bali.
Oh yeah, fast.
Go
Yeah.
fast.
Okay, nice. This has been a ridiculous series in general.
Sentinels won.
She's right. Just like the road that you guys have had to get better and better.
Huge series.
Who would you kind of say is the largest contributor to that? You guys' growth.
I think combination of like our coaching staff, like Golden Glue, our assistant coach, and just like I think all the my teammates were just like the willingness to like learn things together, or like even if I'm like a bit like behind, sometimes they still trust me to like try to keep up and like still just work towards like the team goals.
Does it help having a guy like Impact on the team? Where a lot of people after last year were like, "Wow, it'd be cool if Impact became a coach." Does he do a lot of comms in game, and has he helped you at all?
Yeah, I mean, especially out of game, like in game too, for sure. I just think he does like talk to me a lot, and everyone on the team too. He just like brings up like points, like just throughout like every game. He has like a point, like which is like good. I do appreciate that. Yeah.
I feel like when it comes to best of fives, I don't know what to expect out of you. This reminds me of last split when you were playing like a Nivea Poppy with Exu, right?
Yeah.
Like it feels like you thrive in best of fives because of your champion pool. Is that how it comes across when it comes to pick ban or even scrims?
Let me read through
like
some
you
of these
always
notifications,
can
by the
have
way.
something that you can pull
Day
out of the bag.
Riveri, thank you for the follow. And Ego, thank you for the follow.
I do like best of fives because I don't just have to play the meta champs over and over again. I do like these like more counter pick style champions. So yeah, I do think like in practice, now that we're practicing best of fives, like I do feel like more comfortable.
Were you a little bit surprised by the Tristana pick? Because like when that Hui came through, I was like, oh, that's hard. I would imagine that would be a little bit more of a difficult lane for the Tristana because you can just always fear her if she's jumping in on you.
Yeah. It's like an okay matchup. I think Tristana does lose 1v1 and does need like jungle attention. But I think it's like kind of makes sense if there's like not many mid champions left. So
yeah,
it's like slightly losing in lane, but still scales pretty well. Just like you kind of need to get to like 3 or 4 items as Tristana.
Why?
I'm interested because we'll talk about who gets Pog, but I want to know the feeling of being now solidified that top 3 as a team. I don't know if you expected that at the beginning of the split, because I remember hearing some content from you guys how you feel like you weren't there, but you guys were going to have to you guys were scaling. Now that you know that you guys at the very least can be in America's Cup, but of course still fight and be in first stand, how do you feel about that?
Definitely feel like a bit surprised. I did think that it would take more time for us to like kind of connect together as a team.
I wonder if his name has anything to do with Darkwing Duck. I have no clue.
I just feel like our growth is like faster than we expected. So, and I still feel like we have a lot more room to grow.
Yep.
Who do you think is player of the game?
I mean, it's probably gonna be.
It's a tough one.
but
I'll go with Humbug.
Okay, it was actually a battle between the two, but it was Huhi. Huhi ends up picking it up 2-0 and 10.
Also
talk about
fair.
the impact that Huhi had in this game and how you felt about him throughout
All
the
right,
series.
folks. I got to let the dogs out. As you can tell, Coco's licking me right now because she really has to go to the bathroom. It has been 4 hours and 40 minutes, so she's got to go. I hope you all had a fantastic time. I hope you enjoyed the series. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you to everybody who donated, who subbed, everything. Like, you all are amazing. I'm going to try and... I don't know if I want to edit this and get the highlights up. It's a lot of... Like, it's already 8:30, and I just don't think I have time to do that. I don't know. I'm going to see what I can do. But the VOD kind of speaks for it. I don't know. We'll see. If I don't... I'm going to say no, probably on the highlights for tonight. But we'll see. We'll see from there. Anyways, thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for the love. And I'll catch you tomorrow for C9 versus FlyQuest and the other winner semifinal matchup. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. I got to raid. Hang on. I got to raid. I forgot. I have to do that. Let's raid. Is Miss Chim Chim still, or is she live? Nope. Who else is live? LCS. I'm just going to raid the LCS. Give them the raid. All right. Y'all have a great night. It's going to raid here in 2 seconds. 1, go.